My parents kicked me out for my brother's gym gear. A year later, his business died, and they came to my door, broken begging. My name is Ethan. I'm 26. I work in marketing for a mid-sized corporation downtown, and I'm tired in the kind that makes your bones feel heavy. I came into the driveway on a Thursday after 11 hours of back-to-back client presentations that went nowhere. Logan's beat-up Honda was parked where I typically park, which caught my attention first. I hadn't seen my younger brother in 9 months, ever since he dropped out of state school and decided that couch surfing with his dropout friends was a feasible life plan. The second thing I observed was the disassembled squat rack in his back seat. My stomach fell before I opened the front door. The house smelled like reheated pasta and that special kind of tension that occurs just before someone breaks bad news to you. Logan sat on the couch, eating my meal prep chicken right from the Tupperware and browsing through fitness Instagram like he owned the house. My mother, Karen, was in the kitchen, wiping down already clean counters. My father, Michael, waited near the hallway, pretending to read something on his phone. No one looked at me when I stepped in. "Ethan," Mom murmured without looking up. "We need to talk about the living situation." I cautiously laid my luggage down. "Here we go." "Logan's moving back home," she said. "He needs your room." "My room?" "It's bigger," she explained. "Better lighting for his filming and he needs space for his home gym equipment." Logan eventually looked up from his phone. "I am creating an internet personal training business, bro. For real this time. I need the appropriate configuration. This is my moment, you know." "Where should I go?" I asked. "The guest room," Mom said while wiping the same area on the counter. The guest room was cluttered with Christmas decorations and ancient furnishings. "We'll relocate them to the garage." "It will be all right. It's half the size and facing the street." Mom remarked. "You're barely home anyway. Always at that office. When does this need to happen?" "This weekend," she answered. "Sunday is good." 4 days. They were giving me 4 days. Logan eventually looked up from his phone. "Thank you for understanding, dude. This arrangement is going to be insane. I'm finally going to make this work." I stared at him. He had 142 followers on Instagram. His account was at loganfit_transform. In the last 7 months he'd posted 44 shirtless mirror selfies and about a dozen fitness videos that each received 18 likes, the majority of which came from folks we went to high school with. He had earned exactly $12. "You're barely home anyway," Mom explained. "Always at that office. Plus, you don't need all that space for suits and a laptop," Logan replied. "I need room for my bench, squat rack, lighting, filming space, real equipment." I opened my lips to argue, to point out that I do live here, that I have a life, a workspace, and other important possessions. But Mom shut me off. "Logan needs space for his equipment and content development. He's starting a serious business." Dad said nothing. He didn't even look up from his phone. Simply stood there like a piece of furniture. "How about the bills I pay?" I asked. Mom did not miss a beat. "Obviously, you will continue to handle that. This is still your home. You're still a member of this family." There it was. The thing that tightened my chest. For 3 years, I'd been paying $900 per month for this house. Internet, utilities, groceries, streaming services, Mom's car insurance, things they'd asked me to assist with that became permanent. Things they stopped thanking me for after the first month. "Logan needs to focus on building his brand right now," Mom explained. "He cannot be distracted by debts or duties. He will contribute once his coaching business takes off." I looked at Dad. He was still staring at the phone. Wouldn't meet my gaze. They were not asking. They were telling. "When do I have to be out?" I asked gently. "Sunday's fine," Mom said. "That gives you the weekend." Logan had already returned to his phone, reading through fitness influencer accounts and perhaps imagining himself among them. I went upstairs to my room, which I'd had since I was 9. Posters from high school are still on the walls. My desk, where I'd done homework, written college applications, and created the budget that kept this place operating without anybody noticing. I sat on my bed, pulling up my bank statements. $915 last month, $942 the previous month, and $885 prior to that. I scrolled back. 3 years of payments totaling almost $22,000. Logan was performing noisy push-ups, counting reps as if he were recording. Then Mom's voice. "Ethan, can you pick up protein powder on your way home from work tomorrow? Logan is almost out," as if nothing had occurred. I opened my laptop and searched for apartments. Then I opened a second tab and typed, "How to remove yourself from utility accounts." If they wanted me gone, I would leave altogether. During my lunch break on Friday morning, I found a studio apartment for $1,200 a month, 30 minutes from work, and available immediately. Small, but clean. When I told the landlord I could sign today and move in tomorrow, he did not ask any questions. I took a sick day, my first in 20 months. By midday, I was back at home with boxes from U-Haul. Mom and Dad were at work. Logan was still sleeping. I packed in silence. Clothes, books, laptop, and the desk I'd purchased for myself sophomore year of college. Everything was mine. 3 years of life packed into boxes and rubbish bags. Logan walked out at midday, wearing compression shorts and a tank top, holding a protein shaker. He paused when he saw the boxes heaped outside my door. "Yo, are you taking all that?" "It's mine." "Yeah, but I was going to use that bookshelf for my supplements and equipment." "Get yours," I instructed. "Damn. Okay bro, chill." He scrolled through his phone. "Do you have a link to where you bought it?" I didn't respond. I just dragged another box down to my car. 3 trips. That was all it took to get myself out of this house. Mom returned home around 3 p.m. She stood in the driveway, arms crossed, as I loaded the last box. "You're not really being theatrical about this, are you?" "I am doing what you asked. I am leaving." "We are not kicking you out. We are merely rearranging. This is what families do. We create space for each other." I closed the trunk. She followed me to the driver's side door. "So, about the utility transfer, I will email you the account information. You have 28 days before they shut off." Her face transformed. "What do you mean, shut off?" "The accounts are in my name. You'll have to open fresh ones." "That is ludicrous. Just continue paying them." "We can send you our share via Venmo." I gazed at her. Really stared at her. "You have never Venmo'd me your share. You are entitled to these services since you live here." "I won't live here as of right now. You're being extremely selfish. Your father will hear about this." I went into my car. Logan was now on the porch, filming himself using his phone. "Hey brother. Before you leave, could you explain me how to reset the Wi-Fi router? It keeps cutting out whenever I try to upload videos." I backed out of the driveway without responding. Dad's automobile drove past mine 2 streets distant. He was returning home. I observed him in my rearview mirror. He didn't slow down or turn around, just kept driving toward the home as if nothing was occurring. He did not even wave. The studio smelled like smoke and cheap air freshener. 1 room, a bathroom, and a kitchen that was essentially just a counter with a hot plate, but it was mine. It's just mine. I emptied the boxes in silence, put them against the wall, ordered pizza, and ate it on the floor. Around 10 p.m., my phone started buzzing. 4 missed calls from Mom. I let them ring through. That night I slept on a slow-leaking air mattress. I woke up around 2 a.m., half deflated on the floor. Sunday morning, I spent 3 hours on my laptop, deleting my name from everything. Electric company, account closure sought for October 30th. The internet provider is the same. Water, gas, Hulu, Netflix, Spotify Family Plan, YouTube Premium, and Amazon Prime. I completed the forms one by one, supplied verification of my new address, and requested that the accounts be closed. Then I drafted an email to my folks. Subject: account information, action required by October 30th. I listed each service, its typical monthly cost, and the firm phone numbers they'd need to call to open new accounts. Attached is a spreadsheet with 36 months of payments sorted by category, no greeting, explanation, or sign-off. I pressed send. The remainder of Sunday was peaceful. I purchased furniture from IKEA and Facebook Marketplace, including a bed frame, desk, bookcase, and actual dishes rather than paper. The flat began to feel more like a living space than a place to hide. I checked my email once. The message to my parents read, "Read at 6:40 p.m. There was no answer. Monday morning I returned to work. A big presentation is coming soon. Major client. A potential promotion is on the line. By Tuesday morning, I had nearly forgotten about them. Then my phone started vibrating during a meeting. 7 texts and 4 calls, all from Mom. I hushed it and concentrated on the presentation deck in front of me. The last sentence preview lit up my screen. "The internet is not working. Logan has an hour-long client consultation call. Call me right now." I flipped my phone face down. Logan did not have any clients. After the meeting, I listened to the voicemails, which showed Mom's voice becoming increasingly distressed across 6 messages. "Wi-Fi is not connecting. Did you forget to pay your bill? Ethan, this is not funny. Logan cannot film stuff without the internet. He maintains a posting schedule. When your father called them, they said the account was closed. What have you done? Logan missed a consultation call due of you. Do you realize how unprofessional that makes him look? You are being quite immature. Call me back right away. Logan had also texted. Dude, with no internet, I have sponsors reaching out, and I can't even check my DMs. This is sabotage, brother. I deleted everything. Logan did not have any sponsors either. Aunt Susan, Karen's sister, called on Wednesday afternoon. We spoke maybe twice a year. Your mother is quite upset. What's happening? I have moved out. I terminated accounts under my name. That's it. She said you abandoned them without warning and left them with no internet or power. I gave them 28 days notice and all the account information they needed. Logan wants to start a business. Do you understand how difficult it is for young people right now? Do you know how much I've paid in bills over the last 3 years? Silence on the other end. Family doesn't keep score, Ethan. $22,000 is not keeping score. That's just mathematics. More silence. If Logan wants to be a business owner, he should learn how to pay bills. She did not call back. Thursday morning, my manager approached me after the customer presentation. We had landed it, a $360,000 annual contract. We are promoting you to senior account manager, 20% increase, starting next month. First, some genuine good news. In 2 weeks my pay increased from $70,000 to $84,000. That night, I celebrated alone in my studio apartment with an expensive cocktail that I'd been saving up for. I toasted myself in the empty room, to no longer being useful. Friday evening, someone knocked on my door. I peeked through the peephole. Dad. I opened the door but did not welcome him inside. We spoke in the hallway. He looked fatigued and older than I remembered. You need to fix this. What has to be fixed? The bills. The internet. All of it. Your mother is losing her sanity. Logan's business is struggling. Then they can call the companies and set up new accounts. You know we can't afford all that without your help. I stared at him. Where were you when she threw me out? She did not kick you out. She simply needed to reorganize. Where were you? He stared at his sneakers. I tried to speak to her. She would not listen. You did not try hard enough. You didn't even try. If you don't help us, things are going to get really difficult. You should have thought of that before giving my room away for a home gym. This is your family. No, it's your family. I am merely the guy who paid the bills so Logan could take shirtless selfies. He's attempting to build something. He's 23 years old and has 190 Instagram followers. That is not building anything. That's fooling around. Dad flinched. Your mother thinks you owe us. I do not owe you anything. I previously given you 3 years and 22 grand. He departed without saying anything else, walking down the hallway like a man who knew he was wrong but couldn't accept it. That night, I blocked Mom's number. I kept Dad unblocked for reasons I didn't entirely comprehend. Logan has been blocked. I checked Instagram one final time before deleting it. Logan had shared a rant in his stories. Fake family is worse than having no relatives. Some folks will smile in your face before stabbing you in the back. I see you. Maintain your current level of energy. 100%. Betrayed. Waterersi, fake family. Waterers, stay focused. I posted from my folks' place, using their new data plan. They had somehow regained access to the internet. I screenshotted it, saved it, and then erased Instagram completely. Sunday night when sitting at my new workplace, I realized I hadn't thought about them all day. Small victory. I opened my laptop to check on business emails. One caught my eye. A company newsletter showcasing my most recent customer triumph. My name is bold. Senior Account Manager Ethan leads a significant Q4 win. This was the first time my name had been associated with something I was proud of in months. Monday morning, I received a LinkedIn message. Emily Clark, project manager for a partner company. We had met briefly at a convention 7 months ago. Good chat, smart, direct. I'd considered reaching out, but never did. Hi, I saw your promotion announcement. Congratulations on the client win. Want to meet for coffee and discuss potential collaboration between our teams? I stared at the message. First person to congratulate me who was not bribed to do so. I replied, coffee sounds fantastic. How about Thursday? Her reaction arrived within minutes. Perfect. 10 a.m. at Riverside Coffee. See you there? I shut my laptop and looked around the studio. The space is little. Quiet. Mine. My phone vibrated once. Unknown number. Mom probably called from someone else's phone. I let it ring through. Whatever they required, whatever crisis Logan had caused, whatever guilt trip Mom chose to use, it was no longer my problem. I was done being the fix-it guy. For the first time in 3 years, I had control over my life. Thursday couldn't arrive fast enough. 7 months went by quickly than I thought. Emily and I had been dating for 4 months. Coffee transformed into lunch. Lunch transformed into dinner. Dinner led into weekends at her or my apartment. She inquired about my family once over Thai food in February. We don't talk. Do you want to discuss why? Not yet. She nodded before changing the subject. Never pressed. That's when I realized she was different. Work was good. I currently manage 3 significant accounts. The promotion came with significant responsibilities. Longer hours, but higher pay. I haven't heard from my parents since Dad showed up at my door. Complete silence. Uncle Tom, Dad's younger brother, stretched out. I've always been the black sheep in the family. I never bought into Mom's crap. We met for coffee in March. Your dad won't tell me what happened, Tom replied. But Karen is telling everyone at family events that you stole money and abandoned Logan when he needed support. I took out my phone and forwarded him something I had prepared months ago. 30 pages, every bill, transfer, and receipt. 3 years of payments are documented. He scrolled through it, his face becoming darker with each page. Jesus Christ, kids. I was aware she was controlling, but this is financial abuse. Following that, we started meeting on a monthly basis. Sometimes his daughter Chloe would join us. She was my age and a graphic designer. Karen had always treated me poorly. I told my mom years ago that your family was weird, Chloe stated one afternoon. The way they talked about you versus Logan, like you were the help to them. I received Logan's status updates. His fitness coaching career was over. 190 followers. There are 0 clients. He had tried advertising training packages and running competitions. Nobody bought in. New plan. Day trading crypto. He convinced Karen to give him $9,500. I lost it all in 7 weeks. Current plan. NFT fitness programs, whatever that means. Still live at home. Still unemployed. Still sharing shirtless selfies. According to Chloe's recent post, they laugh at visionaries until their idea becomes a reality. 18 likes. April struck like a freight train. Tom called me at work on Tuesday. Voice is serious. Your dad suffered a heart attack. He is at County General. Everything became frigid. Is he okay? Stable. Minor issue, but a caution. The doctor said that it was stress-related. But you should know. I hung up and waited in my car for 20 minutes. Emily texted. Lunch? My dad suffered a heart attack. Her response was quick. I'm coming to you. She arrived 15 minutes later with sandwiches. Sat with me in silence until I felt ready to speak. Do you want to go see him? I don't know. I went alone that evening, at 8 p.m. I hoped Karen would not be there. She was. Dad was in bed, linked up to monitors and appearing older than his 54 years. Karen noticed me walk in. Her visage alternated between disbelief, rage, relief, and entitlement. You finally arrived. We should talk about. I'm not here for you. I walked past her to Dad's bed. He was awake, disoriented from medication, saw me, and instantly began crying. How do you feel? I am sorry. For what? All of it. I should have. I did not. His voice crackled. Could not complete. Karen interrupted. Ethan, your father needs to relax, but since you're here, we need to talk about the medical costs. Insurance cannot cover everything, and I gently turned to her. Get out. Excuse me? I came to see him. Not you. Get out, or I'll leave. How dare you? I moved towards the door. Karen, please, Michael said in a faint but forceful voice. She did not depart. Instead, she went on a tirade right there in the hospital room. She began into the typical script. I'd abandoned them, damaged Logan's business, and owed them for raising me. Logan didn't have a business, I responded. He had an Instagram account and a bench press. We gave you everything. I paid you $22,000. We are even. A nurse entered. Ma'am, you need to keep your voice down or I'll have to ask you to leave. This is my family, I will say, however. I walked out. Dad watched me leave, tears streaming down his cheeks. Said nothing. Did not defend me. Did not tell Mom to quit. Just lie there. I sat in my car in the parking lot, hands trembling. I texted Emily. I should not have come. Would you like me to come get you? No. I'm okay. I will be home soon. I love you. This is the first time any of us has spoken it. I stared at the text, my vision blurred. I typed back, I love you too. That night Emily held me while I stared at the ceiling. He said nothing. She went off on me, and he just laid there. I know. Why wasn't I enough? You were always enough. They simply couldn't see it. 4 days later, Michael texted from a new phone number. Thank you for attending. I am sorry about your mother. I apologize for everything. I did not reply for a week. Then concentrate on recovery. Can we speak sometime? It's just us. I am not ready. I understand. I will wait. 1 year after leaving, my life had changed dramatically. I'd been promoted again, to account director. $92,000 pay for supervising a team of 4. I moved to a better apartment in May. 1 bedroom with a balcony and a proper kitchen. Emily basically lived there, with her toothbrush in the bathroom, half of her clothes in the closet, and her coffee mug on the counter every morning. We'd been together 10 months. She had met Tom and Chloe, my co-workers and college buddies. She had not met my folks. I did not ask, did not need to. We got engaged around Christmas, simple proposal at her parents' home. There was no great production, just me, her, and a ring I had been saving for. She answered yes before I could finish asking. We scheduled the wedding for June, a small ceremony, only close friends and relatives. Emily shared a photo of the ring on Instagram a few days later. Simple caption, the easiest yes of my life. I didn't use social media anymore, I hadn't for months. But I forgot that Tom was following Emily. He said, "Congratulations to you both. I can't wait for the wedding." He then posted it on Facebook. Dad saw it. He was friendly with Tom. The next morning, I received a text message from an unfamiliar phone number. "Congratulations, son, I am proud of you. She looks great. I wish I could be there." I showed Emily over coffee. "What would you like to do?" "I don't know." I kept it on read for 4 days. I kept rereading it. I wish I could be there. It seemed as if something was stopping him, as if he had no choice. Day 5, my telephone rang. Unknown area code. I responded, assuming it was work-related. "Ethan, I heard you're getting married, and you haven't even told your mother." I hung up instantly. She phoned back 6 times from various numbers. I blocked them all. That evening, an email arrived. The email was just as expected. She was my mother. She had the right to be part. Emily deserved to meet her future mother-in-law properly. How might Logan be excluded? They were willing to get past this if I was. They wanted to help pay for the wedding. Emily stared at me. Is she serious? She thinks she can buy her way back in. What are you planning to do? Nothing. I did not react to the email, but I did compose a text to Dad. It took me 2 days to finalize it. I rewrote it 11 times. I finally sent it. If you want a seat at the wedding, there is one available. It's just you. Not Karen. Not Logan. It's your choice. Wedding date is June 21st. RSVP by May 15th. He read it around 11:44 p.m. The read receipt appeared quickly. No response. Days went into weeks. Emily inquired once in early April. Any word from your father? No, I'm sorry. I was not surprised, but I checked my phone more frequently than I should have. April 30th arrived and went. There was no response from Michael. June 7th, a week before the wedding. My phone buzzed while I was brushing my teeth before bed. Dad sent a text. I can't attend. Karen says if I leave without her and Logan, she will divorce me. I can't afford it right now, with my medical costs and everything else. I apologize, Ethan. I hope you can understand. You deserve to be happy. I reread it 3 times, spit toothpaste into the sink. Showed Emily. I entered a response. I understand perfectly. You've chosen her over me again. This is your last opportunity. Do not contact me anymore. Hit the send button. I blocked his number. Deleted the entire text thread. I felt nothing but clarity. Wedding week moved quickly. Work, venue, rehearsal, and dinner. Emily had inquired the night before. Any regrets about them not being there? They were never really there anyway. Wedding morning. I was getting ready with my groomsmen when Tom stopped me in the hallway. Your father contacted me last night. 2 a.m. He's a mess, crying, and asked me to persuade you to let him come. What have you told him? I told him he made his decision, and now has to deal with it. Then I told him he was a coward and hung up. I nodded slowly. Thank you, but Ethan, I believe he is now realizing it. Who she is, what he has allowed to happen, and what he has lost. It is destroying him. Good. Are you sure about that? He had 1,000 opportunities to pick me. He chose her every time. He can't be destroyed now and expect my sympathy. Tom squeezed my shoulder. Fair enough. Let us get you married. The ceremony began at 4 p.m. There are 2 empty seats in the front row on the groom's side. I left them there on purpose. I wanted the absence to be evident. We spent our honeymoon in Colorado. 5 days spent trekking and visiting small-town brewers. I scarcely glanced at my phone. For 5 days, my history did not exist. Thursday evening, we returned to the flat. Mail stacked up on the counter, bills, wedding cards, and rubbish. I opened my email as Emily was unpacking. One from Chloe. You should see this. Sorry for ruining the honeymoon glow. Logan was arrested. DUI. Hit a parked automobile. Nobody was wounded, but he's in severe danger, and Karen is having a complete meltdown. I thought you should know, even if you don't care anymore. If you need further information, please call me. M. Attachment. A screenshot from a local news item. Emily read over my shoulder. Oh my God, is he all right? He is alive. He is stupid, but he is alive. Will you reach out, or? No. I erased the email. I ordered takeaway. We saw a movie. I did not think about Logan again. Monday. Tom called at lunchtime. Your dad has been phoning me. Will not cease. I would like your phone number. I told him I'd ask you first. Why would he want it now? Logan's bail is $17,000. Karen has been calling everyone in the family, begging for money. I said no. Chloe said no. Even Aunt Susan said no. She's insisting that Michael liquidate his retirement funds to help Logan out, and he replied no. A long pause. He said no. I told her Logan needed to face real repercussions for once. She threatened divorce. He did not back down. Good on him. Nothing changes. Ethan, I believe your father is finally cracking. He inquired whether there were images from the wedding. What have you told him? That was beautiful. Emily looked stunning. That you appeared happy. And he missed it because he is a coward who made the wrong decision. He isn't asking for my phone number to get money, is he? No, I believe he simply wants to talk. He sounded broken. I'm not ready to care about that yet. Fair. I just wanted you to know. 3 months have gone. I heard the updates from Tom. Logan pleaded guilty. He lost his license for 2 years. 240 hours of community service. 20 months of probation. Fines totaled $8,200. Karen took out a $13,500 personal loan with 19% interest to pay his fines. But she did not stop there. I bought him a second-hand automobile for $9,000 since he needed reliable transportation while job seeking. Logan still had no work. I haven't had one in 3 years. October. Michael arrived home after work to find a letter from the bank. Karen had taken out a $13,500 debt without notifying him. Joint account in both of their names. He also discovered the receipt for the car purchase. According to Tom, who heard from Rachel, who heard from a neighbor, the battle went nuclear. Michael addressed her around the kitchen table. She had hidden $13,500 in debt from him. Logan, who was still unemployed, received another automobile. The conflict was nuclear. Karen protected Logan. He made a mistake. He requires support. He needs transportation. Michael eventually snapped. Logan is 24 years old, unemployed, unlicensed, and without a future. Meanwhile, Ethan has a degree, a job, and a marriage. Ethan has abandoned us, Karen shouted. No. We abandoned him, and I am done pretending we didn't. Then get out. Michael packed a backpack that night. Motel for 1 week, followed by a month-to-month rental. I filed for divorce 3 weeks later. Tom informed me over coffee. Okay, I said. Is that it? What would you like me to say? That I'm glad they're unhappy? I am not. I am just numb to it. He's asking about you a lot. Good for him. But I felt something. A little crack in the wall that I had created. Emily and I invited Tom, Rachel, Chloe, Emily's parents, and some business buddies during Thanksgiving. 10 people packed around a table designed for 6, chaotic, warm and real. My phone buzzed as I was slicing the turkey. Emily checked it. Unknown number. She read aloud. This is from your father. Using Tom's old phone. Says. This is Michael. I know you have blocked me. I simply wanted to say how grateful I am that you exist. Even if you don't want me in your life anymore, I apologize for everything. I'm currently in treatment, attempting to get better even if it's too late. I hope you are happy. You deserve to be. Dad. I put down the carving knife. Are you okay? Emily inquired. Yeah, I'm good. I did not respond, but I did not delete the message either. 6 months later, Emily was 14 weeks pregnant. In May, we closed on a house with 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and a tiny yard. Although cosmetic remodeling was required, the bones were solid. $365,000. Our names are on the deed, nobody else's. I'd been promoted to Senior Director of Accounts, earning $150,000 and overseeing a department. Life was objectively and obviously good. I thought of Michael on occasion, not often, but sometimes. The Thanksgiving text was still on my phone. Had not reacted. I hadn't erased it. Michael did not text much from Tom's phone. Every few months a message appears. I saw your company received the healthcare deal. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Ethan. Tom indicated that you are buying a property. That is fantastic. I'm so proud of you. I never responded, but I did read each one. March. Tom told me over lunch that the divorce was final. Michael was ruined. Karen received the house, 60% of her funds, and a car. Michael was repaying half of Karen's loan for Logan. Joint debt. He lives in a 1-bedroom apartment and works overtime. Will not be financially recovered for 8 years. He is 55 years old. Does Logan still live with her? Where else could he go? He cannot even obtain a job at Target. April. A letter has come at our new home. A handwritten envelope. I recognize the handwriting even though there was no return address. Emily found it. There's a letter here from your dad. I stared at it for 20 minutes before opening it. 3 pages. Michael has rough penmanship. He revealed everything. That he chose comfort over protection, that he aided Logan and allowed Karen to harm me because he was too weak to stand up to her. That he is in therapy twice a week, attempting to fix himself even if it is too late. Tom had shown him wedding photographs. He saw how happy I was without him. The letter concluded. I'm alone now, and I deserve it. If you ever want to talk, even just once, I'm available. Ethan, I sincerely apologize for everything. I read it twice. Set it on the kitchen countertop. I did not toss it away. Did not respond. Just left it there. That night Emily inquired, what are you going to do? I don't know. Do you want to see him? Part of me does. Part of me believes it's far too late. It's too late for what you needed then. But maybe it's not too late to try anything different now. Like what? I do not know. But you get to make the decision. Not him. Not me. You. 3 weeks later, I texted Tom. If my father requests for my phone number again, you can give it to him. 2 days later, I received an SMS from a new number. It's Michael. Tom stated you were cool with me getting this. Thank you. That means more than you realize. If you ever want to get coffee, I'm available. No pressure, no expectations. I waited for 5 days. Then, Saturday 10 a.m., Riverside Coffee 5th Street, 1 hour, that is it. I will be there. Thank you. I arrived 15 minutes early. Corner table, escape route is visible. Michael strolled in at 9:58 a.m. Older, thinner, grayer, and exhausted. When she saw me, she stopped for a second before gently walking over. Thanks for meeting me. Sit down. He sat. Awkward quiet. I will not waste your time with small conversation. I understand you don't owe me anything. You're correct. I do not. Why didn't you speak up for me? Not once. Not ever. A long pause. He stared at his coffee. Because I was scared. Of what? She was angry. Of conflict. Of being alone. Of having to accept I married someone I couldn't change yet stayed anyhow. I understand how sad that sounds. It is pathetic. I understand. You selected that above your son. Over me. I did, and I'll regret it every day for the rest of my life. That doesn't change anything. I understand. But I need you to hear it regardless. We sat for 90 minutes. He asked about Emily, the house and the baby. I gave brief responses, remaining reserved. He told me about therapy and what he was learning. I've spent 30 years avoiding conflict. It cost me everything that mattered. Yeah, it did. At the end, I'm not ready to have you in my life yet. I understand. But I am not saying never. I am saying not yet. His eyes welled up. That's more than I deserve. Yeah, it is. I got up to leave and then turned around. Don't make me regret this. I won't. We met every 6 to 8 weeks thereafter, coffee, sometimes lunch. Michael never pressed, always arrived on time. I respected all boundaries. Month 6 I informed him about the baby. In December, Emily had birth. Noah James is healthy. 2 days later, I texted Michael a picture. This was the first photo I had ever sent him. Just the baby. He's gorgeous. Congratulations to you both. Thanks. 3 months later. Would you like to meet him? Are you certain? 1 hour in our home. Emily will be there. I paid $25,000 to save my parents' house from collapsing. Then they kicked my kids and me out on Christmas because my sister deserved the cabin more. I am 35 years old, female, and divorced with 2 children, ages 9 and 12. I work in technology and make solid money. Not a lot, but enough to help my family when they need it, which has been pretty much all the time for the past 4 years. Let me begin with some context because this did not happen immediately. My family has always had this strange relationship in which my younger sister Lily, 31, is regarded as if she can do no wrong, and I am expected to be the responsible one who solves everyone's problems. Lily dropped out of college twice, hasn't had a work in more than 6 months, and has been living rent-free with our parents for the past 5 years, with her boyfriend Ryan and their 3-year-old kid. Growing up, this preference was clear, but I assumed it would disappear when we reached adulthood. Nope. Lily received a larger bedroom, more clothes and a car when she reached 17, whereas I had to work at McDonald's to save for mine. When she became pregnant at the age of 28 and was not married, my parents threw her a baby shower that cost more than my wedding. When I got divorced, Mom's first concern was whether I could still afford to help with their bills. Our parents are both in their mid-60s. Dad works part-time at a hardware shop after being put off from his manufacturing job 4 years ago, and Mom hasn't worked since Lily returned home because she helps with childcare. Dad lost his job, and their finances have been a catastrophe ever since. But instead of Lily stepping up or moving out, they expect me to manage everything. I've been acting like an idiot. It began tiny in 2022. Mom called crying because they couldn't pay their mortgage. Dad was too proud to ask, she explained. But could I maybe help just this once? I sent $900. Then there were car repairs. Then came the medical bills when Dad suffered a small heart attack. It was always, just this once, and we'll pay you back when things get better. They never did. The pattern became predictable. Every month, there was a problem. The water heater died. The roof was leaking. The car needed new tires. Lily's daughter needed money for daycare. Each emergency was presented as life or death urgent, and I was the only solution they could come up with. I recall one especially low point when I had to cancel my son's birthday party at the trampoline park because Mom called sobbing, saying they were going to turn off the power. I used the $250 I had saved for his party and sent it to them instead. When I told my kid that we'd have to have his birthday at home with a grocery store cake, he just nodded and said, "It's okay, Mom. Maybe next year." That should have served as a wake-up signal. But Lily was pregnant again, and Mom insisted that I was the only one who could keep them afloat. This year alone, I've paid $4,800 in mortgage payments over 6 months, $3,200 for Dad's medical bills and medications, $2,100 for car repairs on both of their cars, $350 to keep their utilities from being turned off, $2,600 for home repairs after their basement flooded, $2,000 for groceries and miscellaneous expenses, and $6,500 for Lily's car when it finally died completely. That's $25,000, which I saved by working overtime, taking on freelance tasks, and basically having no social life. My own children haven't had a proper vacation in 3 years, since every extra dime goes into maintaining my parents' house from collapsing around Lily's family. What is the most aggravating part? Lily acts entitled to it. She never thanked me explicitly. When I paid for her automobile, she complained to her mother that I bought her a simple Honda instead of something finer. She stated, "If Lauren can afford to help, why can't she help properly?" When I covered their mortgage so they wouldn't lose their home, she wrote on Facebook about how family comes through when it counts, without saying that I was the family member coming through. Meanwhile, Ryan works around 25 hours per week at a gas station and spends the rest of his time playing video games in my parents' basement. Lily hasn't worked since moving back home, stating she has to focus on motherhood. As if single working mothers don't exist everywhere. The breaking point talk began months ago. I began to express to Mom that I was having difficulty keeping up with all of their financial needs. I wasn't saying no, I was simply stating that I couldn't generate money out of thin air. I suggested Lily get a part-time job once. Even 20 hours a week could help with bills. Mom's reply. Lily is dealing with postpartum depression. She can't handle the stress of working right now. Lily's postpartum sadness appeared to be highly selective. She had the energy to go shopping with friends, post on social media all the time, and arrange lavish birthday parties for her daughter, but working was too stressful. I tried talking to Dad about it, hoping he'd be more pragmatic. Dad, I can't keep covering major expenses every month. My own kids need things too. He answered. Well, Lily's kids are younger. They need more help right now. As if my 9 and 12-year-olds didn't require clothes that fit, school materials, and the odd exciting activity. But the final straw was Christmas supper. I'd been looking forward to this for weeks. My children were eager to see their grandparents and cousins. I brought a $250 ham, prepared 3 side dishes from scratch, and spent $150 on gifts for everyone. I also purchased Lily's daughter a $60 toy kitchen, which she had been requesting. Because, despite everything, I adore my niece, and it is not her fault that her mother is entitled. We arrived around 2 p.m., and everything appeared normal at first. The kids were playing, Dad was watching football, and Mom was fussing in the kitchen. But I noticed Lily was especially smug about something, and Ryan kept giving me strange looks, as if he knew something I didn't. I should have suspected something was up when Lily showed me her nails. She'd had an expensive gel manicure that morning. Early Christmas present from Mom, she said with a delighted smile. Meanwhile, I was painting my own nails with $3 drugstore polish since I couldn't justify spending money on pleasures. About an hour later, Lily approaches me in the kitchen as I'm assisting Mom with the rolls. So, Mom told me you've been struggling financially, she continues in a phony, concerned tone, loud enough for Mom to hear. I gazed at her as if she'd grown another head. Struggling? Lily, I just paid your car payment last month. Right. But Mom said you complained about money being tight when she asked for help with groceries. I had remarked that I was budgeting carefully due to the amount of money I'd been sending them, but I never complained. I simply wanted Mom to understand that I couldn't keep creating money out of thin air. I did not complain. I just said I can't. Look, I get it, Lily says, stirring the gravy with a sense of superiority. But perhaps it is time to acknowledge that some people's needs are more pressing than others. I have a child to think about. Lily, I have 2 children, and I've given you guys $25,000 this year. She genuinely rolled her eyes. It is not as if you cannot afford it. You make about twice what Ryan does. She paused, then added with a smirk. Besides, you chose to have children after your divorce. I hadn't planned for this. Hey, that comment struck me like a slap. Lily became pregnant by accident, but she had already been living rent-free with our parents for years. Her lack of planning was not my responsibility. Mom cleared her throat uncomfortably. Girls, let's not argue on Christmas. Before I could react, Mom summoned everyone to dinner. I was furious, but I tried to remain composed for the sake of the children. We all sat down, said Grace, and began eating. The ham was great, the sides were delicious, and the children were delighted. For about 20 minutes, I was able to enjoy Christmas supper. Everything was well until Mom began discussing New Year's preparations. Lily and Ryan found this beautiful cabin rental up north, Mom exclaims, her eyes light up. It'll be such a nice family getaway right on the lake with a hot tub and everything. That sounds expensive, I observed, trying to maintain a neutral tone while carving my daughter's ham. Oh, it is, Lily exclaims joyfully. But Mom and Dad are assisting us with it. They thought we deserved a proper vacation given the year we'd experienced. I placed my fork gently. Are they paying for your vacation? We're all pitching in, Dad answers quickly, avoiding my gaze. It's going to be a family trip. My stomach sank. All of us? I asked. Am I invited? The silence was terrible. Lily and Mom exchanged glances, and Ryan got very engaged in his mashed potatoes. My children looked up from their plates, sensing the tension. Well, Mom explains slowly. The cabin only sleeps 6. With Lily's family and ourselves, it's already filled. I felt like I had been hit in the stomach. So you're paying for a family vacation that excludes half of the family? It's not like that, Lily adds, waving her hand dismissively. You can afford your own trip. We cannot. Besides, you're usually so busy at work. You probably wouldn't have fun anyway. That's when something within me snapped. I can afford my own vacations because I don't spend all my money bailing out my parents and buying my sister new cars. Don't be dramatic, Mom says as her face flushes. We appreciate your help, but what? But Lily deserves a trip more than my children need to see their grandparents. But Lily deserves a cabin rental more than my children deserve new sneakers that aren't from Walmart. My daughter stared at me, puzzled. She had no idea that I had been buying at Walmart for their clothes while sending hundreds of dollars per month to maintain Lily in Target outfits. That's enough, Dad replies firmly, pointing his fork at me. This is Christmas dinner. You are being inappropriate. You're correct. It's Christmas supper. The Christmas meal. I brought the ham, created 3 dishes, and bought gifts for everyone, while you guys plan vacations I'm not invited to with money I helped you save by paying your mortgage. Lily tosses her napkin down forcefully. God, you're incredibly selfish. Not everything is about you. Can you please be happy for me for once? Selfish? I've given you $25,000 this year. Nobody asked you to, Lily exclaims, rising from the table. You actually did. You all did. Every month. For 4 years. Lily needs money for childcare. Lily needs a car. Lily needs groceries. Lily needs. Mom stands up, her face flushed from rage and embarrassment. I think you should calm down. You are ruining Christmas for everyone. She was correct about that. Lily's daughter was weeping, and my children were afraid, but I was too far gone to stop. Am I ruining Christmas? I'm not the one who organizes family holidays that exclude half of the family while living rent-free in someone else's home. That's it, Mom exclaimed. You're being harsh and jealous. Lily has been through enough this year without you hitting her at Christmas. Has Lily been through enough? What else has Lily done besides sit in your house rent-free while I pay all of her bills? What aspects of her life have been particularly difficult? Lily began crying loudly. You don't understand what it's like being a single mom. I am a single mother. I'm a single mother who works full-time and still supports half of this family. That's when Mom lost it. She began yelling about how ungrateful I was, how I was making Lily unhappy, how I was being dramatic and selfish, and how I was destroying Christmas for everyone. Dad stepped in, stating I was embarrassing them in front of the kids and should apologize. Throughout it all, Lily sat there with a contented grin, as if she was enjoying the performance. My son tugged at my sleeve. Can we go home now, Mom? His voice was low and terrified. That devastated my heart more than anything. Finally, Mom gestures to the door, her fingers quivering with wrath. If you're going to behave like this, perhaps you should go. Lily has gone through enough this year without you abusing her at Christmas. She deserves more than this jealousy. Get out, Mom urges, her voice icy. Just get out. I looked around the table once again. Dad nodded in accord. Lily was crying crocodile tears as she comforted her daughter. Ryan was still avoiding eye contact. My children were gathering their coats, preparing to flee. Are you really choosing her above your own grandchildren this Christmas? We're choosing the person who isn't throwing a tantrum at the dinner table, the mother said. She walked up and opened the front door for us. She stood there, holding it open, as my children and I collected our jackets and gifts. The cold December air surged in, causing everyone to shudder. I hope you're happy now, Lily said as we left. You ruined Christmas for everyone. Mom slammed the door behind us hard enough to rattle the windows. I stood on their front porch for a moment, holding my children's hands while they grieved, listening to muffled voices within carry on the conversation without us. Through the window, I could see Mom hugging Lily and Dad clearing our dishes from the table as if we hadn't been there. I bundled the kids into the car and drove around for 20 minutes as they wailed in the back seat, wondering why Grandma was so mean and whether we'd ever see them again. Finally, I stopped in a McDonald's parking lot and made a decision. I opened my banking app and canceled all automatic payments to my parents. The mortgage payment due on January 5th has been canceled. Dad's recurrent medical payment was terminated. The $350 monthly grocery stipend I had been sending was gone. I had set up an emergency fund for them, but it was now closed. Then I called their bank and requested that I be removed from their account's emergency contact list. I called their mortgage company and requested that my name be removed from the list of people allowed to make payments on their behalf. I called their utilities companies and canceled my credit card as a backup payment. We proceeded to McDonald's for Christmas dinner, Happy Meals and apple pies, while my kids stopped sobbing and began chatting about the gifts they received. My daughter hugged me and said, "Mom, it's okay. At least we're together." That nearly made me cry again. My phone started ringing 1 hour later. First it was Dad. "Honey, your mother is upset." She did not mean what she said. You know how she reacts when Lily cries. I instructed him to call me back when they were ready to apologize to my children for ruining their Christmas and kicking them out of their grandparents' home. Then Mom called. "You are overreacting. Come back and we'll discuss this. Lily feels horrible." I told her I was finished talking, I was finished paying, and I was done pretending that Lily's wants were more important than my children's dignity. Then Lily called, instantly crying and apologizing. She suddenly apologized. Suddenly she realized how difficult things must be for me. She suddenly wanted to make things right. "I didn't mean for this to happen," she wailed over the phone. "I just wanted everyone to get along." "You wanted everyone to get along by making sure I knew I wasn't invited to the family vacation. It was not personal. The cabin was only small." "Everything about this is personal, Lily. You've made it personal by treating me as a bank account rather than your sister. It's too late to apologize. It's too late for explanations. Too late for everything." The true catastrophe began 4 days later, when their mortgage payment bounced. Mom called, weeping. "We are going to lose our house. How could you do this to us? Lily's daughter will become homeless. The same way you threw my children out on Christmas. Easily. But we have nowhere else to go, and the cabin has already been paid for. We spent the money from the Christmas fund." "What about the Christmas fund?" "The money I'd been putting aside all year, thinking it was for family gifts. You used it to pay for a vacation that I was not invited to. Lily can obtain a job. Ryan can work full-time rather than part-time. You can acquire a job. Dad can work full-time. There are dozens of methods that do not require my money. However, Lily is battling with postpartum depression. She can't work. Lily's daughter is 3 years old. If she still has postpartum depression, she should seek professional assistance rather than a holiday cabin. You're destroying this family." "I am not destroying anything. I'm simply not funding it anymore." The calls lasted for days. Each family member took turns trying various ways. Dad attempted to guilt-trip me about Lily's daughter, as if I hadn't been indirectly supporting her for years. Lily sent lengthy texts explaining how she had learned her lesson and would be appreciative. Mom alternated between crying and yelling, occasionally calling me 5 times in one day. But the one that truly touched me was when Lily texted, "I hope you're happy. My daughter will be homeless due to your selfishness." That crossed a line I didn't even realize I had. I screenshotted the text and shared it to the family group chat, which included all of my aunts, uncles and cousins, with the following message. "Lily believes I'm selfish for not paying her rent anymore. Here's a breakdown of how much I spent this year to keep everyone housed, fed and transported." Then I listed everything. Every payment, every emergency, and every time I canceled plans with my own children because someone in the family need money. I couldn't afford my son's summer camp since Lily required daycare money. I wore the same winter suit for 3 years, because my father needed money for medical bills. I informed my kid that we couldn't afford dance classes since the family needed groceries. I wrote about a family vacation that I wasn't invited to, but paid for with money I donated. Lily had manicures while I did my own nails. She bought new clothes while my children wore hand-me-downs. The group chat was silent for an hour. Then my Uncle Mark was the first to answer. "Holy Lauren, I had no idea." My Aunt Karen asked, $25,000 in 1 year. That's more than I make in 6 months. My cousin Ethan said, "Lily, what the hell is wrong with you? How do you ask someone for money but not invite them on vacation?" My grandma Margaret, who rarely uses technology but had someone read the messages for her, stated, "I am embarrassed of all of you. That girl gave you everything, and you threw her babies away on Christmas." Suddenly the entire family understood exactly what had happened. They were aware that I had been supporting 4 other adults and a child while raising my own children alone. They were aware of the cabin vacation to which I had not been invited, despite paying the family's excursion. They knew Lily had been living rent-free while I worked extra hours to cover her parents' mortgage. My parents' expectations were not met when the family began to take sides. My Uncle Mark called my father directly that night. I know because Dad called me later, enraged. "Your uncle thinks I'm a bad father. He replied I should be ashamed of myself for kicking you out on Christmas after all you've done." My Aunt Karen called my mother. "Lily is an adult woman with a college degree. Why doesn't she work? Why does Lauren pay for everything while her own children suffer without?" My grandma Margaret had someone drive her to my parents' home. At the age of 86, she stepped up uninvited to tear into everyone. You should feel embarrassed of yourselves. That girl has given you everything, and you threw her babies away on Christmas for some lazy child who won't work. Within a week, the entire extended family had turned against my parents and Lily. The comments on Lily's Facebook post ranged from supportive to cruel. Get a job. Stop mooching off your sister. Pathetic that a 31-year-old woman can't support herself. Lily made her profile private, then erased it completely after family members began messaging her personally. My cousin's wife, whom I barely knew, wrote me a private message. I didn't realize what you were going through. If you ever need someone to keep your kid so you can take a break, please let me know. What your family did was unforgivable. Meanwhile, my folks were scurrying. They would be unable to make their home payments without my monthly donations. They attempted to obtain a loan, but their reputation was tarnished from years of late payments and financial mismanagement, which was paradoxically caused by relying on my money, rather than handling their own finances correctly. They attempted to persuade Lily and Ryan to contribute, but they only earned approximately $2,000 per month from their part-time jobs combined. Lily had never learned to budget because her large spending were usually covered by someone else. At 64, Dad returned to full-time work, accepting a physically demanding position at a warehouse that paid more than the hardware store. Mom obtained a job at a grocery shop, her first in 5 years. Lily eventually acquired a full-time job at a contact center, and Ryan began working in construction, but it was too little, too late. They lost their house in April. Lily, Ryan and their kid moved in with Ryan's parents, who reside in a small 2-bedroom apartment, and were not pleased with the arrangement. Ryan's mother called me upset. Your sister believes she can simply move in here with her drama and children. She has never paid rent in her life. My parents moved into a small rental house across town, which costs more per month than their previous mortgage. The rental is ancient and tiny, unlike the 4-bedroom house they had owned for 22 years. The entire family is suddenly working full-time for the first time in years, barely making ends meet, stressed out, and constantly bickering about money. And me? I used the money I would have spent on their mortgage to take my kids to Disney World during the summer. We slept in a fancy hotel, ate at sit-down restaurants, and bought the ridiculously expensive souvenirs without me worrying about the cost. My daughter sobbed happy tears when she met Elsa. My son rode Space Mountain 7 times in a row because we now obtained fast passes, which I could afford. We created memories rather than simply paying other people's expenses. We're going on a genuine vacation this summer, spending a week at a lake house with my college mates and their families. My children will get to play with other children. I'll be able to relax with other grown-ups, and no one will ask for money. My children have new outfits that are not from Walmart. My daughter is taking piano lessons and is quite skilled. My son joined a traveling soccer team and scored 4 goals in his first match. I'm actually saving money for their education expenses, rather than supporting 4 grown individuals who could work, but decided not to. The guilt trips continue, but they are becoming weaker. It's hard to claim that I'm selfish when everyone can see that my parents and Lily are all working and doing well. It turns out they didn't really need my money, they were just happy to accept it. I receive updates from family members, and they make me feel vindicated rather than guilty. Lily and Ryan despise living with his parents. His mother has Lily clean the bathroom and wash the dishes, which she never had to do at my parents' house because Mom did everything. They're desperately trying to save money to move out, but they keep spending it on frivolous stuff like DoorDash and new clothes since they never learned to budget well. My parents' rental home is modest and out of date, but they are able to make payments now that they both work full-time. Dad is often complaining about his back, but he manages. Mom seems to be happier at work. She's making friends with her co-workers and has something to do aside than enabling Lily. Dad's back troubles flared up as a result of his warehouse job, but instead of calling me for medical bills, he checked his insurance and discovered that the majority of them were covered. It's amazing what occurs when you strive to fix problems rather than simply asking others to pay for them. Mom keeps asking family members to talk sense into me, but no one listens anymore. Even my grandmother Margaret admonished her. You made your bed when you threw those kids out on Christmas. Now lie in it. My uncle Mark has been one of my strongest supporters. He calls me every few weeks to check in and expresses his pride that I have finally stood up for myself. I wish I'd known what was happening sooner, he jokes. I would have talked sense into them years ago. Lily took a different strategy last month. She sent me a lengthy handwritten note about how she has matured as a person and learned to value family more. She's been going to therapy through her employment insurance. Look at that, and admits she took me for granted. She wants to restore our relationship and start over. The letter was truly well written and appeared genuine. She mentioned how she now realizes how difficult it must have been for me to work full-time and help everyone else. She admitted that she had been selfish and entitled. She even apologized for the Christmas dinner event directly. I was almost moved by that. Almost. Then I read the final paragraph. I know I have no right to ask for anything after how I've treated you, but Ryan's parents have threatened to kick us out if we don't pay the first month's rent and a deposit on a new apartment. It costs a total of $24,000. I would not ask, but I don't have anyone else to turn to, and I can't leave my kid homeless. I'll repay you after we've settled. I promise. I threw away the letter before finishing it. 1 month ago, I received a call from Mom that clearly demonstrated how little they had learnt. Lily and Ryan had broken up. Apparently the stress of living with his parents and working full-time for the first time in years had ruined their relationship. Lily had moved back in with our parents and her children, and their small rental home was congested and chaotic. Dad's warehouse job was hurting his back, and Mom was struggling to keep up with her grocery store shifts because she was also watching Lily's daughter throughout the day. Lily worked at a call center throughout the day and was unable to afford daycare. We need help, Mom stated, her voice exhausted and despondent. Just temporary, just until Lily gets back on her feet and finds someone to watch her daughter. How many times have I heard temporary during the last 4 years? This is different. We have learned our lesson. Lily is now working. She's trying. Has she? Because it sounds like Lily is back where she started, living with you and relying on others to solve her problems. She is going through a divorce, she needs family support, and her daughter requires stability. She received $25,000 in help from her family. You threw away that support by prioritizing a vacation over your grandchildren's Christmas. Mom began crying. I was mistaken. We were all mistaken. Please think about Lily's daughter. She does not deserve this. She's just an innocent little girl. That nearly got me. Almost. But then I remembered my own children's expressions when they were thrown out on Christmas, and I steeled myself. Lily's daughter deserves a mother who works to support her, rather than one who expects others to pay for everything. Lily's daughter deserves stability, which means Lily must mature and establish it for herself, rather than constantly moving back in with her parents when life becomes tough. So, is that it? Are you going to let us lose everything? You've already lost everything, Mom. You lost it when you decided that Lily's comfort came before my children's dignity. The house was basically stuff. This family was what was important, and you threw it away for a holiday rental. I hung up and haven't answered their calls since. However, the story does not finish there because life continues. 3 weeks later, I received a message from Ryan's mother. Lily was dismissed from her call center job after missing too many days. Apparently, she had been phoning in sick whenever her daughter was fussing, or she was bored of being on her phone late at night. Without an income, Lily was unable to contribute to my parents' rent, and they were once again struggling. But this time, there was no one to call for assistance. The extended family had made it obvious that they were not going to tolerate Lily's actions, and I had cut off all financial support. My parents both took on extra shifts. Mom began working 6 days a week at the grocery store. Dad worked overtime in the warehouse despite his back difficulties. Lily eventually obtained another employment, this time at a fast food restaurant, because her call center experience didn't qualify her for a better position. After getting dismissed, the 3 adults and a 3-year-old living in a small 2-bedroom rented property were disorganized and stressed. My parents were fatigued from working long hours and caring for a toddler. Lily was furious about having to work a job she thought was beneath her. Everyone was continuously on edge. Meanwhile, my children and I were thriving. My daughter's piano teacher believes she has great talent and wants her to perform in a recital next month. My son's soccer team advanced to the regional championships. I was promoted at work, in part because I could work more hours without worrying about family emergencies. I began seeing someone, a beautiful guy I met through my son's soccer team. He's also a single dad. When I told him about my family situation, he was surprised. You supported so many people while raising 2 children on your own? How did you even do that? When I recounted the favoritism dynamic and how everything ended, he shook his head. My parents would never pick between their children in that way. And putting your children away on Christmas? What kind of grandparent would do that? He's correct. What kind of grandparents would choose their adult daughter's comfort over their grandchildren's feelings? What type of parents kick their children out of the house on Christmas because their mother dared to challenge their exclusion from a family holiday? My children, particularly my daughter, occasionally ask about their grandparents. She is more compassionate and forgiving than I am. I tell her the truth in an age-appropriate manner. Grandma and Grandpa made certain decisions that damaged our feelings. And until they apologize and demonstrate that they have changed, we need some space. It breaks my heart, but I refuse to teach my children that they should endure being mistreated by those who are supposed to love them. I refuse to teach kids that certain people's needs are more important than others because of partiality rather than true circumstances. My daughter requested last week whether we might send Grandma a birthday card. I told her we could build one, but we'd keep it for now, and maybe send it later when things improved. She created a picture of our family with a rainbow over it, and added, "I hope everyone can be happy again someday." I hope so, dear. However, happiness based on one individual sacrificing all for everyone else's satisfaction is not true happiness. It's just a nice deception that unravels the moment the sacrificing individual says no. The rest of the family has rallied around me and my children in ways that have shown me what strong family ties look like. We had a great time celebrating Easter with my Uncle Mark's family. There's no drama, no one asking for money, just wonderful meals and people who genuinely care about each other. His wife made sure my children received Easter baskets, and their children included me in all of the games, without prodding. My cousin Ethan's kids are the same age as mine, and they've already started arranging summer activities together. They've invited us to join their family camping trip in August. My Aunt Karen invited us to her beach cottage in July. My Grandma Margaret sends my children notes and tiny presents as a token of her admiration for my ability to advocate for myself. This is what family should feel like: reciprocal, respectful, and founded on love rather than obligation or exploitation. The most telling occasion occurred last month, when my kid required emergency dental treatment following a skateboard accident. It was going to cost $900 out of pocket, after insurance. And for the first time in years, I wasn't concerned about the cost. I had the money in my emergency fund, which was previously utilized to cover my parents' crises rather than my own. When I conveyed this to my Uncle Mark, he remarked something that really resonated with me. "That's what that money was supposed to be for all along. Your kids' emergencies, not everyone else's convenience." He's correct. That $25,000 should have been used to support my children's activities, emergency funds, and future plans. Instead, money funded my parents' unwillingness to say no to Lily, as well as Lily's refusal to mature and care for herself. I'm not sure whether my parents and Lily will ever completely realize what they lost. I am not sure if they will ever be willing to do the work required to regain trust. But I know I'm not going to risk my children's safety or my own financial security by waiting for them to figure it out. For the first time in 4 years, I'm planning for my future rather than supporting others' present. My children are thriving. I'm saving money and creating a life for myself rather than just dealing with everyone else's problems. The most recent update came from my grandmother last week. Lily lost her fast food job due to attendance concerns and is now unemployed. My parents are considering moving to a smaller apartment because they cannot pay the rental without Lily's help with expenditures. Instead of phoning me, they are trying to solve an issue. Dad is considering disability compensation for his back difficulties. Mom is thinking about acquiring a second part-time job. Lily is apparently looking for a job, but considering her track record, I'm not optimistic. The fact that they are not phoning me for rescue money demonstrates that they can work things out when they need to. They simply opted not to for years since it was easier to contact me. This Christmas, we'll be visiting my Uncle Mark's place. The kids are all quite enthusiastic. My Aunt Karen is preparing her famous cookies, and my grandmother Margaret will bring her famed Christmas morning casserole. My new partner is also invited, and my children are delighted to introduce him to the family that really matters. It will be smaller than the Christmases I grew up with, but it will be full of people who want us there, people who value what we offer to the table rather than take it for granted. People who would never abandon children on Christmas for any reason. My daughter asked me yesterday if I thought Grandma and Grandpa would be unhappy without us for Christmas. I honestly informed her that I didn't know, but that people who make painful choices must live with the repercussions of those decisions. Maybe they'll learn to make better choices, she hoped. Perhaps they will, sweetie. But until then, we'll concentrate on the family that already knows how to make good decisions. The family that prioritizes love over convenience, respect over exploitation, and children's well-being above adult comfort. And that is worth more than $25,000 any day. The last irony. I was promoted last month and received a big raise. For the first time in years, I had actual disposable income. Money that is not set aside for bills, emergencies, or other people's issues. I'm using some of it to take my children on their summer vacation. Some of it is going towards their education money. Some of it is going toward piano lessons, soccer fees, and other typical children's activities that I couldn't afford when I was supporting half the family. And some of it is going into my personal emergency fund, since I learned the hard way that you can't take care of others until you take care of yourself first. My family taught me the lesson, but not in the way they intended. I worked hard, but my parents favored my sister. When they asked for money for her, I refused. My grandparents supported me and cut them off. I believed my parents were finally treating me properly since I had shown myself, but it turned out to be nothing more than a demand for their daughter and her 6 children from 3 consecutive marriages. I grew up knowing I was not the favorite child. My parents were always more concerned about my younger sister Emma, who seemed to have endless opportunities and support no matter how many times she made bad decisions. I grew accustomed to standing on my own 2 feet. I worked hard, paid for college with a combination of scholarships and part-time employment, and eventually found a steady, well-paying job. My parents were never impressed, despite the fact that I did everything on my own. For years, I attempted to brush it off and keep going, hoping that one day they'd admire me for being independent. Meanwhile, Emma's life was a roller coaster. She married young, and her first marriage dissolved after 2 years because her husband cheated. She remarried quickly and had 2 more children, but the marriage ended when her second husband developed a gambling addiction and lost their home. Emma was on her 3rd marriage at the time I started my job, and she had 6 children ranging in age from 12 to 2. Her current spouse works part-time as a delivery driver and is attempting to launch his own business, but they are struggling to make ends meet. My folks have always been there to assist her out, paying for items here and there and making excuses for why she needs a little extra support. For a while, I was too preoccupied with my own life to get caught up in Emma's drama, but then I saw a difference in how my parents regarded me. They became more attentive, reaching out more frequently, congratulating me on my profession, and inviting me over for family dinners. I wondered if they were finally proud of me. Part of me had been hoping for this for years, and I suppose I was willing to believe they were turning a corner. Last month, they invited me to supper. At first, everything seemed normal. We talked about work and caught up on tiny family stuff, and for a brief period, I felt like a member of the family in a way that I hadn't previously. But then the topic moved. They started talking about Emma, how difficult it was for her to raise 6 children on one salary, and how my parents had done everything they could to help but were running out of money. They went on to say how fortunate I was to have a decent job and a consistent salary, that I had no one relying on me, and that I was able to contribute back to the family. Then came the shocker. They expected me to step up and take care of Emma financially. They had a comprehensive plan. First, they asked me to buy her a new 5-bedroom house because her present rental was too small for a family of 8. They wanted me to set up college funds for all 6 of her children, which they argued was only fair given that I was the only one who could afford it. They wanted me to offer her a $5,000 monthly stipend to cover basic expenses as well as seed money to start her own mommy blog business. They planned to receive approximately $2 million up front, followed by continued funding. I sat there, absolutely stunned. They weren't asking for a minor favor. This was a lifelong commitment that regarded me as Emma's financial safety net. In that moment, I recognized that their recent compassion was not because they had finally accepted me as their son, but because they regarded me as a walking ATM for Emma. I informed them that, while I was willing to assist with minor bills or in the event of an emergency, I was not comfortable taking on such a large financial burden. At that point, the family conversation shifted completely. My mother began to cry, accusing me of abandoning the family when they needed me the most, and my father labeled me selfish and ungrateful. They stated I was revealing my true colors and that they were disappointed with who I had become. The dinner finished with them storming out. I believed that would be the end of it, but I was mistaken. Within hours, Emma began assaulting my phone with texts accusing me of jeopardizing her children's future. She even had her children send me messages like, "Uncle doesn't love us anymore." It was unbearable, so I blocked their phone numbers. After a while, I couldn't believe the situation had gotten this bad, all because I refused to fund my sister's life. The next day, my grandmother, my father's mother, called me unexpectedly. Apparently, my parents had been assuring the entire extended family that their successful son would take care of everything for Emma before they even asked me. They constructed an image for everyone of Emma moving into a big new house, of all her financial troubles being resolved, and of me being the one to provide her with everything she needed. Now that I'd declined, they were facing a big wave of embarrassment because the family had expected me to come through based on my parents' premature bragging. My grandparents were appalled when they learned the complete story. They'd always assumed Emma's lifestyle was sponsored by her different spouses, and that my parents helped out because they wanted to, rather than because they'd gone into debt to support her. They were so upset by my parents' behavior that they are now threatening to remove them from their will. They informed me that they would rather leave their estate to me and my relatives, who work hard and do not take advantage of people. As the situation spread around the family, I began to get messages from relatives offering their support. Some of them admitted they had no idea how much I had been dealing with on my own and apologized for not noticing it sooner. My aunt, my mother's sister, even contacted me and apologized for not realizing how differently I was treated growing up. The family dynamics were beginning to unravel, with everyone taking sides, and my parents were not handling it well. My phone started ringing nonstop again, this time with my parents exchanging angry, nasty messages and weeping voicemails. They were upset that I was damaging their family's reputation. They once left a message telling me that I was ruining Emma's children's life and that I would come to regret this decision someday. They'd then go back to imploring me to reconsider, saying things like, "We're family, and family helps each other." All of this has made me feel like a disaster. Part of me feels bad because I was trained to believe that family comes first, and it's difficult to break free of that conditioning. But another part of me is fatigued, thinking how long I've been trying to gain approval from people who just care about what benefits them. The knowledge stings, but I know that giving in now would result in years of financial and mental exhaustion, putting Emma's demands before of my own. Now I'm here on Reddit because I honestly don't know what to do next. Do I hold firm and maintain my limits because I know it's the best thing for me, or is there a compromise I'm not seeing? I could appreciate some unbiased counsel on this problem. Update 1. The situation with my parents and sister has deteriorated beyond my expectations. Just a few days after I told my grandparents the complete tale, they weren't lying about revising their will. They actually followed through, contacting their lawyer very immediately to ensure that my parents were removed from their inheritance. My grandparents had always been the quiet, keep the peace kind, so this wasn't just surprising, it was unprecedented in our family. However, it appears that my parents' years of favoritism toward Emma were the final straw. My grandparents also went above and beyond, convening a family meeting to clear the air. They planned it over the phone so that everyone, including myself, could attend, despite the fact that I live further away. They wanted everyone to grasp exactly what was going on, and based on what they implied, I had a hunch they were going to disclose stuff I had no idea about. The meeting was attended by a few aunts, uncles and cousins, basically, anyone close enough to be affected by this. When the conference began, my grandparents wasted no time. They instantly revealed that they had been paying large sums of money to my parents for the previous many years to aid both me and Emma with our education and future aspirations. They had given my parents more than $200,000 in all, with the expectation that it would be split evenly between Emma and me. I was speechless. I'd pushed my way through college on scholarships, student loans, and various part-time jobs, fighting to manage work and classes, whereas Emma seemed to live on another planet, scarcely lifting a finger and continually being bailed out of every bad decision. All those years, I'd been doing everything on my own while my grandparents sent money that I never received. My grandparents were infuriated. They had expected the money would benefit both of us, but now that they see how my parents had spent it, they feel absolutely deceived. They'd made it clear to my parents that they wished to support both of us, but it turned out that the money had primarily gone to Emma, covering her failed marriages, rent payments, and who knows what else. They requested that my parents provide a thorough accounting of how every dollar had been spent, threatening to bring attorneys if they did not comply. For a family as secretive as ours, this was an unimaginable step, but I could see they'd been tested. In addition, my grandparents indicated that they would establish trust funds for each of their grandkids, including Emma's 6 children. However, they made it clear that the money would be carefully handled by an independent trustee and could only be used for certain purposes, such as education or healthcare. They made it clear that they did not want my parents or Emma to have access to these funds, which was a big relief. At the very least, I knew Emma's children would have a chance at a solid future without my parents depleting those accounts for other purposes. Everything exploded following the family meeting. As they began to put the pieces together, relatives began to contact me one by one. Apparently, this wasn't the first time my parents had taken money from family members in the name of assisting the kids or funding family emergencies. An aunt told me that after Emma's second marriage failed, she loaned my parents a few $1,000s, believing it was for emergency expenses. Another cousin recalls my parents asking for money around the time I went to college, claiming it was to assist me get started, but I never saw any of it. Some of them were furious, believing they had been misled about where their money had gone. Others were simply unhappy, stating they had not known how much my parents valued Emma over me. One of my cousins even showed me screenshots of discussions with my parents after I graduated from college. They had actually discouraged family from attending my graduation, stating that I wanted to keep it small and avoid a major fuss. Meanwhile, I was hoping that my family would come and celebrate with me. It felt like a gut punch to realize how much they'd consciously sought to downplay my accomplishments while continually going all in for Emma. What astonished me the most was Emma herself reaching out to me. She sent a couple long emails, each with a unique tone. In one, she tried to seem as if she had always backed me, saying how she had never known our parents' bias toward her and how she had always assumed we were close. In another, she portrayed herself as a victim of our parents' manipulation, claiming that they had blinded her to the truth about our family dynamics. But what jumped out in each communication was that she always managed to include a request for assistance during this tough period. She tried to behave as if we were now best friends, but it was evident she still wanted me to open my wallet for her. It was difficult to believe. Even after my grandparents took such severe measures to put things right, and despite the family outrage, Emma still managed to make it all about her and what she could get from me. I felt like I was seeing the same narrative over and over. She couldn't seem to grasp the concept of limits or the fact that I was tired of being a constant source of comfort. I was determined not to allow her to manipulate me back into that role. While everything was going on, my folks were busy with their own campaign. They inundated me with voicemails that ranged from violent rants to emotional appeals. In one message, my mother accused me of pulling the family apart, claiming I would regret it one day when I discovered how much I had harmed everyone. My father would then ask me to reconsider, saying we could work things out quietly and it didn't have to be such a huge deal. They even tried to guilt-trip me, telling me that I was placing my grandparents in an unpleasant situation and that I should consider how they would feel if the family divided as a result of all this. But their tactics were ineffective. My grandparents were behind me, and the rest of the family could see my parents' true colors. Some of them even contacted out to say they were proud of me for staying firm. My aunt contacted me in tears, apologizing for not noticing how differently my parents had treated me throughout the years. She said she'd always imagined I was more self-sufficient and didn't require as much assistance, but now she realized I'd been forced into that role because my parents had focused so much on Emma. As the family began to understand what I had been going through, more people came out with apologies or anecdotes about things they had noticed over the years. It was bittersweet. Part of me was relieved that the truth was finally being revealed, that others were acknowledging the sacrifices I had made on my own, but another part of me felt as if I was reliving years of pain and disappointment. All those times I felt invisible, all those times I questioned why my accomplishments didn't seem to matter so much, it all made sense suddenly. However, it did not erase the years of feeling like I was second best. The aftermath of this has been draining. My parents continue to refuse to accept responsibility for any of it. They're so concerned with the family's reputation that they can't see the damage they've done to it. This is just another disagreement that I should drop for the sake of peace, and they are trying to keep the entire thing under wraps. But I no longer feel bad for standing up for myself. I guess I'm finally seeing how crucial it is to create limits, especially with family. If I give in now, it will only mean more years of being used and taken for granted. For the first time, I feel in control of my own life. My grandparents have informed me that if my parents take this any further, they would deal with it. They've made it clear that they don't want me to feel pressured, and they've even informed me that if my parents continue to stir things up, they'll take further precautions to safeguard me. Just knowing I don't have to go through this alone has made a huge impact. Now I'm left wondering what family means at this point. All these years, I believed that being a good son and brother entailed putting everyone else first, sacrificing my own needs to ensure that everyone else was okay. But now I understand that there is a limit, and family isn't supposed to treat you like an ATM or overlook your own happiness simply because it's convenient. As things continue to unfold, I remain steadfast in my decision, but a part of me wonders if I should be doing more or approaching this differently. I'd greatly appreciate any suggestions on how to proceed. There is still so much to comprehend, and I'm trying to take it one day at a time. Update 2. My parents broke their quiet just a few days after my grandparents made their major news about the will. Instead of apologizing or acknowledging they may have gone too far, they sent a lengthy, meticulously crafted email attempting to justify every decision they had ever taken. They didn't just defend Emma, they virtually praised it, describing it as an investment because Emma had always been more family-oriented. Meanwhile, I was classified as self-sufficient and career-oriented, which they assumed indicated I didn't require as much assistance. They went on to clarify that their call for me to step in and fund Emma's life had nothing to do with money. They regarded it as even things out, giving Emma the same advantages they believed I had on my own. To add salt to the wound, they called me selfish for refusing to share my surplus wealth with my family. The email wasn't just words either. They sent a list of everything they claimed to have spent on me versus Emma. I'm talking about everything, including Emma's basic needs such as food, clothing, and housing. They mentioned her wedding expenses, property payments, and even post-divorce therapy. They even mentioned Emma's emotional assistance during her adolescent years, valuing and quantifying it. It was so ridiculous that I recognized they'd been thinking about it for a long time, most likely intending to hurl it back at me. They apparently shared this email with the entire extended family as well, aiming to present me as the selfish one. But it completely backfired. Relatives who had previously remained neutral began contacting me, appalled by what they viewed as an outlandish attempt to tax me for fundamental parenting. Some even apologized for not comprehending the kind of partiality I was dealing with. I believe my parents expected people to gather around them, but all they did was push everyone further away. In addition to this, my grandparents' lawyer became involved. My grandparents had always expected that any money they had given my parents over the years would be divided between me and Emma for our education and other essential costs. They soon discovered that the money had been spent on Emma's marriages and unsuccessful relationships. The lawyer wrote an official letter to my parents asking a thorough accounting of where the money had gone. My grandparents were prepared to take this to court if necessary, and I don't blame them. They felt betrayed, and so did I. It was like a tangled web of deception that had been growing for years, with me on the sidelines the entire time. In a strange twist, Emma's first ex-husband contacted me. He is the father of her 2 oldest children, and while we had never been close, we had remained civil. He told me that he had heard about everything and wanted to express his perspective. He confessed that when Emma became pregnant, my parents coerced him into marrying her, promising financial support as long as he followed through with the marriage. I knew they married quickly, but I had no idea my parents were that involved. Apparently, the majority of the support my parents had provided came from money they had received from my grandparents, money my grandparents had assumed was going toward Emma's and my futures. Emma's ex even apologized, claiming he regretted not standing up to them and allowing the situation to get out of control. My parents quickly noticed the email wasn't having the desired effect, so they tried to backtrack. They wrote a follow-up reply to everyone, explaining that the previous email was sent in rage and should not be taken seriously. But it was difficult to believe that reason given that their email had clearly been planned for some time. They could have printed and dispatched it as an official document, given how detailed it was. Trying to take it back now simply made them appear worse, and no one bought it. Emma had been silent for a few days following the family meeting, but she began reaching out again. Her tone had changed from guilt-tripping to more urgent. She sent a few emails, implying that she had always loved me and had no idea our parents treated us so differently. She even tried to justify her condition, stating she didn't want to burden me but was in a terrible situation with her children. Her texts became stranger, swinging between sentimental memories from childhood and reminders of how difficult life was for her with 6 children and a suffering husband. At one point, she mentioned her husband's economic difficulties and implied that her children were struggling in school due to the stress at home. It was difficult not to feel awful for Emma and her children, but I also couldn't ignore what had happened. She had known about our parents' fondness for years and took advantage of it, leaving me to fend for myself. She wanted me to come in and help her now that she was struggling. Her communications made me feel sad rather than outraged. She was my sister, and her children were completely innocent in all of this, but it was not my obligation to save her from a predicament she had helped create. More family members began sharing their stories. One of my aunts contacted me, apologizing for never saying anything when she observed things weren't fair between Emma and me. She remembered times when my parents plainly preferred Emma and ignored me, but she didn't want to get involved at the time. She also revealed that she had volunteered to help me with my college applications, but my parents declined, claiming that I had everything under control. In actuality, I was managing everything on my own, including school applications and work. My aunt admitted that she had no idea how much I had been left to manage on my own, and she felt bad for not intervening sooner. Family group chats reached a whole new level of awkwardness. Relatives began reaching out, asking if I needed anything or if they could help in any way. It was unusual to suddenly have so many people offering help and sympathy, especially because they'd never been so active in my life before. I loved their goodwill, but it became overpowering. Part of me felt like I shouldn't need their help right now. I'd already gone through the most difficult sections on my own. I mostly thanked them, wondering what else to say. Even my parents' closest friends started to distance themselves. A few people accepted their version of the story, that I was a workaholic who did not prioritize family. But after reading the email and hearing additional information, they began to see through my parents' explanations. Some even apologized, admitting they were wrong to judge me. One of them even indicated that my parents had borrowed money from them, citing family needs. They had assumed it was for necessary costs, but now they were wondering if they had been subsidizing Emma's lifestyle. Despite everything, my parents continued to push. They kept sending messages, arguing that I owed them for everything they'd done for me, that I was responsible for keeping the family together, and that my failure to support Emma was causing the family to fall apart. They claimed I was wrecking everything, damaging their reputation, and endangering Emma's children. It was frustrating because they were ignoring their own acts and pretended that none of this was their fault. For the time being, I'm not backing down. I refuse to be guilted into correcting problems that my parents caused, or to accept responsibility for Emma's decisions. It's still difficult to believe this is my family, that things have gotten to the point where I have to choose between my own well-being and what they call family loyalty. It's a lot to process, and I honestly don't know what the future holds, but for the first time, I feel like I'm standing up for myself and finally being heard. That is, at the very least, a positive step forward. Update 3. The situation has reached an unexpected conclusion. After all of the chaos and hidden issues that had surfaced, my grandparents decided to take a tough stance. They scheduled a final family gathering, this time with their lawyer present. It felt as if a chapter was coming to an end, but there were still so many wounds and unresolved feelings in the air. However, this wasn't simply talk. My grandparents had a plan, and they were not going to waste any more time. They claimed that they had not only revised their will, but were also taking quick action with their assets to avoid further abuse. For years, my parents had been living rent-free in a family-owned holiday home. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement, but my parents made it their permanent home, expecting it to be passed down to them. But that's over. My grandparents are selling the land and intend to use the funds to establish educational trusts for all of their great-grandchildren. This includes Emma's and my cousin's children. My grandparents also implemented a reorganization strategy to ensure that no more funds were diverted accidentally. They are establishing annual educational grants for any family members pursuing higher education or professional credentials. However, these monies will be administered by an impartial trustee, with no family members participating. My folks were noticeably shaken upon hearing this. Losing the free lodging was terrible enough, but the realization that they would no longer have access to my grandparents' land was a rude awakening. For once, they didn't argue, or at least realized it wouldn't help. They simply looked defeated, which was unusual for my parents given their years of pride and control. My grandparents gave them 60 days to leave the land, with no extensions. The lawyer handed them a signed document, and my parents had no choice but to comply. In a stunning turn of events, my parents admitted to certain financial errors concerning school monies supplied by my grandparents years ago. This was a tremendous revelation, and many family members were shocked. With few options left, my parents signed a formal repayment agreement. Even though I'm sure it would be difficult for them, after they leave the property, they will have to move into a small apartment and severely reduce their lifestyle. It's evident that this is a significant adjustment for them. They've lived well on family assistance for so long that I doubt they ever expected to have to budget or downsize. Meanwhile, Emma appears to have accepted the reality of the situation. Her support system is basically collapsing around her. My parents' free support is no longer available, and she can no longer rely on them to pay her expenses or bail her out if her husband's business initiatives fail. Instead of moaning or trying to guilt-trip me, she is now taking efforts to improve her own situation. She's enrolled in a vocational program for medical billing and coding, which should provide her with a consistent income and the opportunity to raise her children on her own terms. Her spouse has taken on more hours at his delivery job and appears to be making an attempt to contribute to the family's costs. Emma even sent me an email, not asking for money, but simply requesting assistance with her resume. I decided to check into it, assuming it was a little way to help without encouraging her dependence. Hearing from Emma's children has been one of the most shocking and pleasant developments. They contacted me through Emma's father, her first ex-husband. Apparently, my grandparents had planned for them to attend family therapy sessions. They'd been dealing with a lot of confusion about family dynamics and had been caught up in so much drama. Now, with the help of a therapist, they're starting to comprehend the intricate relationships and favoritism they've grown up in. The elder kids apologized for the guilt-tripping messages they had delivered when everything initially began. They said they didn't realize how much pressure their mother was placing on me, and they felt horrible about being used as pawns. I promised them everything was okay and that none of this was their fault. They were just kids, after all, and they were simply following their mother's instructions. I'm confident that treatment will help kids learn that they are not responsible for resolving the conflict amongst the adults in their lives. My parents appear to be adjusting to their new situation, but they are having difficulty totally accepting it. In one final attempt to rewrite the narrative, they began sending me random photos from my childhood, each with captions like, "Remember when we were a happy family," and "Don't forget who's been there since the beginning." I'm not sure if they're genuinely trying to make amends or if it's just another ploy to play on my emotions. Some texts describe how much they suffered to raise me, while others depict them as victims abandoned by everyone they cared about. They've also been telling anyone who will listen that the family has turned against them, presenting the situation as if they were innocent victims simply trying to help Emma. But I believe most of the family has seen through it by now. They maintain their distance, and their interactions are now courteous but distant. As for me, the entire experience has been eye-opening. I had no idea how far the favoritism extended or how much my family had been exploited over the years. My grandparents have been great throughout this process, demonstrating strength and justice that I had never appreciated before. They're taking on the role of champions for the future generation, ensuring that nothing like what happened to me and Emma happens again. The entire process has been a challenging but essential reality check. It has revealed me who actually cares about me and who only sees me as a source of financial assistance. Finally, I want to thank everyone who has supported me. Thank you and farewell. I secretly learned my fiancé's language after his mother insulted me. On our wedding day, I used it in my speech to expose her in front of everyone. I am engaged to a beautiful man. He's not from around here. He came to this nation for college, which is where we met. We were in the same program. He's the kindest and most kind guy I know. He always treats me with such love and respect. I couldn't ask for a better spouse. We get along well, and things are usually rather easy between us. I'm head over heels for him. The issue, and it's a major one, is his mother. She doesn't like me, and that has been clear from the beginning. I've tried to be polite and considerate. I've attempted to get to know her, but nothing seems to work. I believe, and my fiancé concurs, that it is because I am white. His mother wished he would marry someone from their own nation. It's not just that she disapproves. She intentionally makes me feel uncomfortable, which is quite difficult. It puts a strain on things, even if my fiancé and I are content. It's like a perpetual shade over our relationship. The first time I met his parents was a complete mess. We went over to their place for dinner, and his mother snubbed me the moment I came in. I tried to say hi and be nice, but she refused to acknowledge me. It was as if I wasn't even present. My fiancé did his best to involve me in the conversation, but his mother refused to speak with me at all. Despite the fact that I knew she spoke English, she spent the entire evening speaking only in her own tongue to her son and husband. It left me feeling quite uneasy and out of place. My fiancé, and even his father, was uneasy about the whole thing. Dinner itself was really silent and tense. I felt like I was invading a private family moment, despite the fact that I was only supposed to be a visitor. I didn't just feel excluded from the talk. I also felt physically separated from them at the table. To make matters worse, as I reached for one of the plates, she took it away and served it to her husband and kid first, ensuring that I was the last to receive anything. My fiancé was very horrified. He apologized repeatedly on the way home. He kept expressing how awful her behavior was, and how sad he was that I had to go through it. He promised me that if things didn't improve, we would have less contact with her. He didn't even wait for my response before apologizing and defending myself. He appeared to be as upset as I was, if not more so. The entire meeting was unpleasant, and it gave me a good indication of what I was in for. Of course, even after that dreadful first meeting, I had to see his mother on several occasions. It was his birthday, and he wanted to celebrate with his family, including me. I understand how much he loves his family. Each time, I found myself battling my own emotions. I wanted to be there for my spouse, but I was afraid to go. I hoped things would improve, but she remained as cold and disinterested as before. It became a pattern. She would point to my hair, features, or clothes and make comments in her home tongue before laughing. It was clear she was making fun of me. She once pointed at my hair and commented on how it resembled a bird's nest. Then she inquired loudly if I even knew how to care for myself, before laughing again. My fiancé became very defensive and began arguing with her. But when I asked him what she was saying, he simply brushed it off and attempted to change the conversation. Later, he revealed that his mother had made a comment about my huge nose and pale skin. He clearly did not want to repeat the hurtful things she was saying. I felt that I was not only being ostracized, but being picked on, which was quite terrible. It's not like I'm a terrible person. I actually think I'm a very decent catch. I'm not trying to brag, But I am considered attractive. I was the valedictorian of my college class, and I actually have a better earning job than my fiancé. It isn't about the money, but it demonstrates that I am responsible and hardworking. We divide all of our expenses. I offer him nice gifts, and I've even started learning to prepare his favorite cuisines from his native country. I am doing my best to demonstrate my dedication to him. I also actively endeavor to simplify our home life. I do a lot of the housework and errands to show him that I'm a partner in all aspects of life, not just the fun stuff. I really tried to win over his mother as well. I purchased Christmas gifts for both her and his father. I gave them a lot of thought, trying to locate items they could enjoy, but we were never invited to their Christmas festivities. His father is usually kind to me, which I much appreciate. The issue is primarily with his mother. It seems like no matter what I do, it is never enough. I recall giving his mother a very fine scarf, and she looked at it with hatred and threw it away. Later, I overheard her telling someone else that it was cheap and ugly, which matched my tastes. Things like that truly appeal to me. It's not limited to his parents' house. At larger family gatherings, such as parties or weddings, she does the same way. She'll scowl at me from across the room before whispering to other relatives, pointing at and discussing me. If I try to approach her, she simply ignores me and walks away. It's so obvious, yet so degrading. It's not like she's hiding anything. She makes a point of physically turning away from me, letting everyone know that she rejects me. I noticed her at one party complimenting another relative's daughter-in-law, remarking how nice and conventional she was, all while utterly ignoring me. It felt as if she was trying to demonstrate to everyone how much superior this other woman was than me simply because she was from the same nation as them. What's more annoying is that I know she speaks English fluently. She is a kindergarten teacher, therefore she has to. She purposefully speaks in her native language to exclude me, making me feel like an outsider in my own fiancé's family. It's as if she utilizes language barriers as a weapon. I recognized that if I truly wanted to connect with my fiancé on a deeper level, I needed to better grasp his culture, including his language. I wanted to be able to share that aspect of his life with him. I figured it would bring us closer. I chose to study his original language. I intended to keep it a secret from him. I anticipated surprise him one day by engaging in a lengthy conversation in his language. I wanted to see the expression on his face. I wanted him to know how much I cared. So I truly dedicated to studying the language. I spent 5 months working on it virtually every day. I looked up every resource I could find online, including YouTube videos and language study programs. I practiced speaking aloud, hoping to get the pronunciation correct. I focused on being able to hold a conversation rather than just acquiring a few phrases here and there. My major motivation was to communicate with and surprise my fiancé. But, to be fully honest, a part of me wanted to know exactly what his mother was saying about me. And, well, I began to understand. It wasn't easy, but after a few months, I was able to understand more of what Mom was saying at family events or when she thought I wasn't listening. I pretended I didn't comprehend anything around her. I just stayed quiet and listened. And what did I hear? It was devastating. It was far worse than I had imagined. All the little comments, murmurs, and laughing were so cruel and intimate. I recall when my fiancé informed his mother that we were engaged. We were in the car, and he had her on loudspeaker. She instantly began ranting about how he was marrying a white woman and how their ancestors would be rolling in their graves. The phrase "rolling in their graves" made me feel as if I was doing something wrong just by existing. It felt greater than just her dislike for me, like I was going against years of tradition. She stated she was having trouble accepting me. Then she said that if he had to marry a white lady, she wished he had selected someone more homely. She claimed I was too modern to be a decent mother. My fiancé, of course, defended me, but she would not stop. She acknowledged as much. She'll probably raise our grandchildren to be spoiled and disrespectful, unlike children raised in our culture. She's completely unfit to be a mother in our family. That one really hurt. Later, when we went to see his parents to start talking about wedding plans, his father was overjoyed for us. You could feel it on his face. But what about his mother? She was as disapproving as always. While we were there, she began ranting in her own language at my fiancé and his father. But this time, I got everything. She was wishing my fiancé would reconsider the marriage, claiming that an astrologer had foretold a black hole in the family because of me, and that I was infertile. She began fussing about how many of my white relatives would attend the wedding and even recommended removing people from my guest list. My fiancé declined, and they had a heated disagreement. I just stood there, crushed, and knew exactly what she was saying. To top it all off, she lied to my father-in-law, stating I had been bragging about how much more money I made than my fiancé, in an attempt to make me appear terrible. It was all so unfair and untrue. I thought wedding dress shopping may be a good bonding experience, so I invited my future mother-in-law, as well as my mother and sister, to join me. I was hoping it would be an opportunity for us to connect and have a good day together. It proved to be anything but that. She was terrible. She made a critical comment about every dress I tried on. She'd roll her eyes, make passive-aggressive comments, and basically make me feel bad. What is the worst part? When I discovered a dress that I simply adored, I felt lovely wearing it. My mother and sister were in tears, telling me how beautiful I looked. What about my potential mother-in-law? She simply looked at me and exclaimed in her native language that it was horrible. I completely understood her. My mother and sister were swooning over me, telling me how beautiful I looked, while his mother kept picking on every dress. It was such a striking contrast. I was surrounded by affection, but I could feel daggers being flung my way. And it wasn't just what she said, but how she said it. She was deliberately attempting to destroy a good time for me. I walked to the restroom briefly, and while I was gone, she began insulting my body in front of my sister. She remarked the clothes didn't fit me well and made other disparaging remarks. I tried to keep it together. However, I ended up crying in the dressing room. It wasn't just sadness, it was fury, frustration, and everything. All of my efforts to be kind seemed to be in vain. It was a moment when I felt absolutely defeated. I kept questioning myself why I was even trying. After that day at the dress shop, I couldn't take it anymore. I knew I couldn't keep letting her abuse me like this. But I didn't want to just yell at her or start a fight. I wanted something more meaningful. I wanted her to understand how much she had hurt me. So I started thinking about the wedding, and then I got this thought. What if I embarrassed her in front of everyone? I understand it sounds horrible. But after everything she'd put me through, I felt I deserved to give her a taste of her own medicine. I intended to punish her once and for all. But then I started to question myself. I'm going to you, Reddit. Would I be the a-hole if I went ahead with this? Update 1. Wow. Thank you very much for your comments and recommendations. I sincerely appreciate all of the encouragement and humor. It's made me feel a lot less alone in this circumstance. I wanted to clarify a few points based on some of the comments I've seen. First and foremost, I want to make it clear that my fiancé has always stood up for me. He's been tremendously helpful since the beginning. He confronts his mother when she is disrespectful, and he always comforts me when I am unhappy. He is genuinely my rock, and I could not ask for a greater companion. I want everyone to know that he is completely on my side in all of this. He's not enabling her conduct. He's actively opposing it. What about my potential mother-in-law? I suppose the simplest way to characterize her is as a cruel old woman. I don't believe she is particularly racist in a wide sense. I believe she has an issue with me specifically. It is personal. She wanted her son to marry someone from her own background, and I didn't fit the bill. I want to make it obvious that all of this is coming from her. It is not a reflection of her culture or community. I've read requests to report her to the school where she works, but I'm not going to do so. I do not want to ruin her career. I might be furious and hurt, but I don't want to get to that level. Her issue is with me specifically, and it is not fair to punish her professionally for something that occurred in our personal lives. I just want to deal with this situation directly and without inflicting any needless damage. Update 2. Hello again, everyone. I'm writing from my honeymoon. We're blissfully married. I wanted to give you all an update because I've received so many messages and requests. We've been celebrating our love and, let's just say, a little sweet revenge. The wedding day has finally arrived. Everything was gorgeous, and I was overjoyed to be marrying the love of my life. When it came time to deliver speeches, I decided to try something unusual. I began in English, thanking all of our friends and families for being there to celebrate our momentous day. Then, I switched to my husband's native tongue. You should have seen the expressions on everyone's faces, particularly my husband and his family. They were completely shocked. I could see my husband's eyes tear up. I thanked his family in their native language for welcoming me, though in my mother-in-law's case, this wasn't quite true at the moment. But I was building toward something. I explained to them that studying their language was my wedding gift to my husband, a way for me to show him how much I loved him and cherished his culture. He was so moved that he came over and kissed me in the middle of his speech. Then I focused my attention on his father. I thanked him again, in his original tongue, for his generosity and genuine warmth. And then I turned to face my mother-in-law. I thanked her sarcastically for her rejection. I told everyone, in her own tongue, about all of the insults, attempts to exclude me, and nasty things she had said and done. I told them about the heinous insult she made regarding my wedding outfit. I explained how she informed everyone that I was infertile. I could see her face growing redder and redder. She was obviously embarrassed. I continued. I also want to publicly address the false claim my mother-in-law made about me bragging about my income. I replied that this was a pure fiction, intended to make me appear bad in front of her family. She was complete rubbish and a piece of garbage that had been picked up from a dumpster. After discussing the specifics of what my mother-in-law had done, I extended the message. Still speaking in her own tongue, I stated that skin color and ethnicity should not be considered when it comes to love. I emphasized how much effort I had put into learning their language and adopting my husband's culture, since it was vital to me to be involved in all aspects of his life. Then I explained how my mother-in-law's behavior, her isolation and degrading remarks, had only served to widen the distance. I looked at her straight and calmly warned her that if her behavior persisted, she would have no access to any future children we might have. I made it clear that I would not tolerate my children being subjected to such hatred and discrimination. My hubby was really proud of me. He subsequently told me that he had never felt greater love for me than in that moment, when I stood up for myself and our future. I simply ignored my mother-in-law for the remainder of the evening. I did not want to satisfy her with any more replies. She, on the other hand, was visibly enraged. She began arguing with my father-in-law and husband. Eventually, she stormed away. My husband stated he was confident she would think twice about disrespecting me again. But the nicest part was the reaction of other relatives. Many of them approached me afterwards, complimenting my language skills and expressing how thoughtful it was of me to learn their language. They told me how much this meant to them. For the first time, I felt like I belonged. That I was a true member of the family. I thoroughly loved the remainder of the wedding and had a strong sense of empowerment. I believe I proved my point and received the vengeance I sought. I felt as if a big weight had been lifted. Update 3. Hello again, everyone. We just returned from our honeymoon, and I had a lot of voicemails from my mother-in-law. My husband indicated he would support anything I decided to do, whether I called her back or ignored her entirely. Honestly, my first thought was to ignore the calls. I was still upset and angry, and I wasn't sure if I was prepared to talk to her. But, after some thought, I decided to give her one last shot. I called her back, and we decided to meet. When I saw her, she appeared different. She was nervous and appeared apologetic. Then, for the first time, she issued an official apology. She stated that she was really angry after the wedding, specifically after my speech, but that she had some time to contemplate. She stated that a number of relatives had called her out on her behavior, which made her realize how terribly she had acted. She stated that she had treated me harshly and unfairly. She recognized that I had made a genuine attempt to embrace their culture, learning the language and all. She made no particular apologies for the worst things she had said, such as calling my clothing awful or claiming I was infertile. That bit was somewhat skimmed over, which I noticed. But it was a general apology, and it appeared honest. She added that my husband is her only kid and that she has always been quite protective of him. She stated that she had always imagined him marrying someone from their home country, and that she struggled to accept me since I did not fit her expectations. She apologized for making me feel uncomfortable and pledged to be more tolerant. I calmly listened to what she said before accepting her apology. I told her I wanted to move on and try to improve our relationship. I admired her candor and willingness to attempt to change. However, I made it plain that I had some doubts. It's not like everything is instantaneously fine now. This is more of a cautious step forward, and while I'm hopeful she'll change, I'm not completely persuaded. After the apology, we actually began talking, albeit in her native tongue. She told me stories of my husband when he was a little boy, and it felt good, like we were finally connecting, perhaps for the first time. I could tell she was trying, so I decided to try too. There were still some little issues, such as her avoidance of staring me directly in the eye for too long, which suggested she wasn't totally at ease yet. Then there was one time when I prepared supper and she tried to compliment me, but it came off as a little backhanded. She said, "This dish is actually quite good, for a white person's attempt. It's almost as good as how we make it." It was better than an insult, I suppose, but it still had a sting to it. I understand that this upgrade may not meet everyone's expectations. Some of you undoubtedly wanted me to cut her off totally or continue the feud, but I believe I made my point at the wedding. I stood up for myself and told her, in front of everyone, that her actions were unacceptable. Right now, all I want is a drama-free family life. I want to move forward with enthusiasm and give this a genuine shot to be a new beginning. I believe her own family's reaction was what finally convinced her to rethink her mind. She claimed that many relatives called her after the wedding to tell her she was in the wrong. I believe she eventually recognized how biased and unfair she had been. But, and this is key, I understand how difficult it is to break old habits. I am giving her the benefit of the doubt. I am willing to try, but one incorrect move, one return to old rudeness, and the truce will be broken. I will not hesitate to defend myself again if necessary. I hope for the best. We'll see how this goes. My spouse and I deserve to live happy and tranquil lives, therefore let us pray for that. So, that is where things stand. My mother-in-law and I had a heart-to-heart and are ready to try to start over. I will keep you all updated. I have big news for everyone. I am pregnant. My husband and I are very pleased to begin this new chapter in our life. We can't wait to meet our little one. And I am pleased to say that my relationship with my mother-in-law has continued to improve. Our relationship has undergone a significant positive adjustment. She is a lot more accepting and friendly to me now. She genuinely spends time with me, offers to help with things, and even gives me advice, some of it unsolicited, of course, but I'll accept it. I attempt to reciprocate by being understanding and upfront with her. Both my mother and mother-in-law have been wonderful. They both check in on me on a frequent basis to ensure that everything is going well. They've even worked together to help us set up the baby's nursery. It's lovely to see them bond like that. We actually feel like we're forming one huge, joyful family. However, there are still small reminders that things are not perfect. We were talking about baby names the other day, and I suggested a few that I thought were cute. My mother-in-law scoffed and said, "Those sound so American, wouldn't you want something a little more cultured?" It was a minor remark disguised as a suggestion, but it still hurt a little. It's as if those old biases are still present, just below the surface. My husband continues to be extremely supportive. He's relieved to see his mother making an effort, and he's as excited about the baby as I am. What about my father-in-law? He has been wonderful. He's building a baby rocker for the nursery and has already promised to build a treehouse for the little one when they grow up. I am deeply grateful for his love and support. Overall, things are significantly better than they were before. I'm optimistic about the future and hope that my relationship with my mother-in-law will continue to improve. I'm looking forward to a future full of love, and hopefully, no more drama. Everyone seems to be in a much better mood right now. We're very excited about our little one. At Thanksgiving, my sister discovered I had $12 million and my family demanded I give it to her, claiming she deserved it more. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Using a throwaway for obvious reasons, with certain specifics modified to preserve anonymity. So I'm Sarah, 38, female, and I need to get this off my chest. Do you know those family dynamics in which one child can do no wrong while the other appears to be invisible? Yes, welcome to my life. Everything was very typical until I was 8. I was an only kid, and while my parents were not particularly warm and fuzzy, they were present, I suppose. Mom would help me with my homework, and Dad would occasionally take me fishing on Lake St. Clair. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but we were fine. Then came the night that would change everything. I recall my Aunt Kelly showing up at 2 a.m. and telling me to pack a suitcase because Mom was in the hospital. My sister, Rachel, was on her way, but something was wrong. She wasn't meant to arrive for another 2 months. The following few weeks were a flurry of hospital visits and hush chats. Rachel was really little. She looked like one of my baby dolls, but with all these tubes and cables, I wasn't allowed to touch her or get too close. That was the first time I felt it, an invisible wall forming between me and the rest of my family. When they eventually brought Rachel home, our house turned into a sterilized bubble. Mom had an obsession with germs. I'm talking industrial strength disinfection throughout, hand sanitizer stations in each room, and constant cleaning. The harsh odor of bleach still causes me distress to this day. But here's the bit that really messed me up. Whenever I showed the slightest symptom of illness, I was whisked off to either Grandma Marie's or Aunt Kelly's house. I mean every time. Sneeze once, pack your bags. A mild cough, you're off to see Grandma. At first, I thought it was enjoyable. Grandma Marie would make cookies, and Aunt Kelly had a fantastic collection of Nancy Drew books that I was working my way through. But children are not stupid. After a while, you begin to understand what is actually going on. You are not being sent away on adventures, you are being handled as a threat. As if your entire existence could damage your beloved sister. I tried everything to gain their attention in a healthier manner. Honestly, everything? Got all A's? Mom would scarcely look up from Rachel's most recent doctor's appointment calendar. Won first prize in the scientific fair with a project about renewable energy. Dad just asked if I could store the display board in the garage since Rachel is allergic to cardboard dust. Is this even a thing? The real kicker came when I was 12. For months, I'd been practicing for the school talent show, teaching myself to perform Bridge Over Troubled Water on the piano. I know it's a little too obvious. Rachel had a 99.1 degree Fahrenheit fever on the night of the show. Guess who did not have anyone in the audience? Meanwhile, 2 weeks later, the entire family, including both sets of grandparents, attended Rachel's 15-minute flute recital, during which she essentially killed hot cross buns. Rachel immediately learned how to use the system. By the age of 7, she had outgrown any real health difficulties, but that didn't stop her from performing. Headache? Must remain home from school. Feeling tired? Someone else, guess who, should perform her tasks. Worried about a test? Mom would literally call the school to have the deadline extended. I began spending more and more time in my room, immersed in books about art history and antiques. It's funny how life works out sometimes. My room became my sanctuary, mostly because Rachel claimed she was allergic to my lavender air freshener, so it was the only place she wouldn't go. Do you know what is actually wrong? When she pretended to be sick, a part of me felt grateful. At the very least, I'd be taken to Grandma Marie's, where someone would ask about my day or be interested in what I was about. Grandma was the one who sparked my interest in vintage jewelry. She had an incredible collection of costume pieces that she let me organize and catalog. I suppose I should have regarded it as prophetic. The worst thing wasn't even the clear favoritism. It was how they rewrote history to excuse their actions. Rachel just needs more attention because she had such a rough start. Sarah's always been so independent. Sarah understands that her sister has special needs. Number I did not comprehend. I was a child who didn't understand why having a good immune system made me less deserving of love. Looking back, I can see how these years shaped me. The persistent message that I was somehow unsafe or inconvenient to be around doesn't just go away. But hey, at least it taught me to be self-sufficient. When no one checks your homework or cares about your triumphs, you quickly learn to be your own cheerleader. High school, the majority of people either loved or loathed it. Me, I regarded it as a ticket out. While Rachel was establishing her drama empire in middle school, I was laying the groundwork for my own escape. And let me tell you, nothing inspires you to accomplish more than knowing that no one will do it for you. Remember how I said I spent hours sorting Grandma Marie's jewelry collection? That taught me a valuable lesson: the need for systematic organization and attention to detail. In high school, I approached everything with the same perspective. My desk at home resembled something out of an organization magazine: color-coded notes, meticulously organized study plans, and everything had its place. Rachel teased me about it, calling me Rain Man. Very great, sis. But here's the thing about being invisible: no one is monitoring your failures or successes. So do whatever the heck you want. I joined every club that would not interfere with my part-time employment at Carson's Diner. Thank you to Carol, the owner, for remembering my birthday when my own parents had forgotten. Debate team? Check. Who is the National Honor Society president? Check. Who is the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper? Check. The debate team was when I truly found my voice. There's something quite rewarding about shattering someone's argument while maintaining complete composure. It also taught me how to negotiate, which I didn't realize at the time but would be useful later. I've won states twice. Rachel had major soccer games, therefore my parents were unable to attend both competitions. She was on the C team, did not even play. The game changer the junior year was when things truly became interesting. I took the SAT and received a flawless score. Not like, oh, pretty good, perfect. I mean, perfect. 1600. You know how many people receive that? Less than 1%. I remember staring at the results screen for almost 20 minutes, convinced it was an error. I rushed home to tell my parents. I realized this is stupid. Mom was in the kitchen assisting Rachel with her English homework. The conversation went something like this. My reaction: Mom. Look, I got a perfect SAT score. Mama. That's nice, honey, but can you keep it down? Rachel's trying to concentrate. She has a big test tomorrow. Rachel, you're correct. Yeah, some of us actually have to study, Miss Perfect. She said. Rachel, sweetie, don't stress. You're just a different kind of learner. I still have the hard copy of those SAT results someplace. Never got pinned on the fridge. But Rachel's C+ in English? That infant received primo refrigerator real estate, complete with a "we're so proud of you" magnet. College applications. The college application procedure was interesting. I applied to 15 schools without informing anyone. I wrote all of my own essays, gathered my own recommendations, and handled all of the financial assistance paperwork myself. My guidance advisor, Mr. Chen, was the true MVP. My parents were too busy to help me with the FAFSA, so I stayed late after school. Then acceptances began to arrive. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Michigan, and each one comes with a scholarship offer. I stored them all in a locked box under my bed, knowing what would happen if Rachel discovered them. They'd suddenly shifted their focus entirely to her. But if Sarah goes to Harvard, I'll be all alone. Or some nonsense like that. The day I received my full ride offer from UMich, Rachel joined JV cheerleading. Guess which one was celebrated with a family feast? Hint, I had microwave mac and cheese in my room while they went to Olive Garden. But, you know what? The scholarship was my golden ticket. Tuition, lodging and board are all included, as is a book allowance. I could finally leave that house, where I was either invisible or inconvenient. The day I received my acceptance package, I went to my favorite spot in the local library, a fourth-floor window seat overlooking the park, and grieved for an hour. Not sad tears. There were tears of relief. When I told my parents at supper that I was going to UMich, they were ecstatic. He said, "Michigan? But that's so far. What if Rachel needs you?" She replied, "I hope you're not expecting us to help with expenses. Rachel's cheerleading competitions are very costly." Rachel is crying. "Oh my God, finally. Can I have your room? I need space for my TikTok videos." The summer before college I worked double shifts at Carson's Diner to save money. Carol, bless her heart, always gave me additional tips and made sure I got to take home leftover pie at the conclusion of my shifts. She also taught me a vital skill, how to recognize genuine people in a society full of fakes. "Baby," she'd tell me, "in diners and in life, the ones making the most noise usually have the least to say." Move-in day at Michigan? My folks couldn't attend because, surprise, Rachel had a cheerleading competition. Aunt Kelly drove me instead, helped me set up my dorm room, and gave me a $500 envelope. "Your Grandma Marie wanted you to have this," she told me. "She's so proud of you." Later, I learned that Grandma had been saving that money from her Social Security checks for months. That first night in my dorm room, I promised myself, I was going to create such a wonderful life that being overlooked would be inconceivable. Not for vengeance. Nothing to prove to my family. But what about the 8-year-old girl who used to get sent to Grandma's house for sneezing? College and the beginning of something new. College went by in a flurry of all-nighters, instant ramen, and heavenly independence. I graduated summa cum laude from the University of Michigan. Not that my folks noticed. They were too busy helping Rachel transfer to her third college in 2 years. But this is where the plot takes an unexpected turn. I got an entry-level job at Everett and Phillips Auction House in Detroit. I won't use the real name for obvious reasons, but if you're in the business, you probably know who I'm talking about. A genuine high-end establishment, many old money clients, that type of transaction. I began with their estate sales business, which involved documenting the belongings of wealthy individuals after their deaths. Not exactly glamorous, but it paid the bills. The breakthrough. My first several months were very standard, logging countless china sets, categorizing vintage furniture, and so on. Next followed the Kingston estate. Mrs. Kingston was an elderly widow who had died with no children, leaving behind what everyone assumed was a huge collection of costume jewelry. Rooms filled with the material? This is where those hours at Grandma Marie's came in useful. I'm looking through this stack of jewelry when something catches my attention. It's an Art Deco brooch. Nothing really showy, yet something about it felt different. The weight was unsuitable for costume jewelry. The clasping mechanism was far too complex for a copycat. I believe I spent my whole lunch break that day researching old jewelry markers and signatures. I ended up staying late at the office to use the company's membership to several antique jewelry databases. The more I looked, the more certain I got that this was not costume jewelry. It was the real stuff. Problem was, I was the new girl. Nobody would believe me if I claimed we had a potential treasure on our hands. So I did what the debate team taught me. I meticulously prepared my argument. I spent 2 weeks during lunch breaks and evenings learning everything I could about Art Deco jewelry authentication. I even used some of my pitiful excuse for savings to pay for an online gemology course. Finally mustered the guts to approach my boss, Mr. Harrison. I brought the entire presentation, which included comparative images, historical documentation, and the works. The conversation went something like this. My response: "Sir, I think we might have something significant in the Kingston collection." Harrison, scarcely looking up from his phone, says, Sarah, we've already cataloged those as costume pieces. You are correct. I know, but look at these maker's marks. They match perfectly with Cartier's 1925 signatures. Harrison, finally paying attention. Where did you learn all of this? My reply was, I did some research. Long story short, the costume brooch sold for $47,000 at auction. It turns out that it was part of a limited collection created for some European set in the 1920s. But here's the real kicker. Harrison started to trust me after that. He began giving me other artifacts to authenticate. Suddenly, my pointless pastime of sorting antique jewels acquired real significance. I devoted myself to learning everything I could about vintage jewelry. I took every online course I could afford. I spent weekends at estate sales, researching items. Even began a small notepad to document various authentication procedures. My apartment looked like a jewelry scholar's fever dream, with walls covered with printouts of vintage hallmarks and certification guidelines. The auction house started getting results. I was discovering important items that others had overlooked, developing contacts with collectors, and knowing the market. My commission checks became larger. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving, I was also saving money. Family? Still remarkably uninterested. At Sunday dinners, which I still went to like a fool, the discourse went like this. Mom. Sarah's still at that antique shop, right? This is me. Auction house, and yes. Actually, I just authenticated a rare Tiffany piece. Rachel interrupts. Oh my God, speaking of jewelry. You guys have to see this charm bracelet I bought at the mall. But I didn't care anymore. For once in my life, I had discovered something wholly mine. Something I was actually excellent at. Something unrelated to being Rachel's sister or family disappointment. The Rothschild collection. Then came the Rothschild collection. This was about 2 years into my employment at the auction business. A massive estate. Old money family. There's a lot of buzz in the industry. I was part of the team that cataloged their jewelry collection. And that's when I noticed it. A fairly commonplace Art Nouveau piece that everyone else had missed. I spent 3 days investigating it. I barely slept. It turned out to be a piece from a famous French jeweler's private collection, which was supposed to have been lost during World War II. When it sold at auction for $238,000, Harrison summoned me to his office. I believed I was being promoted. Instead, he said something that completely changed the situation. Sarah, you're wasting your talent here. You should be running your own authentication business. Initially, I shrugged it off. Me? Start a business? With what money? However, the notion took root. I began doing modest freelance authentication projects on the side. Word spread that I had a terrific site. Private collectors began contacting us directly. One night, I was sitting in my modest apartment, surrounded by jewelry manuals and authentication tools that I had gradually accumulated, when I had an epiphany. This is something I could actually do. I could create anything on my own. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I took out a large debt against my car. I emptied my savings account. I rented a small office space in a less desirable area of town. People believed I was insane. Perhaps I was. I transformed a storage room above a Chinese restaurant that was about the size of a college dorm room. The rent was low because it always smelled like Kung Pao chicken, and the Wi-Fi only functioned if you sat in the corner by the window. But it was mine. The struggle. The first few months were interesting, and by interesting, I mean scary. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. with cold sweats, calculating how many months till my savings ran out. Loan payments felt like a rope around my neck. My office furnishings comprised of, I purchased a card table from Goodwill. A chair I literally found on the curb. Don't worry, it was thoroughly cleaned. However, in the world of high-end jewelry, reputation and contacts are everything. And my experience at the auction house provided me with both. I started small by doing authentication work for local antique dealers. My fees were lower than the larger organizations, but my attention to detail was becoming known. Word spread. 6 months later, a watershed moment occurred. A dealer I had dealt with at the auction house inquired about a collection of Victorian-era brooches. The owner requested confirmation before selling. It turned out to be a massive collection, with pieces from 3 generations of families. I worked on it for 2 weeks straight, rarely sleeping and documenting everything. I discovered 2 extremely rare pieces that had been misinterpreted as later replicas. The owner was so delighted with my detailed analysis that she not only paid my fee, but also offered me a 10% commission when the piece sold. Was that a commission? $86,000. More money than I had earned in the preceding 2 years combined. Suddenly, my phone rang. A lot. Private collectors have heard about my knack for finding missed pieces. Estate lawyers seeking advice on inherited jewelry. Even my previous auction house began sending me authentication work. I'm quite sure Harrison was secretly helping spread the news. Thanks, boss. Scaling up. By year 2, I'd hired my first employee, Jenny, a fresh gemology graduate who reminded me much too much of myself at that age. She was extremely intelligent, yet she was neglected since she was quiet. She is now my head of authentication and is well worth her weight in gold. The firm expanded quicker than I could have predicted. Moved to a proper office downtown, goodbye, Kung Pao chicken odor. Created a team of specialists. I've earned a reputation for finding misplaced items. You wouldn't believe how many important historical jewelry items get misinterpreted as costume jewelry in people's attics. Keeping it secret from my family. However, success came with its own set of obstacles. The bigger we became, the harder it became to keep it a secret from my family. They still thought I worked in an antique shop. Rachel would make these sarcastic remarks during family dinners. Rachel asks, "Sarah, I have some old jewelry I was going to donate to Goodwill. Maybe your little shop would want it?" Me, having just authenticated a $1.2 million Fabergé item that morning. "Sure, I'll look into it." Mom continues to introduce me to everyone as my other daughter. She works with old jewelry or something. Meanwhile, I was quoted in Forbes, luckily under my company name, and we had recently built our third office. What's strange about it? Keeping the secret became almost enjoyable, like this private joke with myself. I'd sit at Sunday dinner in my Target discount outfit, really Chanel, listening to Rachel speak about her entry-level marketing job, knowing I'd just closed a deal for more than her annual income. I even started playing tiny games with myself, such as wearing authentic Harry Winston pieces to family gatherings and seeing whether anyone noticed. They never did. Rachel once spent 20 minutes showing off her expensive $200 Michael Kors watch. I was wearing a vintage Patek Philippe that cost more than her automobile. Managing growth. However, the real challenge was managing growth. By year 5, we'd established offices in Detroit, Chicago, and New York. I spent more time on airplanes than in my own bed. We built a reputation for discretion. It turns out that many wealthy people want their jewels verified without the rest of the world knowing. The money was enormous. For example, we needed to hire a large team of financial advisors. Nonetheless, I maintained a relatively modest lifestyle. I purchased a nice, but not flashy house in a desirable neighborhood. I drove a high-end, but not obvious car. The only place I truly splurged? My home office. Advanced authentication equipment. The most effective security system money can buy. A custom-built vault to make Fort Knox envy. What's with the irony? They believed I was being frugal by aiding them. Mom would remark things like, "It's so sweet of Sarah to help out. She must be eating nothing but ramen to manage it." Meanwhile, I had just validated a collection, which earned me a commission greater than their mortgage. You know what's strange about success? The more you have, the more difficult it is to explain to others who have always perceived you as inferior. It's like explaining color to someone who has only seen black and white. They lack the necessary context. By this stage, my company was doing really well. We had the Midwest's high-end jewelry authentication industry cornered, and our reputation was solid gold, pun intended. But every Sunday, I'd travel to my parents' house for dinner, playing Sarah, the modest antique shop worker. The cognitive dissonance was becoming ludicrous. I'd spend my mornings on conference calls with Dubai collectors, my afternoons authenticating million-dollar pieces, and my evenings at my parents' house in carefully chosen normal clothes, eating Mom's overcooked pot roast while Rachel dominated the conversation with stories about her latest marketing triumph. Usually something like bringing her boss's coffee without spilling it. A defining moment. One Sunday is very memorable in my mind. I had just completed a huge transaction, authenticating a missing Cartier piece that had been resting in someone's safe deposit box for 40 years. Was it just the commission? 7 figures. I drove directly from the meeting to my parents' place, still euphoric from the successful authentication. She said, "Sarah, honey, is everything okay? Your clothes are looking a bit worn." "Oh, trying to save money," I said, wearing a $3,000 cashmere sweater that I had purposefully chosen for its subtle appearance. Rachel responded, "Well, if you'd gotten a real job instead of playing with old jewelry. Your dad." "Rachel, be nice, not everyone can be as successful as you." I almost choked on my pot roast, trying not to laugh. The anonymous transfers monthly payments to my parents began about this time. Aunt Kelly informed me that they were struggling to pay Rachel's educational loans and medical bills. Mom casually stated that they might have to sell the house. I couldn't let that happen. Despite everything, it was still the home I grew up in. So I initiated an anonymous monthly transfer of $5,000 to their account. When asked, I said I was giving $1,000 by living on rice and beans. They imagined the rest came from Aunt Kelly or another family. Rachel, of course, claimed responsibility for inspiring family members to help. Watching Rachel spend my money. The money was helpful, but it also had unexpected consequences. My parents began treating me with a strange combination of sorrow and patronizing pride. As if I were some kind of noble poverty case, sacrificing everything to support the family. Meanwhile, Rachel's spending became more extravagant. She'd arrive for dinner with new expensive bags, claiming they were outlet finds. They weren't. I can recognize a genuine Gucci at 20 paces. She began taking extravagant vacations and bragging on Instagram about her fortunate life. I'm very convinced she used my support money for shopping sprees. However, I remained silent. The irony was simply wonderful. The MBA drama. Then came the college fund drama. Rachel revealed that she wants to return to school for her MBA. Another private university, of course. Only the best for the golden child. Mom contacted me in tears, explaining how they couldn't afford it. I say, maybe Rachel could look at state schools? They have good programs too. My mother. Oh honey, you don't understand? Your sister needs to maintain certain standards. But, speaking of assisting, may I increase my monthly contribution for a few years? I increased it to $7,000 per month. My accounts were unaffected. But witnessing them compliment Rachel for taking initiative with her education, while presuming I was living on ramen to help out, that stung a little. The actual kicker? I was giving a guest seminar at the same business school Rachel wanted to attend. My family didn't know that. The dean personally invited me to give a lecture on luxury goods authenticity and business growth. I had to come up with an excuse as to why I couldn't attend Sunday dinner that week. My own achievement started to feel like a distinct life. As if I were some kind of corporate superhero with a hidden identity. By day, I was running a multi-million-dollar authentication business. By night, well, on Sunday evenings, I was just Sarah, the disappointed daughter who worked at an antique shop. The breaking point, Thanksgiving. The weight of the untruth was becoming heavier. Rachel made rude remarks about my career on multiple occasions. Each time Mom apologized to her friends for my modest lifestyle. Every time Dad suggested I get a real job. I believe I always knew it would end dramatically. I just didn't expect it to implode so spectacularly on Thanksgiving. It began 2 weeks before the holiday. Mom called, weeping about her back discomfort. She had been diagnosed with a herniated disc, and the notion of cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 guests overwhelmed her. Now, I'd like to tell you that I offered to help purely out of goodwill. But really? I became tired of pretending her dried turkey was appetizing. My response, why don't I handle the food this year? I can have it catered. She replied, oh honey, we can't afford a caterer. My response, don't worry about the cost. I've been saving up. Mom, concerned. You're not taking out a loan, are you? I coordinated everything with a high-end catering firm that I use for business gatherings. They do incredible work, the kind of food that makes you wonder why you ever bothered to prepare yourself. It cost more than my folks thought I earned in 2 months, but whatever. Thanksgiving morning dawned, and I was feeling quite good. I had my laptop with me because I needed to monitor a major online auction in Hong Kong. This magnificent Art Nouveau necklace was for sale, and I had a customer who was interested in authentication if they won the bid. The lunch arrived on schedule, and everything was properly prepared. Rachel, of course, had to respond. Rachel inquired. Store-bought stuffing? Really, Sarah, Mom's is so much better. This is from the girl who once set off the smoke alarm while making toast. Mom was apologizing to everyone for not cooking herself, but you could tell they were enjoying the meal. Rachel shut up after tasting the maple-glazed Brussels sprouts, which, by the way, cost more per plate than her weekly grocery budget. I stepped away from supper and dessert to check my laptop. The auction was getting intriguing, and I needed to be prepared in case my client won. I set up in my old bedroom, which Mom had kept the same since high school. In the meantime, Rachel's room had undergone 3 renovations. That's when everything went wrong. I had left my authentication program running, with many tabs open that displayed various accounts and current agreements. Rachel came in without knocking, some things never change, to borrow my phone charger. She saw my laptop screen and realized this was her chance to finally expose how pathetic her older sister was. Rachel, smirking. Let's show everyone what Sarah's really been up to. Before I could stop her, She took my laptop and walked into the dining room. The big reveal: picture this. 20 people, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents, filled with gourmet turkey and half drunk on pricey wine, which they mistook for Trader Joe's. Rachel's reaction. Time to see what kind of important work Sarah's doing on Thanksgiving. She flipped the laptop around triumphantly, apparently intending to disgrace me with whatever minor antique transactions she assumed I was working on. The room went completely silent. Like, you could hear the fancy clock I got Mom for Christmas ticking silently. She believed it was a reproduction. My screen displayed, current account balance, $12.4 million, pending authentication contract, $485,000. Recent transaction, $1.2 million, Hong Kong auction, company's quarterly profit report, $4.2 million. Rachel's face shifted through 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. The final one landed somewhere between astonishment and nausea. She actually swayed slightly on her feet. Rachel whispers, "This cannot be right." She said. "Rachel, honey, what is it?" Rachel, voice cracking. She's rich. Sarah's rich." Chaos ensues. If it was possible, the hush deepened even farther. Then Mom began giggling, like, really laughing. She said, "Don't be silly. Sarah works at that little antique shop." I rose up carefully, straightening out my basic cashmere sweater, which cost more than their monthly mortgage. Me? Yes. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. For years. Those antique shop comments? I authenticate pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? It has offices in 3 cities. Dad choked on the liquor. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Mike began coughing terribly. Then Mom's laughing transformed into something else. Her face turned red, then purple. She stood up so quickly that her chair tumbled over. Mom screams, "You have millions, and you let us struggle?" My response. "Struggle? I send you $7,000 every month." She replied. "While sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans." So there it was. Instead, congratulations. Not, "Wow, we're so proud." Just outraged that I hadn't given them more money. Rachel began to cry. Surprising, I know. Sobbing about how she deserved to know, and how I had betrayed the family. Dad joined in. My dad. "How could you be so selfish? We're your parents. We raised you." That was when I lost it. Years of being disregarded. Years of dismissal. Years of being considered as a family disappointment. Everything poured forth. My response. Raised me? You shipped me off to grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement, every award, every milestone, because Rachel might feel left out. You never saved a penny for my college but took out loans for her private school. And now, you're mad that I built something for myself. The following 5 minutes were chaotic. Mom screamed about family obligations. Dad is yelling about ungrateful children. Rachel alternated between sobbing and demanding to know just how much money I had. Meanwhile, the fancy catering team attempted to serve dessert while seeming exceedingly uncomfortable. I grabbed my laptop, took my Hermes bag, which Mom had previously commended as a nice replica, and walked out. Behind me, I could hear Mom discussing how to spend my money, something about Rachel's MBA and a new car. As I went home in my sensible automobile, a limited edition BMW, my phone started filling up with texts. The family group chat burst. Rachel began posting on Facebook about hidden family wealth and selfish siblings. The aftermath. The days after Thanksgiving were like watching a cyclone hit in slow motion. Except that the hurricane represented my family and the debris symbolized my sanity. Let's start with SMS messaging. Within 1 hour of leaving supper, my phone had 47 missed calls. More than 200 messages. Mom followed this intriguing progression. 7:42 p.m. How dare you walk out on family? 8:15 p.m. We need to talk about this like adults. 9:03 p.m. Your sister deserves a share of your success. 10:30 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. 11:45 p.m. Why aren't you answering? This is your mother. Meanwhile, Rachel had become a full-fledged social media fighter. Rachel, on the other hand, had fully embraced social networking. She wrote an enormous rant on Facebook about how her millionaire sister had been hoarding wealth while watching her beloved family struggle. The comments section was insane. Distant cousins and former high school classmates, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly formed strong ideas about my moral character. But this is the bit that really grabbed me. Rachel actually posted, all those years of me trying to help Sarah's career, giving her advice about moving up from that little antique shop, and she was secretly wealthy. The betrayal hurt so much I nearly threw my phone across the room. What was the only career advice she ever gave me? I suggest I try selling jewelry on Etsy. If you're unfamiliar with the term, flying monkeys occur when toxic family members send others to guilt trip you. Aunt Susan, whom I saw maybe once every 3 years, called to inform me that family is everything. Uncle Bob, who I'm pretty sure still believes I'm 12, emailed me a lengthy lecture on the importance of sharing wealth. Even my third cousin's wife's sister, how did she acquire my number, felt compelled to express her thoughts on family obligation. But the real fun began when they arrived at my workplace. I arrived in on Monday morning to find Mom, Dad, and Rachel sitting in our reception area. They informed Jenny, my receptionist, that they had an appointment for authenticating services. Rachel clutched her Michael Kors bag as if it was genuinely worth something. The conversation went about as well as one would expect. Your mother. We've discussed it as a family. I said. A family discussion, without the family member you're discussing. Mom, ignoring me. And we think it's only fair that you set up trust funds for everyone. Rachel responds. I need at least $2 million to start my new life properly. Dad said. And your mother and I would like to retire. We're thinking a beach house in Florida. This is me. Did you miss the part where I've been sending you $7,000 monthly? Rachel responds. That's nothing compared to what you have. You owe us. You're thinking, I owe you? For what, exactly? The years of being ignored? The missed graduations? The constant comparisons? Mama. Don't be dramatic, Sarah. We gave you everything. My response. No. I gave myself everything, and you know what? I'm done. Right there in my own office lobby, I took out my phone and canceled the monthly transfers to their account. Mom gasped as if I'd slapped her. Rachel began her phony crying performance, but quickly stopped when she saw it wasn't working. Then things became ugly. They refused to leave. I had to contact security. Seeing my 60-year-old mother being dragged out while yelling about ungrateful children was bizarre. Jenny asked whether I wanted to press charges. I said no. However, I did have their names placed on the building's do not admit list. The harassment lasted for weeks. New telephone numbers. Fake email addresses. Even tried to contact me through my company's customer service. I finally had to issue a formal legal notice, threatening harassment charges. Mom then played her final card. She called Grandma Marie, but here's the thing about Grandma Marie, she is wiser than all of them together. How did she respond? Good for Sarah. About time someone in this family succeeded on their own terms. Mom did not speak with her for 2 months after that. It has been 6 months since Thanksgiving. I relocated to a new home, with better security. I changed all of my numbers. What about the company? We are doing better than ever. It turns out that my family problems attracted several high-profile clients who respected my caution in the circumstance. Rachel continues to write passive-aggressive updates about toxic wealth and family betrayal. According to what I've heard, she is beginning her own jewelry authentication firm. Good luck on that. Mom and Dad finally stopped trying to contact me when my lawyer wrote them an official letter outlining how the harassment charges would affect their lives. They're now informing everyone that they never wanted my money anyway, and that they're praying for my salvation. What's the best part? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. No more Sunday dinners full of sly insults. No more downplaying my accomplishments to spare their feelings. No longer financing for the Rachel show. My therapist believes I am finally establishing healthy limits. I say, I am finally living authentically. So, that is my story. Reddit? Thanks for allowing me to share it. Special thanks to the catering firm, who sent me a Christmas letter stating that the Thanksgiving meal was the highlight of their year. Edit, responses to common questions. Yes, I am still in treatment. No, I do not regret cutting them off. Yes, Grandma Marie is doing well. She's coming to visit next month to help me catalog a new collection. One last thing. To Rachel. I know you're probably reading this. What about the Cartier bracelet you're wearing in your most recent Instagram post? Definitely a fake. Just saying. My parents demanded I give my welcome party dress to my sister, who always destroys my things. Am I the asshole for finally telling the truth? I, 22F, severely need help about a matter involving my family, notably my sister Susan, 24F. I've been a long-time lurker, but recent circumstances have compelled me to finally share my tale. Please bear with me as this may be a bit long. I'm actually shivering as I type this, partially out of rage and partly out of dread of what will happen if they find out I'm asking for help. I recently graduated from college and got my dream job at a top technology business. Everything was going well. I worked hard in college, maintaining a 3.9 GPA with a partial scholarship, and securing this position after numerous rounds of competitive interviews. The organization is well known for its positive work environment and ample prospects for advancement. After years of walking on eggshells at home, I was truly pleased to begin my working life. The welcome reception for new staff is tomorrow evening. It's a formal function where new employees can meet top management and team leaders. Several VIPs will be there, and it is recognized to be an important networking event that can impact your future career path inside the organization. I worked part-time for months and saved up enough money to buy appropriate attire. It is not ostentatious, but rather professional and stylish. It cost me $400, which equates to numerous hours of tutoring and weekend shifts at a nearby cafe. My parents, both 45, didn't contribute anything, which was not surprising given their history of preferring my sister. My sister Susan has always been the golden child. She is currently unemployed after failing to complete college twice. She spends the majority of her time partying and posting on social media, while our parents cover her expenses without question. They've spent thousands on her shopping sprees, expensive devices, and even a car, which she crashed within 3 months. Meanwhile, since high school, I've had to work part-time jobs to cover basic expenses such as school supplies and clothing. The inequality in treatment began early. When I was 5, my aunt gave me a tiny art set for Christmas. Susan threw a violent rage, so my parents took it away and handed it to her, despite the fact that she had previously received other expensive gifts. They told me I needed to learn to share, that Susan was more sensitive. This set the tone for our entire life. Growing up, Susan would frequently throw temper tantrums if I received something pleasant. When I was 12, I won a science competition at school. Instead of celebrating, Susan had a meltdown because she wasn't getting enough attention. What is my parents' solution? They took away my prize and certificate to avoid causing Susan concern. Susan couldn't stand seeing me on stage, so they forced me to miss the award ceremony. This pattern persisted throughout my life. Any accomplishment or enjoyment of mine was viewed as a danger to Susan's well-being. As we became older, the situation worsened. Susan had a habit of removing my belongings without permission. Clothes, books, electronics, nothing was off limits. If I protested, my parents would chastise me for being selfish and insensitive to my sister's sentiments. They would remark things like, "Susan is sensitive and requires additional support. You're stronger, so you must compromise." When I acquired my first smartphone at 16, which I paid for my tutoring money, Susan demanded it because hers was outdated, despite the fact that it was only 6 months old. My folks made me swap phones with her. There were numerous occurrences like this. Susan would physically assault me if she didn't get her way. She once pushed me down the stairs when I refused to allow her to use my laptop for a social media broadcast. I sprained my ankle, but my parents did not take me to the hospital. Instead, they instructed me to remain in my room and not provoke Susan further. Another time, Mom slapped me in the face at a family gathering because I was getting more compliments on my academic achievements. My parents called me aside and chastised me for showing off and making Susan unhappy. The emotional assault was far more severe than the physical. Susan would frequently tell me that I was unwanted and that our parents had me solely to give her a sibling. She made fun of my appearance, circulated rumors about me at school, and even ruined my friendships. When I was 15, I had my first boyfriend. Susan claimed I was cheating on him. I wasn't, and even showed him modified screenshots of phony chats. He broke up with me, and when I confronted Susan, she simply laughed. Our parents? They say I should never have begun dating since it made Susan lonely. Throughout all of this, I learned to keep my head down and concentrate on my schoolwork. My dream of financial independence kept me going during the toughest moments. I stopped expecting support or validation from my family. I even intended to move out as soon as I started earning money, hoping to finally be free of this toxic environment. I immersed myself in schoolwork and extracurricular activities, doing everything I could to avoid being at home. During college, I believed things would improve because I was living in the dorms, but Susan would frequently drop up unexpectedly, demand money or clothes, and throw fits if I refused. My parents would call and chastise me for neglecting my sister, despite the fact that she was meant to be the older sibling. They even tried to force me to quit out after Susan failed her classes for the second time, stating that it was unfair for me to complete my education while she couldn't. But yesterday, everything came to a head. Susan and our parents stormed into my room 1 hour before I was supposed to try on my dress for final changes. She demanded that I dress for her next job interview. When I declined, she screamed about how I was arrogant for having a job before her, how I was purposefully attempting to make her appear bad, and how I'd always been a selfish, attention-seeking brat. Our parents, obviously, supported her. "Your sister needs this more than you," Mom remarked, using the guilt-tripping tone I've come to despise. "She has interviews scheduled, and this garment would greatly increase her confidence. You can wear something else to the celebration. Why are you always so difficult?" I tried to explain how important this event was to my career, how I had saved for months to buy the outfit, and how this was my last chance to make a good first impression at my new job. But Dad cut me off, his face flushed with rage. "Stop being so difficult," he snapped. "You understand how difficult this time has been for Susan. Why do you always have to make it about yourself? Can't you think about your sister's emotions for once?" What is the worst part? Susan had previously returned her own beautiful dress, purchased by our parents for $2,000, and used the money to buy makeup and a new iPhone cover. She didn't even have any actual interviews arranged. She only wanted my dress because it was mine. Later, I overheard her on the phone with a friend, joking about how she was going to take care of her sister's attitude issues. What distinguishes this situation from prior ones is that my grandmother, 71F, expects images from the welcome celebration. She's always been more sensible than my parents, but living in another state means she's not as familiar with our family dynamics. She explicitly requested that I send her images of my clothing, expressing her pride that I had landed such a good position right out of college. She even considered framing the photo for her homeroom. I am currently locked in my room, trying to figure out what to do. My hands are trembling while I type this. My sister is still having a fit outside, yelling that I am ruining her life and that she will make me regret being born. I can hear her hammering on my door and threatening to smash it down. My parents are texting me to stop being selfish and to think about family harmony. They're threatening to ground me, yes, at 22, and confiscate my phone if I don't cooperate. Should I just give in again to maintain the peace? I am aware that if I do not comply, they may physically compel me to hand over the dress, or Susan may trash it out of spite, as she has done with my belongings in the past. But I'm so tired of being the family's scapegoat. This welcoming celebration meant the world to me. It's my first step toward independence, a chance to begin establishing a life free of their destructive influence. I can't help but worry if telling my grandmother the truth about what's going on will make a difference. She's always been nice to me, but my parents have taught me that contacting relatives would bring shame to the family and that no one would believe me anyhow. They have spent years telling me that their treatment is normal and that I am to blame for not being more flexible. I am lost and unsure what to do. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Am I irrational in wanting to keep my own outfit, which I purchased with my own money? How do I approach this scenario without causing further controversy, but also without giving up something that is really important to me? I feel like I'm having a panic attack just thinking about approaching them. The welcoming celebration is tomorrow evening, so I have to make a decision fast. I've worked so hard to get here, and it's upsetting that my accomplishment is being overshadowed by my sister's demands and my parents' supporting conduct. The idea of showing up in something inappropriate and perhaps harming my professional reputation is worrisome. But so is the prospect of another violent encounter with Susan. Thank you for reading this far. I've never told anyone the whole amount of what goes on in our family, so writing it all down seems both terrifying and liberating. I keep second-guessing myself, wondering if I'm overreacting or if I'm insane for believing this isn't typical. Right now, any advice or assistance would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left positive comments on my first post. A lot has transpired in the past 24 hours, and everything has altered. Yesterday, after I posted, my grandmother called to inquire about the welcome celebration and pictures. When I started making excuses, she realized something was wrong. She insisted on bringing me up for lunch today, claiming to require assistance with grocery shopping. My parents couldn't turn her down without raising suspicions. At a quiet cafe away from home, my grandma held my hands and whispered, "Now, tell me everything." Her gentle tone smashed through all of my barricades. For the first time, I revealed the entire truth about our family dynamics. I told her how Susan ruined my school projects, shredded my college prep books, and bleached my prom outfit. I revealed years of secrets that I had kept buried out of fear and shame. My grandma listened without interrupting, but I could see her hands trembling in rage. When I concluded, she confessed that she and other relatives had suspected difficulties for years but had been unable to prove them because my parents always presented a perfect family picture at gatherings. Right there at the cafe, Mother began calling family members, including my aunts, uncles, and family acquaintances. As she made these calls, my phone started vibrating nonstop with texts from my family. My mother sent more anxious texts. "How can you tell lies about our family after everything we've done for you? You're making your sister cry again." Susan's communications began with a guilt trip. "I cannot believe you would do this to me. You know how sensitive I am." They swiftly moved to threats. "You better tell Grandma you lied, or I'll make you regret it. Remember your prom dress? This will be worse." Dad joined in. "Your mother is having a breakdown because of you. Come home right now and mend the mess you've made." But this time, their threats had a different effect on me. Each message proved what I had told my granny. While they were making these threats, my grandma showed me scores of encouraging texts from family members who were finally realizing the truth. The family has responded overwhelmingly. My aunt apologized for believing Susan's falsehoods about how cruel I was to her. My uncle promised to help me find an apartment close to my workplace. Another aunt recommended therapy and even offered to cover the fees. My grandmother made it clear that she will not allow them to scare me longer. She contacted her lawyer and purchased me a new outfit for the welcome celebration, which is now safely stored at my aunt's house. Even family friends have begun to share their observations of Susan's troubling behavior at gatherings, including a child psychologist who had observed warning flags years ago. I am writing this from my aunt's place. My parents are still sending me texts threatening to cut me off financially, which is immaterial because I support myself, and telling everyone what a bad daughter I am. Susan's latest threat was to ruin my job, but it no longer scares me. For the first time, I am not facing their assault alone. Tomorrow, I'll go to the welcome reception in my new dress, with my aunt driving me there for safety. My grandma instructed me to chronicle everything from now on, including Susan's threats. Thank you, Reddit, for letting me see that what I've normalized isn't typical at all. I'll post another update when I can. Update 2. I never anticipated things to escalate so soon following my last update. I'm writing this from my grandmother's house, with a broken nose and confused feelings about what's transpired. The day following my welcome celebration, my grandmother surprised me with a new MacBook for work. She had it transported to my aunt's place first, knowing Susan's track record with my belongings. When I returned home to pack some clothing, I assumed my parents and Susan would be gone. I was mistaken. Susan waited in my room. She'd learned about the laptop via social media, where my cousin had posted a congratulations message about my new job and mentioned the gift. What occurred next still seems strange. "So you're taking bribes from Grandma now?" Susan sat on my bed, browsing through her phone, her voice strangely quiet. "Do you think you can turn the entire family against us?" I tried to hastily get some clothing and leave, but she was blocking the door. "Do you remember when we were kids and Mom always said that sharing is caring?" She smiled, but her eyes remained icy. "Grandma also needs to learn that lesson. Hand over the laptop." When I declined, stating that I needed it for my new job, she pulled my hair and banged my face against the doorframe. I heard a crack and felt warm blood rush out of my nose. The agony was excruciating, but what hurt worse was hearing my parents' reaction. When they heard the ruckus, they came upstairs, but instead of assisting me, Mom began yelling at me for provoking Susan. Dad simply stood there, saying I should have known better than to flaunt my new gift in front of my sister. Fortunately, my aunt insisted on waiting outside in her car. When she heard the shouting, she entered and discovered me bleeding. What followed was like a scene from a movie. My aunt phoned both the police and my grandmother. Within an hour, my grandma came, along with 2 additional aunts and an uncle. The cops gathered accounts and photos of my injuries. Susan kept changing her tale, first saying it was an accident, then that I had assaulted her first, and ultimately breaking down and yelling that I deserved it for stealing her family. The most shocking development was not the police involvement, but the community response. While I was in the hospital getting my nose treated, word went throughout our extended family and social networks. My parents' carefully cultivated picture of the ideal family broke totally. Their country club membership was quietly cancelled. Mom's club barred her from their weekly sessions. Dad's golf mates were suddenly too busy to play. Susan's few remaining acquaintances began relaying anecdotes about her violent outbursts that they had witnessed over time. My parents suffered greatly from social isolation. They'd spent years promoting their image as ideal parents with 2 daughters, the sensitive artist Susan and the difficult one, me. Everyone now knows the truth, and they are unable to handle it. They've been calling relatives non-stop in an effort to minimize the harm. Their latest claim is that I'm having a mental breakdown and fabricating stories about Susan. But nobody believes it anymore, especially after the police report. Susan's attitude to the social ramifications has been especially worrying. She set up several social media identities to harass me and disseminate misinformation about our family situation. She even came up to my office, attempting to convince my new coworkers that I am unstable. Fortunately, my manager was aware of the issue through my uncle, who works in human resources, and had security take her away. My grandmother's lawyer assisted me in filing for a restraining order against Susan. The proof was overwhelming: years of documented events, witness accounts from family and friends, and now police photos of my injuries. I'm currently residing at my grandmother's house, and the difference with my previous existence is startling. Nobody here advises me to stop provoking my sister. Nobody insists that I give up my possessions in order to keep the peace. I can leave my laptop on my desk without worry of it disappearing. My extended family's support continues to astound me. Cousins I haven't spoken with in years have reached out to share their impressions about Susan's behavior at family gatherings. My aunt's acquaintance, a therapist, helped me comprehend that what I was going through was continuous abuse enabled by my parents. Meanwhile, my parents' social circle is diminishing. Their neighbors no longer stop and speak. Mom's social media posts about praying for her troubled daughters are received with silence or harsh criticism. Dad's business associates have begun to distance themselves, concerned about his judgment after learning how he handled the family problem. Susan's work prospects, which were previously poor, have become virtually non-existent. In our society, word spreads quickly, and her violent outburst is now widely known. She blames me for wrecking her life, but more people recognize her threats for what they are. I am still absorbing all that has transpired. My nose will heal, but witnessing my parents' carefully constructed facade disintegrate has been both satisfying and heartbreaking. They are dealing with the natural consequences of their decisions, and no amount of trickery will help them this time. I'll provide another update as I have more information to offer. Thank you everybody for your encouragement. It helped me hold firm when Susan requested the laptop, even though the repercussions were unpleasant. Sometimes things have to get worse before they can improve. Update number 3. Thank you for your support on my prior updates. It's been a hectic few days, and I wanted to highlight some important developments. My healing is progressing well. The swelling in my nose has subsided, but the bruise appears worse. The doctor thinks there will be no permanent harm, which is reassuring given my future work presentations. Living at my grandmother's house has become permanent, and the contrast with my previous existence is stark. This morning, I unintentionally spilled a coffee mug and found myself flinching, expecting screams and punishment. Instead, I received my grandmother's polite concern and assistance cleaning up. The community's response has been incredible. Mom's social media presence collapsed when a prayer request post about her troubled daughters backfired. Susan's previous students swarmed the comments section with their own accounts of her bullying and violence. Dad's business has suffered a big blow. Several long-term clients have gone, and his partners convened an emergency meeting to evaluate his situation after discovering his participation in facilitating Susan's actions. They are especially concerned about his judgment in leadership roles. Susan has been on a downward spiral since the restraining order. She set up other phony profiles to harass me and my supporters, but unintentionally posted from her main account, providing additional proof for the court case. My aunt made a stunning revelation. My parents had frequently refused to allow Susan to get psychological care when she was younger. They were more concerned with preserving their ideal family image than with resolving the real challenges. My parents' attempts to regain control backfired spectacularly. Their family meal to clear the air was only attended by 2 distant relatives. Mom's best friend publicly unfriended her after viewing the police report images. Dad was asked to step down from church leadership, and Mom's gardening group decided to continue without her. The most affirming moment occurred when my high school counselor contacted me, apologizing for not doing more when she recognized indicators of abuse years ago. My parents had persuaded her that my reclusive conduct was teenage rebellion, and Susan's violence was artistic temperament. My workplace has been quite supportive following Susan's attempt to make trouble. My manager added additional security precautions, and my coworkers have been understanding of my predicament. My uncle published a public post yesterday, documenting years of disturbing behavior he had witnessed. His post went viral in our neighborhood, resulting in additional social ramifications. My parents' reputation in the area has shattered. Mom was ousted from the Homeowners Association board, and they can't go shopping without being followed by murmurs and glances. Susan's victim narrative is failing. She had a meltdown at our aunt's church when someone mentioned my name, confirming what everyone had heard about her conduct. I'm still adjusting to living without constant fear. My grandma enrolled me in therapy, which has helped me appreciate how unusual my home life was. Our lawyer's response to my parents' latest cease and desist letter regarding spreading falsehoods included police report images and witness statements. The help from this community has been tremendous. You made me realize that I wasn't insane for believing my situation was unusual. I'll publish a final update after everything has settled down, but for now, I'm focusing on recuperating and starting a new life. It's incredible how much energy you have when you're not always walking on eggshells. Update number 4. It has been 6 months since my previous update, and I believe it is finally time to conclude this chapter of my life. Thank you to everyone who has followed my journey and provided support. I'm presently prospering in my profession, having recently received my first promotion for leading a successful project. My team leader applauded my attention to detail and calm attitude to crisis management, skills I honed while navigating my family's chaos for years. My personal life has changed completely. I've moved into my own place, but I still see my grandmother on a daily basis. The first night in my new place, I realized I could put my possessions anywhere without fear of being stolen or destroyed. Simple things, such as having my own space and making decisions without concern, feel like valuable gifts. Susan was recently diagnosed with a number of mental health issues after being compelled to undergo evaluation as part of an anger management program. She is currently in a specialist treatment facility, not by choice, but as a condition of her probation following another violent event that did not involve me. My parents have faced serious penalties. Dad's firm encouraged him to retire early after big clients expressed worries about his judgment. Mom has become a social outcast in their neighborhood. Their attempts to join a new religious congregation were thwarted when members of their previous church revealed their background. They're selling their home and moving to another state for a fresh start, but their reputation precedes them in various areas they've investigated. The continual chilly shoulders and whispered remarks became too much for them. The most unexpected development has been the ripple effect among our extended family. My tale inspired 2 cousins to speak out about their own experiences with family abuse. It's as if breaking the veil of silence has enabled others to finally recognize their own hardships. Work has become my haven. I just created a support system for new employees, and my manager applauded my unique perspective on building friendly settings. The irony is not lost on me that my previous difficulties have become a source of professional strength. My parents made one more attempt at reconciliation last month, sending a beautifully worded letter through their new lawyer recommending family therapy. My grandmother's lawyer simply said, "All communication must go through legal channels, and I am not interested in reconciliation." The greatest rewarding shift has been in my interactions with my extended relatives. Sunday dinners at my grandmother's place have become a ritual, full of real laughter and joy. My aunts and uncles tell me things from my childhood that my parents twisted or kept buried, allowing me to regain some of my heritage. I've begun mentoring at a local youth center, working with teenagers from challenging home backgrounds. One girl just informed me that my tale inspired her to come up about her own sister's abuse. My grandma has been my biggest supporter, demonstrating what genuine family love looks like, unconditional but with appropriate boundaries. Susan's restraining order is now permanent, and she is legally prohibited from approaching my employment or apartment. The community's response has served as a lesson in social fairness. My parents and Susan faced no legal consequences other than the restraining order, but the social isolation and loss of status were more effective than any court sentence. I'm finally creating the life I've always wanted but never thought possible. I have a successful career, a supportive social circle, and, most importantly, peace of mind. I no longer react to sudden noises or apologize for my existence. This will be my last update. To anyone in a similar situation, it is never too late to speak up and reclaim their life. Sometimes the most difficult step is believing you deserve better. My sister locked me in a basement while I was pregnant. Parents cut her wedding funds after I fell and nearly lost my baby. After 3 years of trying, several rounds of IVF, and what seemed like an endless amount of suffering, I, 33F, am currently 3 months pregnant. My parents have been incredibly supportive during this entire ordeal, so we told them in private a month ago. There was only calm happiness between us, no big reveal, no social media post. In addition, I wanted to be farther along in my pregnancy before making a big announcement, so I didn't want to inform too many people outside of my parents and my husband's parents. Last weekend was my sister's engagement party. Let's call her Emily, 29F. Emily has always had a lot to offer. Being the center of attention is something she enjoys. She performed stunts all over the place as a child to maintain her fame. Holidays with the family. The star was Emily. Birthdays of friends? She somehow made herself the center of attention. Since I simply lacked the energy to oppose her, I've lived my entire life letting her have her way. I didn't want the party to be about me, but I did expect some small drama. Since I've been feeling a lot of fatigue lately, I intended to keep in the background, help Emily, and depart early. In order to evade inquiries, I even wore loose clothing and refused to discuss my pregnancy with anyone. Up until my mother pulled me away during the celebration, everything was going smoothly. Since the pregnancy had been difficult thus far, she simply wanted to see how I was feeling. I've had the worst of the early symptoms, so I was happy to have some time to chat to my mother, who was the only one who truly knew how I was feeling. We moved to a secluded area to talk away from the guests. Unfortunately, things took a very other turn when Emily overheard us. In the blink of an eye, Emily went from 0 to 100. Furious, she interrupted the discourse and accused me of trying to take her thunder. I was really perplexed. I attempted to clarify that we were merely having a private talk and that I wasn't making any announcements, as I had previously informed Mom and Dad weeks prior. Emily, however, was having none of it. She said that I was being self-centered and that I couldn't bear to give her a day to herself. Right there, she created a big commotion, and people began to take notice. I felt ashamed. It seemed as though she wasn't even paying attention to me when I insisted that I didn't intend for any of this to occur. She was certain that my purpose in attending her party was to spoil her moment. Emily persisted because she is unable to let things go. She claimed that this was my usual behavior, that I was envious of her, and that I always had to make things about me. I wanted to get out at that time because I was so overwhelmed. But Emily stormed off, so I didn't have to. My mother simply persuaded me to attend the party in order to help my sister. I also reasoned that I could go back to Emily and properly explain what had happened if I allowed her some time to calm down. Once more, I was spared the trouble. Emily came up to me out of nowhere, wearing a strange smile. "I would like to see something in the basement," she remarked. She felt I would like anything about a memento from our early years. To be honest, I didn't give it much thought at the moment. I assumed this was her attempt to make things more amicable. She slammed the door and locked it as soon as I entered the basement, but I followed her downstairs. I went cold. She laughed, and I could hear it through the door. She said it was retaliation for my attempt to make me the focus of her engagement celebration. I knocked and told her to open the door since I initially believed she was kidding, but she didn't. I was left stranded down there as she continued to giggle and left. Panic struck me hard at that time. I wasn't feeling well to start, and it was chilly and dark. The nausea and tension came on full force. As my mind raced with ideas on how I may escape the basement, I began to pace back and forth. I saw that I might be able to climb out of a window. I located a crate under the window and climbed upon it because I needed a boost to pull my body out. Unfortunately, I was in such a panic that I was unaware of how shaky and lightheaded I was. Halfway up on the box, my foot slipped, and I fell, crashing hard on my stomach and side. It was horrifying how much pain rushed through me. In an attempt to determine whether the baby was all right, I laid there for a while, gasping. My heart was pounding, and I broke down in tears of fear and annoyance. Worst-case possibilities kept coming to mind. What if this fall resulted in a miscarriage? What if Emily's dumb joke caused something to happen to my baby? I made an effort to gather myself and gradually succeeded in sitting down on the floor in a more comfortable position. It seemed like forever, but I'm not sure how long I was down there. It must have been at least an hour before anyone came looking for me. I gripped my knees, sat on the chilly floor, and did my best to keep from having a panic attack. Finally, on the other side of the door, I heard my husband's voice calling my name and footsteps. When I knocked feebly on the door, he unlocked it and roughly dragged me out. He sounded desperate. After glancing at me, he declared that we had to depart right now. I didn't protest because I was so afraid and in so much agony. I tried not to cry or stress out during the whole vehicle ride as we hurried to the emergency room. Whether this was it, or if I had lost the baby because my sister couldn't stand someone else receiving attention for 5 minutes, was all I could think about. They performed an ultrasound at the hospital. I barely managed to hold my breath the entire time. The doctor stated it was a close call, but fortunately the baby was unharmed. The result might have been worse if I had fallen more forcefully. I was both emotionally spent and relieved. My husband was incensed and informed me he would not tolerate this. He called my parents right away to let them know what had transpired. No one had been given an explanation because we had left the party so quickly. My spouse requested that my parents have a firm conversation with Emily and inform her that we would not be seeing her again until after I gave birth. Believe me, I am incredibly thankful to have a husband that aggressively defends me. We ultimately spent several hours in the emergency room before I was stable enough to return home. The party had long since ended by the time we returned home, and my phone was exploding with texts from my parents. At first, I didn't respond to any of them because I simply wanted to go to sleep and forget that the day had even occurred. After texting them to reassure them that I was fine, my husband turned off his phone as well. I learned what had transpired after we left when my folks phoned me again the following morning. My folks were apparently rather perplexed by what was happening when we hurried over to the emergency room. Since my husband had made a little commotion by asking Emily where I was, they made an effort to get Emily to tell them what had happened. My parents were incensed when my husband later called them from the hospital to inform them of Emily's actions. In front of everyone who was still at the party, my parents chastised Emily right away for locking me in the basement. Calling it a harmless prank that went too far, my mom attempted to minimize it, but my dad wasn't buying it. Given everything I had gone through to become pregnant, he was incensed that Emily would act in such a careless manner. When he finally told Emily that enough was enough, he made the momentous revelation that my parents would no longer be providing any financial support for Emily's wedding and honeymoon. My parents had always expressed their desire to financially support Emily and me during our significant life events. They had planned to support Emily in the same way that they had supported my wedding. Emily, regrettably, never imagined that they would ever break their word. Emily went totally crazy. Reiterating that I had destroyed her life, she broke down in tears in front of everyone. She accused me of doing all of this on purpose and referred to me as evil. I wasn't shocked when my parents later informed me that they had never witnessed Emily act so strangely. When things didn't go her way, Emily would always react negatively. She pleaded with my parents to change their minds, but my father refused to budge. Ever since, Emily and my mother have been bombarding me with calls and texts. My mother keeps urging me to speak with my father and persuade him to reconsider, but I informed her that I was done. I'm not going to ignore Emily's transgression in an effort to maintain harmony. Naturally, Emily has been bombarding my phone with every possible abuse. She is accusing me of being responsible for everything, claiming that nothing of this would have occurred if I had simply kept quiet. She maintains that I have ruined her life and that her fiancé is now beginning to question if he truly wants to wed her. A part of me feels bad, but I also know that I'm not to blame. I still feel horrible though. I can't help but feel that I must be at fault in some way, even though my husband and father have both told me that I'm not. Is it my fault that my sister's engagement, wedding, and honeymoon were ruined? First update. I had no idea my post would become that popular. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate all of the comments and support on my first post. Reading them has been really beneficial. It gives me comfort to know that I'm not alone in my feelings. Before I give you an update on what's happened since my last post, I'd like to address some questions that many people had about whether my parents ever gave me preferential treatment or whether Emily and I had a history of animosity. I wouldn't say my parents showed preference, to be honest. Growing up, my parents were actually fairly fair. Despite their best efforts to treat us all fairly, Emily only received somewhat more attention due to her status as the family's baby. But Emily seemed to become an attention seeker and self-centered person as a result of that little more attention. No matter the occasion, she was the child who would act out if someone else was given the limelight. To keep the peace, my parents largely caved into her rather than establishing limits. Therefore, Emily obviously got away with much more than I ever did, even if I wouldn't call it favoritism. I've tried to maintain harmony between us for the majority of my life. Since it was simpler to let her have her way than to argue, I learned to do so. In addition, I always believed that it was my responsibility as the older sister to be the more responsible one and avoid upsetting anyone. But Emily always managed to drive me to the edge, no matter how hard I tried. I had to balance not to stomp on her toes so she wouldn't blow up at every family gathering. I suppose that contributes to her current sense of entitlement. The much anticipated update is now here. Emily lost it all after my parents stopped sponsoring her wedding. She accused me of stealing her moment and wrecking her life in a lengthy text message the next day. By the way, she didn't say sorry for locking me in the basement, rather, she went on to add that I took it too seriously and that it was only a joke. She went into full assault mode when I didn't answer. I staged the entire pregnancy crisis to get attention, Emily began telling everyone in the family. The rest of our family soon learned that I was pregnant when my husband hurried me to the emergency room that day, which was not something I wanted at all. I've had to deal with the rest of my family contacting me in addition to my sister's wild calls and texts. These communications were initially intended to ask how I was doing and to offer congratulations. However, they gradually started to seem strange. Many family members began questioning me about how I could pretend to be pregnant in order to undermine Emily. I didn't know what was happening. Emily, it turned out, had started circulating the rumor that I had arranged to get hurt in order to spoil her engagement celebration. She spread the word among our family members that I was some malevolent genius who attempted to ruin her life. It was quite painful when multiple family members contacted me, perplexed and unsure if the pregnancy was genuine. Ava, one of my cousins, even questioned me about whether I was fabricating the pregnancy to get even with Emily. It was crazy. My mom has been attempting to remain impartial throughout this, which genuinely feels like a betrayal, which has made matters worse. She insists that I must be the stronger one and that Emily is simply anxious about the wedding. But when my own sister is spreading false information about me at one of the most joyous moments of my life, how am I meant to be the stronger person? It wears you out. I made the decision to cut ties with my mother as well after attempting to argue with her without success. She arrived at my residence approximately 2 weeks following Emily's engagement celebration. My husband urged me not to open the door, but I foolishly assumed she could be coming to apologize when she kept hammering on my door and demanding that I solve this because I had ruined everything. She wasn't, to give you a hint. She began yelling at me the moment I opened the door, accusing me of ruining her life and causing everything to fall apart. She even accused me of being the reason her fiancé's parents were re-evaluating the wedding since they believed she was immature. She really lost it when I tried to clarify that she was the one who had locked me in a basement and that none of this was my fault. When Emily noticed the framed ultrasound picture I placed on the coffee table, she barged into my living room, ripped the frame off, and then tore the ultrasounds to pieces. After everything that had transpired, I couldn't believe she would do anything so heinous, and I was paralyzed. She yelled that she wished I lost the baby so she could regain her life before she walked out, but my husband was furious and told her to go. Her level of anger was unprecedented, and it frightened me. I just started crying after she went. For hours, I was unable to stop crying. Everything seemed to have happened at once. Being imprisoned in the basement, nearly losing the baby, and then discovering that my sister's malice knew no bounds. I couldn't comprehend how someone could wish that on their own family, so I kept repeating what she had said in my mind. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can dispute my husband's desire to cut off any communication with her right away. Even though I know I should cut her off, I still feel bad about it, as if I'm somehow at fault for everything. Emily is simply in a horrible place, according to my mom, and I should attempt to forgive her. However, how can you forgive someone who wishes harm on your child? Emily's fiancé contacted me personally, which further complicated matters. He stated he's been having a lot of trouble with Emily's unpredictable conduct and expressed regret for her actions during the party. He said he's beginning to see a side of her that he didn't know existed, and he's not sure if he can still go through with the wedding. I was unsure of how to respond to him. I'm stuck in the middle of their relationship turmoil, which is upsetting because I never wanted to be involved. Right now, I'm unsure of what to do. For the sake of my mother, I have mixed feelings about forgiving Emily, but I'm also afraid she'll continue to harm me. I'm not sure whether she can change. I don't want to be preoccupied with worrying about what she's going to do next during my pregnancy. Right now, my baby and my health are my top priorities. We're just attempting to minimize the stress, and my spouse has been tremendously supportive. However, it still feels like things with Emily are far from over. She won't go down without creating more drama since you know her. If anything else comes up, I'll keep everyone updated. I'm not holding my breath, but right now I'm just hoping for a little calm. Second update. Hello, I haven't updated on this site in a month, but I've been so busy. I thought I'd give you all an update since a lot has happened and I've finally had some spare time. Now let me start where I left off. I was distraught for a week after Emily tore my ultrasounds and ran gone. I assume that Emily's fiancé contacted me because he was hesitant to marry her after she told him about what she had done. They had apparently started fighting frequently. Her fiancé contacted me to tell me what had transpired. He apparently attempted to reassure her that since the two of them had saved up more than enough money, they wouldn't require my parents' money to carry out the wedding. My sister, however, would not listen. She was determined to destroy my life in the same manner that I had allegedly destroyed hers. She would talk about how she could get even with me all day and all night. Her fiancé was frightened. When it finally got to him, he told her that he was going to be leaving. He even accused her of being insane and said that she was the only reason he was unable to stay. My sibling was a complete mess. She kept threatening me over the phone and text, accusing me of destroying her life once more. I blocked her number after ignoring it until I could stand it no more. She was not deterred by that. She started sending me targeted texts on my husband's phone. She even questioned him about how he could tolerate being married to me since, in her opinion, I just had my own interest in mind. She also insulted my unborn child without holding back. I really wanted to call her and scream at her, but I realized it would only make things worse for both me and my child. Therefore, I also had my husband block her number. For a few days, everything was quiet until my mother called. My mother informed me that my sister had visited her home the previous day. Emily was sobbing uncontrollably and was hysterical. During her engagement, she would not stop talking about how I should remain quiet about my pregnancy. She went on and on about how my very existence had destroyed every part of her life. She claims that because I always seem to get the best of everything, she has had to make many compromises. Given how many of my special events I had to forfeit so she could have her time in the spotlight, I'm not sure where she got the idea. In any case, my mom was struck with insight after hearing my sister vent about how I was to blame for all of her negative experiences. She became aware of Emily's irrational and entitled behavior. I suppose my mother had a real look into my sister's thoughts, and nothing supported her theory that Emily was simply having a rough day. My mother finally had enough of Emily's tirade and confronted her about her insane behavior. That did not sit well with my sister. It worsened her breakdown, if anything. She was even more irate because the only person she believed to be on her side had turned against her. Emily apparently hurried upstairs to my former bedroom after getting up from the couch where they were conversing. Then she started destroying my room. She tore up all my certificates, smashed every trophy I had ever earned, and hurled items off the shelves. My mom was pretty upset about that. When my sister and I moved out, my mom, who is quite nostalgic, made sure to leave our bedrooms exactly as they were, clean only. She was reminded by our rooms that we will always be connected in some way. It was like Emily erasing all of my mom's best memories at once when she tore my room apart. My mother was enraged and heartbroken. She shouted at Emily to get out. Amazingly, my sister grinned at my mother's rage before leaving. Yes, at the moment, my mother isn't a huge fan of Emily. She then called me to express her regret for always defending my sister's actions. She assured me that since Emily's actions were so heinous, I had every right to feel the way I did. To be honest, I never imagined that my mother would genuinely realize how awful Emily was. It was shocking to hear her apologize. However, I felt thankful because I became acutely aware of how much guilt I had been released from. My mother supporting me and not pressuring me to maintain harmony with Emily made me feel so much better. My parents have informed Emily that they no longer communicate with her. Despite my best efforts to support her, my mom has been inconsolable. I spent a lot of time with my hubby assisting my parents in reassembling my room. My dad has stated on multiple occasions that he does not want to see Emily for a long time and is officially furious with her. Emily's fiancé had finally broken up with her by the time I last spoke with him. He broke the lease on their flat, which cost him a lot of money, but he's happier today. I have no idea where Emily is, and to be quite honest, I don't give a damn about her whereabouts or activities. All I want is for her to live far away from me, at least until I give birth. That's all for now. At this moment, I don't believe anything more dramatic could occur, but I suppose only time will tell. I hope that I will only return to provide another update after giving delivery. I want to thank everyone who has read my posts and sent me well wishes until then. Third update. I've returned with what I hope will be the last update, everyone. Despite the crazy circumstances, I'm pleased to announce that I've given birth to a gorgeous, healthy boy. He brightens our days, and to be honest, having him here has helped us see things more clearly. Naturally, though, Emily couldn't let me enjoy this moment without causing a final piece of mayhem. It was unusually quiet for the first several weeks after my birth. When Emily remained distant, I had the hope that she would finally stop bothering me. For the first time in months, my husband and I felt as though we could breathe as we adapted to life with a newborn. My folks had been amazing. My mom even brought over meals to help out, and they kept us updated on a daily basis. It was quiet, and I was really relieved. Especially because my parents had taken care to keep Emily and the trouble she had caused us out of the conversation. However, my mom noted in passing that Emily had been inquiring about the baby a lot during one of their trips. Emily apparently wanted to find out when she could visit my son. Even though my mom was wary since she was aware of Emily's instability, she still felt bad about excluding Emily. However, my dad was adamantly opposed to Emily getting close to us. Neither he nor I had any faith in her. I promised my mother I would give it some thought though, because I didn't want to cause any more drama. A week later, I received a text message from an unknown sender. I read the message and instantly recognized the sender, Emily, even if the number was unknown. There were several insults in the message. She referred to me as a self-centered jerk who was attempting to remove herself from the family by having a child first. It should have been her with the first grandchild, she insisted, and my kid didn't deserve the life I was providing him. I was taken aback. Even after all this time, her jealousy and bitterness remained strong. The last straw was a panicked call from my husband's mother one morning. I was an unfit mother, according to a letter, yes, a real letter, that someone had written her. It contained numerous falsehoods, including claims that I was mentally disturbed, that I was ignoring my child, and even a veiled suggestion that I was abusive. I had my mother-in-law give me a photo of the anonymous letter. It turned out to be Emily's handwriting. My dear mother-in-law was appalled that someone who knew my husband and me well enough could be so explicit in their criticisms against us, even if she didn't believe a word in the letter. She was likewise appalled by the charges and concerned that we might be the target of someone. That was it for me. I was at my breaking point. Emily had gone too far, and I couldn't let her continue to have an impact on my family and my life. My spouse and I decided to return to his home state after talking it over. Although we had discussed it previously, it seemed like the only real way to get out of her madness this time. To ensure Emily would have no way of finding us, we took care to keep the location of our move in his hometown a secret from as many people as possible. We packed up our home and made the major move over the course of the following few weeks. Despite the fact that we would no longer be close to them, my parents supported our choice. My mom was devastated that our relationship had devolved to this point, and my dad was still upset with Emily, but they recognized that we had to act in our sons' and our own best interests. Emily, meantime, is finally having to deal with some repercussions. She reportedly started stalking and harassing her ex-fiancé over the phone and in person after he broke up with her. She nearly immediately broke the restraining order he had issued against her. She is currently coping with the legal fallout from that. At this point, my parents have essentially stopped communicating with her, and I must admit that I'm relieved. I'm fine with the fact that I don't know where she is right now. I'm not supposed to fix her, but she needs help. Life has been so much better after the transfer. Surrounded by his family, who have been nothing but encouraging, my husband and I are getting settled in our new house. Without the constant drama Emily brought into our life, I feel like we can now concentrate on raising our baby in a peaceful, caring setting. I cannot say that I will ever completely comprehend Emily's actions, but I've accepted that she is no longer in my life, and that's all right. My child, my marriage, and my peace must all be safeguarded. I had that peace for the first time in what seems like forever. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has followed along on this crazy adventure. You have no idea how much your support has meant to me, and I'm delighted to report a happy conclusion. I watched my husband marry my best friend while texting me working late, unraveling decades of lies to discover the truth. The text message shining in my car's darkness was St. 2 p.m. Mary's Church. You have to see this. Unknown count. My hands shook as I held the steering wheel and watched visitors pass past my rain-streaked glass inside the ancient stone edifice. Right now, Eleanor, a cut-rate private investigator, is waiting in my car wondering if I have finally lost my mind. Ryan, my spouse, reported to me he had a business conference in Chicago. The calendar read something like that. His secretary verified that as well. The hotel reservation revealed just that. But here I am, parked across from a Boston church since some stranger chose to act as guardian angel, or demon. I haven't made any decisions yet. This is crazy, I said to myself, but I'm already grabbing my sunglasses. As I get out of my car, heels clicking against damp ground, the church bells begin their sad call. Every stride seems like me moving toward my own execution. I slide in through the side door and settle behind a marble pillar. I smell lies and incense, and for a second I find myself back 7 years ago on my own wedding day. Same church, different dreams. My heart stops when the organ begins to play. He is because there he is. Ryan's. My Ryan here. Hands clasped in front of him, that familiar anxious tick in his jaw, standing at the altar in a tuxedo I have never seen before. Chicago is not where he resides. Here he is. The bride shows up at the door, and the ground moves underfoot. Extended dark hair, olive-based skin, that elegant walk I would know anywhere. Megan. My friend from 3rd grade, best buddy. The woman who guided me in selecting my own wedding gown. Dearly beloved. As I watch them exchange vows, the priest's words vanish into white noise. Promising to love each other till death, my spouse and best buddy part. As he assured me. Like we all vowed to each other when we were young, buddies always, no secrets, no lies. I recall not leaving the chapel. The drive home is not clear from memory, but I recall the deciding moment. Sitting in our ideal, magazine-worthy kitchen, which Ryan insisted on redoing last year, I watched the sunset through windows that unexpectedly seemed like prison bars. There is buzz on my phone. Ryan. Running late for a conference, don't hold back. I grab his preferred scotch, the one he saves for special events. As I swallow, the liquid burns my throat and I relish the suffering. Unlike all else in my life, it is real. Still another text from the unidentified number. Now you know. Regarding that, what are your plans? What am I going to do? I laugh. It sounds strange to me. Sharp, hazardous, like smashing glass. Opening my laptop, I begin to type. Dear Laura, with any luck, this email reaches you. I had been considering organizing that family reunion you have always wanted. Because betrayal is exactly that. It's about the complex dance of falsehoods that preceded it, not only about the deed itself. The deftly created alibis. The grins that have been taught. The little touches that were meaningless. And Ryan, my lovely, beautiful Ryan, has always danced rather well. But thus have I as well. I sip another scotch and grin. Let their honeymoon take place. Let them believe they are winners. Time is on my side. And I possess something higher than their adoration. I possess their faith. The sun sets totally, darkening me. For the first time today though, I can see everything clearly. Each page of the old photo album seems weighty on my lap, memories I no longer trust weighing me. Ryan, Megan, and I at 16 are spread out on my parents' yard. Ryan's arm circles both of us as we chuckle at some old joke. Like everything else about that summer, the corners of the picture show where. Ryan from downstairs phones, I ordered Chinese. His footfalls each make my skin crawl in our residence. 3 days after his second wedding, he has been home behaving as though nothing had changed. That he did not simply destroy all we had created. As he walks into our bedroom with 2 plates of food I won't eat, I close the album. Remember when we used to get takeout with Megan every Friday? The words fly from my mouth before I could stop them, sharp as broken glass. Ryan's grin falls short of directly reaching his eyes. That was a lifetime ago. Was it? I get up and let the album thump to the floor with pleasant resonance. Because she looked exactly the same 3 days ago. Just for a moment, his chopstick stopped midway to his mouth. Blink would cause you to miss it. Still, I see it. I am catching everything right now. Eleanor. He sets down his plate and approaches me with the same worried look he used on challenging clients. Has your drinking been? I chuckle. It sounds like the laughter of my mother following Dad's departure. That is your move? Gaslight the wife into thinking she is crazy? His hand reaches for mine as he replies. I'm worried about you. I pull back. When did it start? Burns my throat. Was it before our wedding? During? Tell me, Ryan. Was I the backup plan or the cover story? You're not making any sense, he replies, but his left hand quickly sits. His tell when he lies. I have spent 7 years mastering his rhythms and compiling his routines. Funny how precisely you perceive things when you're searching for the holes. I was at St. Mary's on Tuesday. Words like smoke hang between us. Nice tux, by the way. Better than the one you wore at our wedding. The mask slides, just for a moment, but it's plenty. His eyes turn cold and calculated. The Ryan I never let myself see is this one. It is not what you think. Don't. My voice is not trembling. I take great satisfaction in that. Don't offend me with excuses. I watched you marry my best friend while I was supposed to be your loving wife at home. What exactly should I think? Another clue as he rubs his hands through his hair. It's complicated, you don't grasp some of it. Like what? The joint bank accounts you opened? The property you bought together? Alternatively, maybe the fact your mother knew the whole time? That renders him unable. How could you? I go to the drawer and pull out the stack of papers I have gathered over the past 3 days. I am not the moron you believe me to be. You should really use better passwords than our anniversary date, though I guess that's meaningless now. Eleanor, please? He grabs for the docs. I control them. We can work this out, I will explain everything. Like you explained your business trip to Chicago? I laid the papers, bank statements, property titles, emails, on the bed. Or should we talk about the trust fund Laura established for your children with Megan? His face turns white. You had no right, said. I had every right. Raw and primitive, the scream tears from my throat. I am your wife. I was your friend. We grew up together. All 3 of us, and you. I pause, breathing hard. He is looking at me as though he has never seen me before. Perhaps he never did? Perhaps I never really seen myself either. Get out. Right now, my voice is solid, definite. Likewise is true with my residence. Not now. One last document I retain is a power of attorney signed last year when he was too busy managing our estate plan. You ought to really read what you sign, Ryan. Now get out before I call Michael and have him escort you out. He bolts. Not out of fear, but rather because he understands this is a starting point. For that he knows me sufficiently. From the floor, I grab the photo album and use my finger to follow our younger faces. We seem to be naive and rather joyful. Such outstanding liars, every one of us. The cafe Megan and I used to keep secrets in seems smaller now. Perhaps that is the weight of what I am about to undertake. Alternatively, maybe everything from my past is diminishing and losing relevance with every fresh betrayal I come across. Still sporting the twin of her wedding band, Megan glides into the seat across from me. Seeing it tastes like acid in my coffee. She adds, her fingers tensely stroking the rim of her unethered latte. I didn't think you would come. Funny. I didn't you'd marry my husband. The words come out softer than I intended, which somehow makes them cut deeper. She stumbles. Eleanor. I slide the bank statements across the table like cards in a rigged game. Did you know about the trust fund? The one Laura configured for next generations? Her face loses hue, not from remorse but from wrath. Quite interesting. What trust fund? That is indeed surprising now. Her hands quivering slightly, I watch her go over the papers. $3 million, I say. Set aside for the grandchildren Laura always wanted. Guess I was not producing them fast enough. This can't be right. Megan pulls the contaminated-looking papers away. Ryan said the marriage was only a formality for his inheritance. He said, I chuckle and it sounds like shattered glass. That he loved you, Megan? That I was cold, distant, career-obsessed? That's exactly what he told his mother about me last month. She stares fiercely. How come you aware of that? Because I have spent the last week learning just how completely my husband, our husband, has been playing us both. The waiter walks over, but we both wave him away without looking up. There is more, I said, pulling out my phone. Want to hear Ryan talking about property investments with Laura? The ones using your family's real estate contacts? Megan's voice falters as my family's? Ryan knew well before he ever asked her out that her mother, Grace, runs one of the biggest real estate companies in Boston. Did you ever wonder why he chose us? Asks the question hanging between us like fog. The two best friends who'd never bet each other. The perfect cover story. Stop. Megan gets up fast and her chair scrapes the floor. I understand you trying to hurt me since I hurt you. I deserve it, but... Sit down. My voice never changes. The best portion hasn't yet been heard. She sits, more from shock at my voice than from compliance. Remember that summer internship Ryan helped you get at Grace's firm? The one that convinced your mother he was such a wonderful guy? I slipped one more document across the table. Look at the date on that property transfer. Her hands shake as she reads. This is the signature of my mother, but she would never sell her prime investment property for half its worth. She had no idea she did. Check the signatures of the witnesses. Megan recognizes her own handwriting and crumples her face. I was just notarizing documents. Ryan said it was practice for my license, while I was planning our wedding. You were unintentionally helping him steal from your own mother. The truth tastes terrible on my mouth. He played us both, Megan. The only difference was that I worked it out before he could take everything. For the first time since she sat down, she glances up at me, very definitely stares at me. What are you going to do? I get to stand and gather the paperwork. Invalid question. The actual one is, what are we going to do? We? I draw one last item, a USB disk with what I have found, and say, you have two choices. Keep playing his game and lose everything, or help me take him down. Your mother's company, my savings, Laura's reputation. He's built his entire plan on the presumption that we would never compare notes. Megan fixes her eyes on the drive as though it could bite. If this gets out, everything burns. I run my palm over hers and feel the matching wedding band. But we will be the ones holding the matches this time. She tightens her fingers over the disc, and I catch a flash of the buddy I used to know, fierce, devoted, relentless when crossed. When should we begin? I smile and it feels true for the first time in weeks. Our already have. From the kitchen counter, 3 empty wine bottles mock me. Not my typical poison, but tonight is not usual. Ryan's workplace papers are scattered around our dining room table, our wedding present from Laura, like bits of a jigsaw I never wanted to solve. Another Ryan message on my phone brightens it. Please let us discuss this sensibly. Logical. Like the method he erected this palace of lies? Like the deliberate accuracy with which he decided on his marks? Once more buzzing is the phone. Megan, this one time. Grace is inquiring, we must get going more quickly. I turn it off, but my hands continue to shingle. The scope of what we intend at last strikes me. This goes beyond simply calling attention to Ryan now. We are discussing ruining families, names, life. The doorbell sounds. I wonder momentarily about ignoring it. Then, though, I hear the key in the lock. Ryan is the only person with that key except one other. Michael walks into the dining room and absorbs the anarchy. Jesus, Eli? When's the last time you slept? I faintly point at the papers. Did you know Ryan's father committed himself? Michael goes still. What? I pull out the newspaper clipping I discovered hidden in Laura's bank records 10 years ago, right after Ryan graduated law school. Officially, it was a hunting accident. Unofficially, I push forward a stack of bank records. He found Laura and Ryan had been embezzling years from his company. Christ. Michael settles onto a chair. Does everyone else know? Just the person who has been sending me anonymous tips. I tap the table burner phone. They sent me this today. I slipped over duplicates of William Mitchell's suicide note. He tried to expose them, Michael. He tried to stop them, and they... My voice failures. Michael reaches for my hand. Eli, but I back off. I'm becoming them. The words taste like ash. I'm turning into exactly what I hate from all these plans for revenge, for justice. No, you're not. Michael says with stern voice. You're shielding Megan's company, your future, Grace's. Am I? I get up, moving slowly. Or am I just so focused on destroying Ryan that I don't care who gets caught in the crossfire? Because right now, I'm seated here planning to expose everything at the family reunion, knowing it will devastate people who had nothing to do with this. Like someone? I grab one of the wine bottles, not caring that it's empty. Like Ryan's sister's kids, who'll lose their college money when I uncover Laura's financial machinations, Grace's staff might lose their jobs should the company's reputation suffer. Like William Mitchell, who died trying to do the right thing, while I plot complex revenge scenarios like some comic book villain. Michael pauses silently for a protracted length of time. He stands up, then grabs the bottle from my hand. You wish to know how you differ from them? I turn aside, but he keeps on. You're torturing yourself about the moral consequences of your actions here at 3 o'clock in the morning. They're sleeping peacefully, counting their money and planning their next con. That does not make it right. No, it doesn't. He begins systematically gathering and sorting the documents. But it means you have a choice. You can expose everything dramatically at the reunion, as you planned, or what? Or we do this the right way, legally. Carefully. William Mitchell's suicide note is here, he said. We finish what Ryan's father started, but we do it smart. We first guard the innocent parties. Another message from the unknown source comes from the burner phone buzzing. Inquire of Laura about the offshore accounts. I fix my eyes on the message, then on the anarchy all over my dining room table. 7 years of marriage, a lifetime of friendliness, generations of lies, all leading to this moment. I say at last, okay. Show me how I should do this right. Michael nods and gets out his phone. First, we should speak with a financial fraud expert. I know a man. I hold his arm and wait. Before we do this, I need know something. Are you helping me because I'm right or just because I'm your sister? He fixes my gaze consistently. Both and neither. I'm helping you since someone needs to stop them and you're strong enough to do it without becoming them. I examine the empty wine bottles, the strewn papers, the proof of my almost plunge into their realm of control and retribution. He may be right. Perhaps another method to burn it all down is here. Michael's friend, a lawyer, keeps chatting, but I fixed on the one single sheet of paper in front of me, a name list. Mainly children. Trustees of which our scheme would fall apart if we carried on. The offshore accounts are just the beginning, James Harrison continues, distributing more papers over his mahogany desk. Laura Mitchell's financial web runs at least 3 generations of both families. How many people would be affected? My voice sounds far even to myself. Directly, roughly 30, indirectly. He shrugs. We're talking about tearing down a decades-long program. The knock-on effects might affect hundreds. Michael forward leans. But we can prove the fraud readily. The issue is whether we should. James runs over the name list. Some of these trust funds are supporting education and medical treatment. I get up quickly and head to the window. Stop. Boston spreads out below, unconcerned about the bomb we are about to blow. Another way has to be found. There is buzz on my phone. Megan. Grace came upon the missing property records. Michael adds, reading across my shoulder. She's calling Laura today. We're running out of time. Anyhow, everything falls apart if Grace confronts Laura straight. I then go back to James. How long would it take to get protection for the innocent parties? Weeks, maybe months. We would want... The door of the office explodes open. Laura Mitchell is there, always flawless, but her eyes are crazy. I should have known you'd run to Michael, she says, sneers. James begins. How did you... My daughter works in your building, James. Did Eleanor tell you that part? How many families she's ready to destroy for her revenge? That's rich coming from you, Michael adds, standing and straying between us. Laura pays me more attention than him. You think you're protecting people? William thought the same thing. Look where that got him. The chamber falls quiet. Even the metropolitan noise appears to fade. What did you just say? My hands, knuckles white, clutch the rear of the chair. Oh, did your anonymous friend tell you everything? Laura asks with a stern smile. William tried to fix our plans, rerouting money to safeguard the beneficiaries, just as you are planning. He did not just discover them. And you stopped him. The bits fit together. The hunting accident was... She says just that, then pauses. An accident. Her eyes dart away. The point is, Eleanor, some buildings cannot be taken down without destroying everything they support. You're not just fighting Ryan or me, you're fighting generations of carefully balanced arrangements. I spit, arrangements built on lies and theft. Built on necessity, she says, getting closer. Did Ryan tell you why he married you? Your family's 3 generations of judges and prosecutors, 3 generations of perfect shield. Once more buzz comes from my phone. On the screen Grace's name shows. Take the call, Laura urges gently. Listen to Grace, discover what her daughter's been hiding, watch another family break, or... She pulls out an envelope. We might talk about substitutes. Michael says, Eli, don't? What alternatives? My voice is firm but my heart bangs against my ribs. Laura says, a clean break. A generous settlement. The innocent parties stay protected. Laura lays the envelope on James's desk. Everyone wins. Michael says, everyone except justice, quickly. Laura chuckle. Ask Eleanor what she actually wants, justice or peace. My phone keeps vibrating. These days, Megan's messages complement Grace's calls. From the desk, the name list stares up at me. Children, families, futures. How long do I have to decide? The words taste like surrender. Laura steps to the door. Until Grace finishes reading those papers. Choose deliberately, Eleanor. Unlike William, you still have options. She goes, and the office seems both bigger and more stifling. You cannot seriously be thinking about this, Michael says. I pick up the name list then my still buzzing phone. What if her right is what if trying to correct this just makes everything worse? Not justice, but that's fear talking. Maybe. I glance at James. But what if terror is trying to convey something vital? One last time the phone buzzes, then goes quiet. It is too late to stop whatever Grace found now. I pick Laura's envelope and feel the weight of choices not yet taken. I need to talk to Megan, I say at last, before we decide anything else. Because sometimes, I continue, I'm learning revenge isn't about who you're willing to hurt but who you're willing to spare. Before me sits the Mitchell family estate, its windows shining like evening caution signals. All the actors gathered for what they believe to be a surprise anniversary party for Laura and her second husband. Cars fill the circular driveway. Michael says, standing next to me and clutching the bag full of all the evidence, every paper, every recording, last chance to back out. Megan appears at my other shoulder and says, they're already inside, her voice taut. Grace is with them, Ryan is watching the door like a hawk. I change my black dress, funeral suitable, though they are not yet aware of it. Did you check the exits? James has people stationed at every door, Michael says, glancing at his watch. No one leaves until everything's disclosed once you start. Laura's envelope weighs against my ribs, nestled into my garment. Her offer of silence, of protection for the innocent, weighs against me. Still not opened. Still conceivable. We arrive in the kitchen, where caterers are busy without realizing they are presenting Mitchell Dynasty Last Supper. Ryan finds me right away. His face flickers between skepticism and relief. Eleanor. He comes near me carrying a champagne glass. I didn't suppose you would show up? And Miss Laura's party? My smile feels like broken glass. Would not dream of it. His gaze flies to Megan, to Michael, to the briefcase. I see the instant he discovers something is wrong, but Laura's voice breaks through the hushes of discussion. Everyone, kindly collect in the main hall. The audience moves, carrying with it us. I notice flashes of familiar faces. Grace, pale but understated. Laura's second husband, blind and radiant. Ryan's sister, gripping hands of her children. The young ones. God. The sons. Laura pulls out her glass. Thanks all for showing up to... Actually, I forward, my voice carrying across the unexpected silence. I'd like to say something first. Ryan comes toward me, but Michael blocks his way. Megan takes a seat close to Grace. Laura says, "Eleanor," her voice low, "give great thought to what you are doing." I open the still sealed envelope she handed me. I have thought about it. For weeks, I've thought about nothing else. I turn to face the room. About justice and protection. About who deserves the truth and who deserves mercies. Eli, Ryan's voice now clearly reflects actual terror. Whatever you think you know, I know everything. I open the briefcase, but, not yet, I do not remove the papers. About William's death? About the trust funds? About your 2 marriages, Laura's schemes, Laura's lies to keep this house of cards standing. The space comes alive in whispers. Grace marches onward, her face ashen. "Megan," Grace replies with shaky voice. "I apologize." "Mom." Megan's voice breaks. "I knew nothing, not until Eleanor showed me." Clutching her children tighter, Ryan's sister asks, "Showed you what?" "What are you doing?" I look at the kids. Their innocent futures waiting on my next words, their perplexed faces. The envelope from Laura sears on my flesh. "The truth," I say quietly, "is that I came here tonight to destroy everything. To expose decades of fraud and manipulation. To get justice for everyone who's been hurt by the Mitchell family's lies." I get the first paper, William's actual suicide note. Laura moves rather silently. But standing here, looking at all of you, I glance back at Ryan. I understand something worse than being misled. Something worse than being deceived. Michael says, "Eleanor," his voice tight. But I continue. "The very thing you're fighting against is becoming." I touch it to Laura's envelope. The paper catches fast and I drop it into the briefcase. I find a match in my handbag. "No." Michael jumps forward, but it's too late. Years of careful investigation burning to ash. With it burns my opportunity at justice, at revenge, at everything I thought I wanted. Since at times the best retribution is redemption rather than destruction. Laura sits across from me on the marble island, both of us wet from the sprinklers, watching cops cart away boxes of evidence. The actual evidence, not the decoy files I burned, painted Laura's perfect kitchen in alternating red and blue. "Copies," I answer softly. "Everything in that briefcase? Merely copies. The originals arrived at the FBI 1 hour ago." Her immaculate nails pound against her coffee cup. "You chose this moment on purpose. The party here. Family gathering. Like father, like daughter-in-law." I slide William's real suicide note across the desk. "He planned to disclose everything at your anniversary party too, didn't he?" Prior to the hunting mishap. The drumming stops. Michael is watching with grim enjoyment through the glass, Ryan being guided to a police car. Laura's voice quivering. "You don't understand what you've done," she continues. "Those trust funds were being protected." Pulling out my phone, I show her the court orders. Every innocent beneficiary has been lawfully detached from the false accounts. The kids will hang on to their college money. The treatment keeps on medical level. I sense actual dread in her eyes for the first time. "How?" Much as leaning closer, I add. "I had 3 weeks after you presented me the envelope. 3 weeks where you felt you would win. Did you truly believe I was doing nothing for that period?" Much we hear activity at the door. Grace walks in, followed by federal officers. Her eyes connect with Laura's. Grace states, simply, "You killed William when he tried to protect my daughter from your schemes." Laura stands so fast that her chair falls over. "That's absurd." Much as I interrupted. "William was going to expose how you used Megan to access Grace's company records, then, how you manipulated Ryan into marrying us both to maintain your financial facade. Everything I accomplished served this family only." Laura tears. Megan answers, looking at the doorway, tear-stained but steady. "No. Everything you did was for yourself. And today we all know the reason." Laura goes somewhat motionless as I slide one final document across the counter. An old picture. "William wasn't merely aiming to reveal the hoax, was he?" I inquire, seeing her expression crumple. "He found something else. About the true father of Ryan. About why you so sorely needed the connections of the Carter family." "Mom? Mom, what's happening?" Ryan's voice calls from outside. Laura leaps for the picture, but Grace is faster. Her shriek resounds in the abruptly quiet kitchen. Looking at the picture, Grace adds, That's my father," staring at Laura. 37 years passed. I say, 9 months before Ryan was born. The truth hangs between us like smoke, decades of control, all to conceal one desperate affair, thereby preserving the Mitchell family's pristine image. "You destroyed everything?" Laura says quietly. No. I stand, compiling the last of the papers. You lost everything the moment you chose lies above love. William fought to save all of us and today at last he has. What precisely do you mean? Much one last time I grab my phone and show her the message chain. From an unidentified number, from a dead man, scheduled emails, planned to arrive years after his death. I meet her eyes. William knew he might not survive trying to expose the truth, so he left breadcrumbs for whoever was brave enough to follow them. I wasn't first victim, Laura. However, I am your last. Ryan is watching via the glass, finally seeing dawning on his face as Grace hands him the picture as the cops walk to escort her out. Was it worth it? Laura wonders as they lead her away. Burnishing everything to save a dead man's honor. Of Megan and Grace, now free from manipulation, of William, who passed away trying to protect us all, I consider the children above, their futures now safe. I add gently. Some things are worth burning for. Michael squeezes my shoulder as the sun rises over the Mitchell estate, casting everything in gold. Beside me, sirens fade. You okay? 30 years of lies collapsing in Laura's path, I see her go into a police cruiser. No, I say honestly. But I will be. Sometimes the truth simply tells you who you really are. Sometimes it doesn't set you free. Ryan's last box from his study remains unopened on my kitchen counter. Autumn leaves abound in my backyard, where 3 children previously swore to be friends forever through the window. Megan says, Grace wants to meet both of us. My phone buzzes. Laura and Ryan, both convicted, ended the trial yesterday. The headlines claim justice. The society pages labeled it scandal, neither fairly portrayed the facts. Expecting more evidence, more secrets, I raise the top from the box only to see an ancient video camera, the kind we used summer before college, when everything seemed possible. Megan stands there, appearing smaller somehow, more like the girl I used to know than the lady who helped sort everything. The doorbell rings. Holding out an identical camera, she adds, I found my too, from Mom's attic. Both of us set them on the counter. These relics of who we used to be neither of us reaches to switch on. Did you come across Ryan's comment? She inquires. No. I pour us both coffee. This is a habit from earlier, when friendship was straightforward. Did you? Much her giggle sounds brittle. He said he loved both. Actually believed it, I guess. Sliding her cup across the counter. That's Ryan, I remark. Living his own truth, even when it's a lie. Megan strokes one softly while the afternoon light catches the cameras creating twin shadows. Before Grace arrives, she continues, we should observe them. Before we choose our course of action. She nods. We both know Grace's meeting is about the future of her business, about trust and second chances, about whether some bridges can be rebuilt after they have burnt. It is not only about reconciliation. Ryan behind the camera, narrating our last summer together, behind which we are young, laughing, whole. Ryan connects the first camera to my laptop. The screen flickers to life. Before college. Before decisions. Before we knew how love and lies might wear the same face. Megan says unexpectedly, stop. Then looks at that moment. The picture freezes on our younger selves, sharing some forgotten joke, but it's Ryan's reflection in the window that catches my eye. The way he watches us both, scheming, even then. I understand he simply showed us who we already were, not destroyed us. What do you imply? Megan queries. You always yearned for adventure, I was always yearning control. He only turned those facts into weapons. The second camera sits dark, uninterested. Certain facts, I'm discovering, don't need to be seen to be understood. Megan's coffee sits unethered, going cold. Now we choose, I say. Between easy and true, not between right and wrong. Grace grabs my hand before Megan moves to answer the doorbell once more. She says, I'm sorry, not for loving him. For not remembering how to love you first. Remembering Laura's last remarks during the trial, love makes liars of us all. I squeeze back. Maybe, I say Megan, we quit trying to change the past. Perhaps we should start something fresh. She nods, knowing what I'm not saying. About Grace's company, about second chances, about how occasionally revenge isn't about destroying what was, but constructing what may be. Laura plans her appeals somewhere in a prison cell. In another, Ryan writes letters we will never read. Life moves forward, messy and imperfect. Grace opens the door and notes how she carries herself now, straighter, stronger, free from decades of manipulation. The autumn wind scatters more leaves over the yard. I leave the cameras on the counter unaltered. Certain memories are better lived than remembered. Some facts are not revisited necessary. Megan and I glance at one another, remembering other documents, other plans, other decisions as Grace piles papers across my kitchen table. Plans for rebuilding, for forward movement, prepare? Grace questions. Of Laura, creating barriers to hide truths never worth preserving. Of William, planting truth bombs to detonate years after his death. Of Ryan, loving so fiercely he forgot how to love honestly. Indeed, I say, and I mean it. Sometimes the best kind of retribution is one in which one gains freedom rather than exacting revenge. Tricked into buying a house for my sister, I finally stopped being the family ATM and took back control of my life. This story has been consuming me for the past few months and I, 32M, need to tell it. It tells the story of how my parents tricked me into purchasing a home for them, then gave it to my younger sister Perry, 29F, and what transpired when I finally had enough. Be advised that this is a lengthy and intricate tale of financial exploitation, family deception, and ultimately defending oneself. My family had to constantly balance their finances when I was growing up. Even though we weren't impoverished, there was always a tension that was related to money. You could call my dad, 58M, a serial entrepreneur, but none of his business endeavors ever truly took off. He constantly pursued the next great chance, jumping from job to job. He would be selling life insurance one month, certain that he would succeed in the field, and then attempting to launch a home remodeling company the next, despite his lack of experience. Every new endeavor had the same cycle. Initial enthusiasm, mounting annoyance and unavoidable failure. The perpetual optimist, Mom, 55F, consistently supported Dad's decisions. She would say to us over dinner, "Your father is a visionary." Just after he had left another secure career to take a chance on a dangerous project. He only needs one significant break. To keep us afloat, she took on part-time jobs, but her true job was to keep up this facade of normalcy while our financial circumstances were anything but. My sister Perry and I had a very different dynamic. I was chosen at a young age to be the family's savior and their key to a brighter future. I used this lens to examine every choice I made. I recall wanting to join the school band when I was 14 years old. My parents sat me down for a serious conversation about how the computer club would appear better on college applications, rather than encouraging my passion in music. My parents, who somehow always found money we purportedly didn't have, paid for Perry's art classes one month and her dance lessons the next, allowing her to follow whatever whimsy interests she had. In high school, the pressure increased significantly. I kept my GPA at 4.0 because it was considered bad, not because I was inherently smart. You would think I had committed a heinous sin after I received an A in AP Physics one semester. For days, my father would only talk to me when he made scathing remarks about how mediocrity isn't an option for someone who needs to support their family. Teenagers need to express themselves, Mom said dismissively when Perry skipped 3 days of school that week to spend time with her pals. Perry was finding herself, and I spent my high school years in this pressure cooker of expectations. I was supposed to create a thorough financial success strategy. Perry would easily go in beyond curfew without any repercussions, whereas I would study until 2 in the morning while fueled by energy drinks and anxiousness. It was a sharp contrast. The traditional education system just doesn't suit her learning style, was the response given to Perry's run of D's and F's, while my B+ in calculus prompted a family conference regarding my declining standards. My parents made it apparent that my only choice when it came time for college was tech school, not because it fit with my hobbies, they never inquired about those, but rather because it provided the quickest path to a well-paying career. At every stage, they made sure I realized the extent of their sacrifice by taking out loans and spending down what little savings they had. Mom used to say, "We're eating ramen so you can have a future." But oddly, there was always money for Perry's newest pastime or adventure. Tech school was harsh due to the continual pressure from home as well as the challenging homework. I lived on the cheapest possible diet, worked part-time at a computer repair business in between classes, and was constantly reminded of my parents' investment in me. Every phone conversation featured an update on their financial difficulties as well as overt clues about when I might be able to reimburse them. Perry, meanwhile, left high school during her last year. In fact, my parents applauded her choice rather than the drama I would have experienced. "Not everyone is cut out for school," they stated. "She is courageous for pursuing her own goals." She spent the following years exploring her options, which included working as a barista, store clerk, dog walker and yoga instructor trainee, all of which were part-time positions that lasted no longer than a few months. Until she eventually quit because it wasn't fulfilling her soul, every new job she took was hailed as her genuine calling. I was hired by a burgeoning tech startup after I graduated from computer school. Although the pay wasn't particularly noteworthy by industry standards, it was more than my family had ever received. I recall phoning my parents to break the news, hoping for a single unadulterated moment of joy. Rather, Dad started figuring out how much I could give them per month right away, and Mom started making a list of all the bills they needed assistance with. To save money, I moved into a small apartment with 2 roommates. Although it wasn't ideal, I was earning enough money to buy a home of my own. I felt compelled to live simply in order to support my parents. I tried to balance their needs with my student loan payments and other living expenditures by sending them money each month. However, it was never sufficient. Dad would call with a remorseful speech about how they had given up everything for my schooling if I didn't send an extra month. My work became my haven. I poured myself into projects, gained a reputation for solving challenging issues, and began to advance in the company. Every bonus or promotion ought to have been a triumph, but instead they served as further sources of pressure. "So, you'll be able to help us more now, right?" was the constant inquiry, rather than "Are you proud of yourself?" or "What are your goals?" Perry's pattern of irregular employment and snap judgments persisted. When things went apart, she would return home after living with friends. She would enroll in online classes but stop midway through. Our parents were understanding and supportive of every setback. Despite the fact that she was well into her 20s, they would exclaim, "She's still young. She simply hasn't discovered her calling yet." What I assumed would be a typical Sunday meal at their rental apartment was actually the pivotal moment. Although I had been picking up on more clues than usual regarding their financial difficulties, I wasn't ready for what happened next. After all these years of investing in the family's future, Dad began to talk about how tired they were of renting, how their landlord was raising the rent once more, and how they needed a place of their own. The directness still took me by surprise, even though I understood where this was going. "Honey, we've been thinking," Mom replied, reaching across the table and taking my hand. "We've given up so much for you to reach this point, and you're doing fantastically now. Do you not think it's time to assist us in purchasing a home?" They let go of years' worth of pent-up guilt when I revealed that I was struggling to pay my own rent and save for the future. Dad talked about how they could have invested in me rather than saving for retirement. Mom sobbed as she talked about how all they wanted in their last years was stability. Perry, who was residing with them at the time, said that I was living comfortably while our parents were having financial difficulties. Months passed during the pressure campaign. They casually mentioned places they had seen in every phone conversation. Dad would share tales of their friends' kids who had done right by their parents, by purchasing properties, while Mom would email ads, just to look at. Perry even got involved, writing to me to say that after everything our parents had done for me, they deserved this one thing. Despite my best efforts, I was susceptible to their manipulation due to decades of indoctrination. The guilt became too much. Their age, their sacrifices, and their need for stability would keep me up at night. Though years of familial dynamics are difficult to overcome, my therapist, yes, I did finally start seeing one, warned me about setting limits. I finally gave in after months of psychological combat. I persuaded myself that this was the proper thing to do even though I had saved up a respectable sum for a down payment, money that ought to have gone toward my own future. The guilt trips would end once they had a home, I promised myself. At last, they would be content and I could begin to concentrate on my own life. I purchased a basic 3-bedroom home in a quiet neighborhood, nothing extravagant. The monthly payments were difficult, but I reasoned that if I kept up my thrifty lifestyle and lived with roommates, I could manage. Everything appeared to be going well for the first several months. My parents were ecstatic, telling friends and relatives how well their son had done them and showing off their home. However, the requests increased rather than decreased. They wanted to landscape the backyard because the neighbors would judge us. And they required new furniture because the old stuff doesn't seem right in this magnificent house. Every request was accompanied by the same old guilt trip. "After everything we've done for you." I continued to pay my mortgage, sending more when I could in an effort to pay it off sooner. I convinced myself that it was worthwhile to provide my parents with the security they had never had, even if I was still living with roommates and putting my own life on hold. They began discussing how nice it would be for Perry to have a secure location close by. And they made casual references to how she was assisting them in settling in, but I chose to ignore the warning flags. In hindsight, I ought to have anticipated this. I was so used to prioritizing their demands that I failed to notice all the warning signs. The events that followed compelled me to face the ugly truth of my family's relationships and make one of the most difficult choices of my life. Update 1. I'll tell you what transpired when I paid a surprise visit to the house I purchased. I wish I could say I was shocked by what I discovered, but perhaps I had a sneaking suspicion this kind of stuff was coming. It all began one weekend when I attempted to phone my folks to talk about the additional mortgage payments I had been making. They never missed an opportunity to discuss money, So it was strange that neither of them answered. I made multiple efforts before deciding to drive to the residence. Everything changed because of what I discovered there. Wearing pajamas as if she owned the home, Perry answered the door. She didn't say, "Hey, nice to see you," or even, "What's brought you here?" Rather, she asked, "Oh, what are you doing here?" With an irritated expression, as though I were breaking her schedule. As I stood there, I tried to take in everything I was seeing. I felt sick to my stomach when I entered. The entire house has been converted into Perry's private area. Her personal portraits had taken the place of our family photos on the walls, her clothes were draped over the furniture, and her art supplies were strewn all over the table that had once been our parents' dining room table. She was allegedly now a budding social media personality, and the spare room had been transformed into some sort of creative studio for her latest business endeavor. "Where's Dad and Mom?" I was able to inquire while attempting to remain calm. She answered nonchalantly, as though everyone knew, "Oh, they moved out a few weeks ago. Across town, they discovered a pleasant rental. Did they not inform you?" Certainly they hadn't informed me. No one had considered mentioning that Perry had moved in and my parents had left, even though I had been making extra mortgage payments on this place. I felt like I was physically struck by the betrayal. I contacted my folks while seated on the couch, which was now adorned with Perry's throw cushions. This time, Mom responded, and her justification infuriated me. "We planned to inform you, honey. We believed this would be the ideal setting for Perry, who required a steady setting to concentrate on her career. You're doing great, and she needs time to figure out what she wants to do." Mom's voice took on that recognizable guilt-tripping tone when I brought up the fact that I was the one making the mortgage payments. "Can't you help your sister after all we've given up for you? Your additional payments will be used to cover our new rent. Everything remains within the family." I lost it at that point. Remains with family? I didn't buy this house to give Perry a free crash pad. I bought it for you and Dad. And without notifying me, you're paying your rent with my extra mortgage payments? In an attempt to manipulate me, Mom broke down in tears and said that I was being self-centered and that family members should support one another. After I obtained my IT job, Dad got on the phone and started lecturing me about how I've changed and gotten materialistic. The actual kicker? The majority of their furniture had already been transferred into their new rental, leaving Perry with the more recent pieces I had assisted them in purchasing for the property. I was the one who was really footing the bill, and they had planned this entire event without ever contacting me. "I'm focusing on building my brand right now," Perry responded with a shrug when I questioned her about her involvement in the mortgage. She replied, "I'll be able to help out once I get my social media following up," as she opened a new ring light that she was probably buying with the additional cash I had been giving for the mortgage. I alternated between anger and incredulity during the drive home. The family first lectures, guilt trips, and years of manipulation were all meant to keep me footing the bill while I put my own life on hold. I've been allowing myself a few days to calm down and gather my thoughts before deciding what to do next. A part of me wants to halt all payments right away and let them face the repercussions. Fighting against years of training and worrying about being the bad son who left his family is another aspect. However, one thing is certain: this cannot go on. I have had enough of being the family ATM. This weekend, I've planned a meeting with my parents to establish some clear guidelines. Perry must either start making a sizable mortgage payment or something will need to change. I'll provide another report following the meeting, but I already have a feeling it won't be pleasant. My parents are skilled manipulators of emotions, and I have no doubt that they are already preparing their case. But for the first time in my life, I'm prepared to defend my position, even if it means playing the antagonist in their tale. I'm aware of the irony. My sister lives rent-free in a home I pay for, but I continue to share a room with her. I sometimes question how I allowed things to get to this point, but I suppose that's what happens when you're subjected to manipulation and guilt from your family for years. Update 2. Things didn't go as planned when I confronted my folks. In fact, it went worse than I had anticipated. Allow me to describe what transpired during one of the most tense family gatherings I have ever experienced. When I got to their new rental apartment, I found that it was considerably more costly than their old one. I saw a big TV and some new furniture as soon as I came in. I could now pinpoint the precise source of my additional mortgage payments. They had purposefully scheduled this meeting for a family meal, presumably in the hopes that I wouldn't object when food was involved. In hindsight, I should have anticipated that they would work against me, but Perry was also present, which was not in my original plan. They started their plan before I could even begin to talk about the house problem. My favorite childhood supper was made by Mom, Emotional Manipulation 101, and Dad began displaying old pictures of me while discussing simpler times when family meant everything. I made an effort to direct the discussion toward the real problem. We must discuss Perry's living situation and the house. The mood changed at once. Mom set her fork down. Dad's expression tightened. Her phone suddenly piqued Perry's curiosity. Observe, I began. I purchased that home for you and your father. Now that you've moved out and given it to Perry, you're paying your rent with my extra money. I wasn't told about any of this, and that needs to change. Dad went on the attack right away. You're keeping score now then? Following all that we have done for you? He produced a notebook, a real notebook, in which he had recorded all of the costs they had ever expended for my schooling. Should we discuss our expenses for your tech school? What did we give up? Mom, who can cry on command, I promise, adopted a different tack. Tears already welling up. Mom added tearfully, we thought you'd understand. Perry is having a hard time figuring out her path, and we just want both of our children to succeed. Isn't that what family does? Support each other? I'm actually working really hard on my social media presence. I've gained 200 followers this month. The house gives me the perfect backdrop for my content. My lifestyle influencer career is about to take off, Perry said, eventually looking up from her phone to share her viewpoint. Perry, you're living rent-free in a house I'm paying for while I'm still sharing an apartment with roommates. How is that fair? I was hearing, and I couldn't believe it. Not everything is about money. You're so privileged with your tech job, you don't understand how hard it is for creative people like me, she said, rolling her eyes. Then they delivered another bombshell. Mom hesitantly said they had already gotten quotations for the makeover and told Perry she could turn the garage into a content creation studio, expecting me to pay for it, of course. This stops now. Either Perry starts paying her fair share of the mortgage, or we need to figure out a different arrangement. I lost it at that moment. We put you through school. We sacrificed everything for your success, and now you're going to deny your sister the same chance, said Dad, slamming his hand on the table. The same chance? I chuckled sourly. This isn't about chances, it's about responsibility. Perry left high school and has never worked for more than 3 months. How can you be so cruel? We raised you better than this. Perry needs stability to pursue her dreams, Mom said, her tears growing more intense. I yelled back, what about my dreams? I've sacrificed everything for this family, including my own dreams, living with roommates, saving for the future and paying for a house I can't even live in. From there the debate got more heated as Dad began to enumerate all the sacrifices they had ever made for me. Mom continued to sob about her commitment to the family, and Perry accused me of being envious of her imminent success. Starting next month, I'm only paying the basic mortgage, no extras. I finally made my ultimatum. If Perry wants to stay in the house, she needs to contribute. If not, we need to sell it. Mom complained that I was ruining the family, Dad branded me materialistic and ungrateful, and Perry stormed out, accusing me of ruining her career before it had even begun. You would think that I had suggested setting fire to an orphanage. On the journey home, I began to reflect on all the years I had spent trying to please them. All the sacrifices I'd made, all the guilt I'd carried, and for the first time, I realized how manipulative they were. I left that night feeling both exhausted and oddly free. Dad sent multiple angry texts about my betrayal. Perry has posted ambiguous social media updates about toxic family members and dealing with haters. Mom has been calling nonstop and leaving heartfelt voicemails about how they can't afford their rent without my help, and I've already contacted the bank to stop the extra payments. I've been the family ATM for too long, putting everyone else's demands before my own, but I'm not giving up this time. If they can't see that, perhaps more serious measures are in order. For the first time in my life, I'm willing to put myself first, even if it means becoming the antagonist in their story. But I have a sense that this isn't quite over yet. Update 3. Let me tell you how everything finally fell apart and where I am now. Following that final encounter, I took the most difficult decision of my life. I stopped making mortgage payments altogether. My phone exploded in the first week after I stopped making payments. I received 47 calls from Mom, 23 from Dad, and even messages from Perry on every social media site imaginable. I blocked them all, but they got creative, using friends' phones, making new accounts on social media, and even reaching out to relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. I can't sleep knowing my son has abandoned us, was the first guilt-tripping statement in Mom's voicemails. We'll lose everything because of you, was the next desperate statement. In his more combative communications, Dad said, no son of mine would do this to his family. Of particular relevance was Perry's campaign against me on social media. She began sharing stories of toxic family members that ruin your dreams on a regular basis. The surrealist part was when I looked at Perry's Instagram and noticed that she was charging $50 per session for her insights into the influencer lifestyle, while holding creativity classes in the property I was paying for. She used my financial crisis as engagement material for her fans and turned the living room into a content-producing space. The bank sent out their first notice around week 3. My parents sent it to me with a single message instead of addressing the issue. "Is this what you want? To see your family homeless?" I archived the email without answering. The flying monkeys then appeared. I received calls from family friends I hadn't spoken to in years, expressing their disappointment with my decisions. I was ruining my parents' golden years, according to a long correspondence from my aunt. My former high school instructor even expressed concern about my recent changes in lifestyle on Facebook. None of them were aware that I had finally begun therapy and was recovering from years of emotional and financial abuse. My therapist assisted me in realizing that my family had established a situation in which I was always in charge of everyone's welfare except for my own. Perry's Rise Above Surviving Family Betrayal podcast, which was taped in a house I purchased, was the true turning point. The first episode focused on her affluent tech bro brother's jealous attempts to crush her goals. In fact, she was able to garner a modest following from those who understood her plight. The bank's notices grew more serious after the second month. My parents changed strategies and sent me pictures of homes they were considering, all of which were far less expensive than the rental they were renting at the time. Mom texted from a different number, "See, we're trying to compromise." However, I saw that Perry had not yet been asked to help or find a space of her own. Perry hosted a Farewell to My Dream Space broadcast, complete with theatrical monologues about overcoming adversity, in response to the approaching foreclosure. For her emergency relocation fund, she even created a GoFundMe page, carefully omitting the fact that she had never made any payments on the residence. Finding out that Perry had been renting out one of the rooms to another content provider and keeping the money for himself was the last straw. This came after Mom had called me in tears, explaining that they were unable to make any mortgage contributions. Perry had to quickly relocate her content development business back to our parents' rental when the bank eventually gained ownership of the house. She took care to record everything for her fans, portraying herself as a victim of uncontrollable events. I found it ironic that she never mentioned the true source of the house's funding. Dad gave me a final call, which I did answer. His voice was low, almost defeated rather than the rage I had anticipated. He remarked, "We really thought you'd cave. We never thought you'd actually let the house go." I learned all I needed to know about their perception of me from that admission. They saw me not as a son but as a steady source of revenue that they could control whenever they wanted. The fallout has been easier and harder than I anticipated. More difficult since there is a gap when you break off communication with your entire family, no matter how toxic they may be. It's easier since I'm solely accountable to myself for the first time in my adult life. I currently live in my own apartment. Though small, it belongs to me. Every choice I make is for my own future, not to satisfy the needs or desires of others. I'm finally considering purchasing a home for myself, this time just for me, as my savings account continues to increase. The family still makes an effort to get in touch now and again. Mom sends guilt-ridden, subtly accusatory holiday cards. Articles regarding unappreciative kids are emailed by Dad. Based on the drama in our family, Perry has reportedly remade herself as a trauma healing counselor. However, I'm finished. The sale of the house was about more than simply real estate. It was about escaping a lifetime of shame and exploitation. I've finally come to terms with the fact that sometimes establishing limits means playing the bad guy in someone else's tale. It's never too late to quit burning yourself alive to keep others warm if you're in a similar circumstance. The manipulation is more difficult than the guilt. But it's your life to live. Avoid waiting as long as I did to come to that realization. I want to thank everyone for their warm reactions and tremendous support. I learned from reading your comments that I'm not the only one who has to deal with financial exploitation in the family. I was strengthened by the accounts of so many of you who had gone through similar things. This community has been really encouraging and reassuring. Am I the asshole for stepping in to defend a teenage cashier after a rude customer made her cry at the supermarket? So, this happened yesterday, and I'm still wondering if I overreacted. I, 35F, was doing my usual weekly grocery shopping at a local supermarket. It was a busy afternoon, and the line at the checkout was pretty long. I was waiting patiently when I noticed the woman in front of me, probably mid-50s, becoming increasingly agitated as the teenage cashier, who couldn't have been older than 17, was scanning her items. The cashier seemed a bit flustered. I could tell she was probably new, making a few mistakes here and there, but nothing serious. The older woman, however, was not having it. She started muttering under her breath, rolling her eyes, and tapping her foot. Finally, when the cashier accidentally scanned an item twice and needed to call for a supervisor to void it, the woman lost it. She started berating the poor girl, saying things like, "How hard can it be to do this job? You can't even do basic tasks, you're wasting people's time." She just kept going on, and the more she yelled the more flustered the cashier got until she started tearing up. I stood there for a second, hoping the lady would cool down, but she didn't. The poor cashier was clearly trying her best to keep it together. That's when I stepped in. I said to her, "You don't have the right to treat someone like that. She's doing her best, and it's just a mistake. If you're so unhappy, maybe you should try working like her for a day and see how easy it is." The woman looked stunned and told me to mind my own business. I replied, "It is my business when you're making a kid cry over something as stupid as groceries." The cashier's supervisor had arrived by then and stepped in to handle the situation, and the woman stormed off still muttering and cursing. After she left, the cashier thanked me with teary eyes, but a couple of people behind me in line gave me looks like I was the one who had done something wrong. Now I'm second-guessing myself. So Reddit, Ada for telling her off? Now to the next story, story 2. My husband abruptly adopted a Burmese python, which caused me anxiety and fear. Years later, our marriage fell apart, leading to divorce. Original post, May 7, 2015. Maybe this would be more appropriate on our snakes, but this problem is less about the python itself and more about my relationship with my husband. So personally I don't think so. 6 months ago, our corn snake unexpectedly died. My husband and I were both very upset. He was a cute little guy and still very young. My husband has owned several small reptiles during his lifetime, and he told me he was thinking of trying a milk snake this time instead of a corn or a garter. Instead, 2 months after our corn died he came home with a baby Burmese python. Apparently it's always been his dream to own a Burmese. Not only am I pissed that he got something like that without consulting me, on the upside, where we live they are legal. But I had several reservations that have only grown since we've owned it. I have GAD and that thing triggers my anxiety like no other. When I was doing research about Burmese pythons I kept reading stories about them killing pets, children, and even their owners. So now I'm freaked out and have barely slept for 4 months. This is made worse by the fact that my husband has no experience with large snakes, and the larger the python grows, the more it shows, and also by us having a cat. The other snakes we've had, our corn snake, and my husband's old garter snake, pose no threat, but now I constantly worry that the python is going to get out and eat her. I've taken to locking the cat in our bedroom at night, which interferes with our sleep since she meows and scratches at the door, and I constantly worry about her when she's home alone. I'll reiterate, this thing is fucking huge. He is already 6 feet long. I'm home more than my husband, so I have to feed it and change its substrates often. I hate doing both. So much. Especially now that he's graduated to eating rabbits and pigs. I honestly think that since my husband bought him without consulting me that caring for it should be his sole job, but I'm not going to let it go hungry or live in its own waste out of pride. I honestly don't think we'll be able to give this snake the best quality of life, which I think is essential for all pets. He's getting too big for the tank he's in, which is his third since we've gotten him, and I don't think we have the room in our house for the enclosure my husband wants to build him. His food is very expensive and eats into our savings, but it's what he needs, so we can't downgrade. The python does not deserve to live in a tiny space and eat inadequate food because my husband wanted one as a kid. At the same time, it's a good possibility it could eat us out of house and home. I don't want kids while we own a python, and these things can live up to 20 years. I don't want to ever have children, which I've dreamed of, because of a python. Because of all these reasons, but especially the ones about our cat and its quality of life, I think we should rehome the python, preferably to a wildlife sanctuary or something. I've gently brought all of this up to my husband. How much mental anguish it causes me, how worried I am for our cat, how the snake is unsustainable, and all he's done is tell me to get over it, accuse me of not caring about his happiness, and tell me I'm being prejudiced against animals that aren't cute and cuddly. None of this is true, not even the last accusation. I liked his smaller snakes a lot. How can I communicate productively with my husband about this issue? He already loves this snake, and I think that's getting in the way of him seeing reason. Edit, fucked up the title. My husband is male. Edit 2. For the snake people, I acknowledge now that our husbandry is probably wrong, proving my point even more. Also, I have been informed that the snake probably wasn't a baby if it's at this size now, so take that into account. I am not the most knowledgeable about snakes. TL.dr. My husband adopted a Burmese python without consulting me. For a variety of reasons, most of all that I worry that it could kill us and the cat, That we don't have enough experience with large reptiles, and that its conditions are too expensive. I think we should rehome it. My husband thinks this means I hate snakes and is offended. I want to rehome the python. I need advice on how to communicate with him in a way that will make him see my perspective. Relevant comments, additional info, OOP on her husband's rebuttals to her arguments. Here they were. As far as worrying about the python getting out and killing the cat/future kids us. I won't let it get out. You need to go on new anxiety medication. Never mind the fact that both the corn and the garter escaped from their tanks. Well, what are you going to do? Let it starve just because you don't like it? That's cruel. He says that we have room for the enclosure and that we'll find money to keep buying it food. He says I'm ridiculous to not want babies while we have a python and says everything will be fine. I don't find any of his rebuttals particularly compelling because they're just, no, that won't happen to a concern of mine without explaining why it won't happen. Update 1, May 14, 2015. First of all, I have to say thank you for the outpouring of support I got, especially from the reptile enthusiasts who happen to be browsing this sub. You guys are awesome. Now I just want to say at the beginning what everyone wants to hear, the snake is gone and my cat is all right. Here's how it happened. Thursday night while I was replying to people in my post, several people suggested talking to my husband's friend, who owns Burmese pythons, is an experienced reptile keeper, and could be a huge help. I was too blinded by the situation, my own anxiety to even think of that. I messaged him on Facebook Thursday night and told him the situation. He was shocked at just how bad things were, but apparently he tried to warn my husband that owning small snakes and then jumping to a burn is like thinking owning house cats makes you qualified to own a tiger, but my husband didn't listen. He's been busy going to reptile shows, dude breeds venomous cobras, he's kind of a badass, so he only saw the snake in person once when we just got it and was immediately disturbed when I told him about the overfeeding. My husband's desire to start it on live food, and the fact that it free roams and is handed alone. He told me he'd come over the next day, Friday, and give my husband a real talk, as well as do anything he could to help us rehome it. I decided I couldn't live another day in the house like that and neither could my cat, so Friday morning I moved out to my mother's while my husband was at work. It was a bit sneaky, but I knew that if I tried to leave while he was home he'd try to convince me to stay. I called him on his lunch break though and told him I'd left until the snake was gone. He was very upset, but started accusing me of being so petty as to let a snake wreck our marriage. I had nothing productive to say to that. So I told him I'd talk to him later. Well, my husband's friend was so angry at what he saw of the snake that when he got to the house when my husband was home from work he gave him the tongue lashing of his life, and told him in plain terms that now that he saw how woefully inadequate we were as big snake keepers there was no way he was going to let the snake stay at our house. Being yelled at really affected him. When my husband drove over to my mother's to talk to me he looked like a kicked puppy. He broke down and told me that he loved me, that he was sorry for the hell he'd put me through, and that it had taken having reason yelled to him by an expert for him to really see what was going on and that he understood now that the snake could no longer live with us. I know that at that point that the sorrow he felt was due to having his snake taken away, not of real understanding, not yet. So don't worry, he's not completely off the hook. It was cathartic to hear though. His friend contacted a herpetology society he works with regularly and then, a member of that society whose specialty is rehabilitating snakes that irresponsible pet owners get and then mistreat on his ranch. So the snake went yesterday to this guy's ranch, where he'll be fed the right food, and go on a diet, apparently, and live in a space big enough for him. My husband and I have talked a lot about this and he acknowledged that his fervent desire to fulfill his childhood dream made him careless and selfish, that he wasn't trying to be malicious towards me, but he just wanted the snake so badly he'd do and say anything to keep it. It still seems like, though, that he hasn't learned, which I'm not expecting this early but is still a bit disappointing. He talked yesterday about getting a ball python and I put my foot down. I don't think we should get another snake for a long time. On Sunday I sat him down and asked him to tell me the truth of how he got the python, because walking into a pet shop for a milk snake and just finding a Burmese was sounding more and more implausible the more I thought about it. He admitted that he arranged to get one with a breeder online while he was telling me he wanted a little snake, meaning he was actively lying to me. This breeder is also a state away, meaning my husband participated in something illegal when he met up with him to get it, since transporting Burmese pythons across state lines is against the Lacey Act. I'm very angry about this. I'm upset about his lies, and I'm upset that he blew me off for months. He admitted he lied just because he knew I'd say no, which shows such an immaturity that almost disgusts me. I'm upset that he broke the law. I'm upset that he only listened to what I told him when it came from someone else. Apparently he's been having a quarter-life crisis that he didn't tell me about, because he feels that he should have accomplished more with his life at 26, he never went to college. I feel sympathy for him. But that's no excuse to treat me badly. I moved back home with Kitty last night, but our marriage is in severe jeopardy right now due to the lying and the lack of respect my husband has shown me. But I made vows to stick with him and I don't take those lightly. We're going to be getting counseling, which I hope will make him really see what was wrong with what he did, rather than a knee-jerk response to being in trouble, so to speak, and will strengthen us. If not, well, I'll have to consider my options. P.S. People were saying in the other post that we were actually feeding the snake guinea pigs and that I was lying to make the snake look bad. Well, I was fudging the truth, but not the way. We were feeding it dead piglets. My husband's cousin owns a working ranch with several pigs, and my husband was buying them from him for a pretty penny. I didn't want to say it because I thought people would focus on the snake eating baby animals and start calling for its blood instead of offering me advice. TL.dr. I went to my mother's with my cat and my husband's reptile keeper friend caused him to see reason. The snake is gone, and I'm back with my very happy and healthy kitty. However, our marriage was severely hurt by this whole thing, and we're going to be getting counseling. Update to June 13, 2015. Hi, I'm back. The snake is still gone, but I guess I'm coming back out of desperation. People messaged me wanting to know how I was doing anyway. On the surface, therapy has been going well. My husband has been doing everything right. He's been contrite, open-minded, and treats me like a princess at all times. I can tell at home that he's making a conscious effort to listen to my opinions and thoughts, and incorporate our therapist's suggestions into our lives. I feel like the biggest bitch saying this, but I don't think it's enough. Over these past weeks I've had to come to terms with the fact that something about how I view my husband has fundamentally changed. And finally, after extensive soul-searching a few days ago, I realized what it was. I have no respect for his intelligence anymore, after all this. That is very, very important to me. And now it's just gone and I don't know how it can come back without him getting a personality overhaul. It killed my physical attraction to him. I normally have a high libido and prior to all this we made love 4 to 5 times a week. Now, since all this went down we've been intimate 3 times. To be fair, while the snake was here we were down to 2 to 3 times a week, but it was still more frequent than this. Despite all the changes he's making, he's still himself and I don't think I can like who I know him to be now. He's still his goofy, absent-minded self who needs me to balance the checkbook and pack his lunch. I can't respect that anymore. I don't want to be his mom or a naggy sitcom wife. I used to love doing these things for him. Throughout our relationship I've taken care of him, patched him up and helped him solve his problems. I always saw it as the ultimate expression of love. Now I'm just sick of it. He can tell something's still wrong. He's irritated about my lack of forgiveness and lack of a sex drive lately when he's objectively doing all the right things. But his lack of understanding towards my apprehension makes my feelings even more pronounced. I realized the other day that I love him dearly as a friend. I've known him since I was 9 years old but no longer as a husband. That devastates me. I can't believe I'm thinking divorce after less than a year of marriage. I feel like such a failure. I haven't broached these feelings in therapy yet, because they crystallized only a few days ago. But I don't know how to start because I know saying them will mean my marriage will be over. I have talked to my mom and friends about this, and they all tell me to wait longer, to stick it out, because I made vows. But I feel like I found out something fundamental about my husband that I wish I never had, and that nothing can be the same now. TL.er. I think I'm going to have to divorce my husband and it's killing me inside. Update 3 October 14, 2024, 9 years later. Basically, my ex-husband brought home a Burmese python after telling me he wanted a milk snake. I was really scared of it and anxious and he was dismissive of my worries. I ended up getting the snake shipped off to a reptile ranch, but it absolutely shook my trust in my ex because he was lying to me. It also made me realize he relied on me to do everything for him like a second mother and that I hated that. I really tried to work through the feelings I posted in the second update, but after 3 months, we separated. It's totally okay if you judge me for this because I judge myself. After being separated for half a year, we ended up having sex. My grandma had just died. I was devastated. And he came to the funeral to support me and because he'd known her forever and loved her too. We went home together after the family lunch and we ended up having comfort sex. Neither of us wanted kids at that point, but my IUD had slipped into my cervix at some point before this and I ended up getting pregnant. Both of us were unsure about introducing a kid into our relationship, but decided to get back together and make another effort. I had always wanted to be a mom, and didn't want to abort. We found out pretty early into the pregnancy that it was actually a molar pregnancy, meaning that instead of a normal fetus, I was pregnant with a tumor. I had the mole removed, but I was one of those lucky people who develops cancer from their molar pregnancy. Luckily, the cancer was caught when I was only at stage 2 and responded really well to chemotherapy. I've been cancer-free since 2016. However, my ex's behavior when I was extremely sick from chemo, we had stayed together after losing the pregnancy, caused me to put my foot down and want a divorce. He wouldn't or couldn't pick up the slack around the house and I couldn't deal with it anymore. I felt like I couldn't depend on him for anything, not even when I had cancer. Literally a week after I was told I was cancer-free, I told him I was moving out and wanted a divorce. I lived with my mom for a year while our divorce was being finalized and a bit after it, and then decided to get a job in a new city because I needed a new beginning. I also decided to fulfill a dream of mine I'd been mulling over for a while and went back to college to get my BSN in 2017. I graduated in 2019 because I was in an accelerated program for people who already have another degree, and I now work as a neonatal nurse. The job can be really wearing and difficult, but it's so amazing watching tiny and sick babies grow and thrive and eventually leave. I feel like I've found my calling. I also met a guy in my class when I went back to school. We were just friends for 2 years, because I didn't feel ready to date, and then in 2019 we started dating. That guy is now my husband. We got married in 2022. My current husband is the most amazing man and partner I could have ever asked for. I can fully lean on him, and him on me. And I don't have to ask him to please pick his socks up off of the floor. He even does most of the cooking because I hate cooking. Due to my cancer treatment, I went into premature ovarian failure, so we are going to start IVF in the new year with eggs I had frozen before my chemo began. We also want to adopt and/or foster at some point and have been looking into that as well. I know for sure my husband is going to be a wonderful support for me and an amazing father. At the time of my divorce, I had no confidence my ex would be either of those things. I don't want to just bash my ex though. He is doing much better since we got divorced. A month after I left for good, he attempted suicide and was put on a 72-hour hold at the hospital. He took their advice to follow up with a psychiatrist seriously, and was diagnosed with ADHD. It explains so much about how he was when we were together. A little later on, he was also diagnosed with autism. I don't speak to my ex because it's too painful for both of us, but my mom is still close to his mom and has given me some updates. He's taking medication that's really helped his ADHD and was able to go to trade school. He has a much better job now and has been in a steady relationship. I wish him all of the best. I look back on my old posts and all I can do is shake my head. I was putting up with so much I would never put up with now. I also thought I was so grown up because I was 24 and married, but clearly I still had maturing to do. Part of me feels sad for my ex too, because he was struggling for so long and I was writing him off as unhelpful. However, even though he had a medical reason for being inconsiderate, I still had to do what's best for me, and I was at my breaking point. Considering his success, I think we're better off without each other. Oh, and I still talk to my ex's friend, the cobra breeder, from time to time. Bucatini the Burmese python is still doing great in his new home. TLDR, I decided to finally leave after my ex was no help when I got pregnant with cancer. We're both doing great after the divorce, and splitting up was the best thing for both of us. Sister pushes pregnant me down the stairs as a prank. Parents threaten to disinherit me for pressing charges. I ended up in the hospital after my sister shoved me down the stairs during her party, claiming it was a harmless joke. My parents are now threatening to take away my inheritance if I file a complaint. I am 4 months pregnant at the moment, 28F. For the past 2 years, Newton, my spouse, and I have been attempting to conceive. To be honest, there were times when we thought we might not make it. The wait seemed to go on forever. Then, somewhat unexpectedly, we learned what I was expecting. Given all of the challenges we've faced thus far, this pregnancy holds immense significance for us. The fact that we will soon be welcoming our first child into the world makes us incredibly happy. Newton and I decided to be extra careful this time because I've had miscarriages in the past. We made the decision to conceal the pregnancy until we were positive that everything was going according to plan in order to protect our emotional health. If for whatever reason, we also lost this pregnancy, we wanted to shield ourselves from the extra pain of having to grieve in public. My younger sister Elle, and my parents were unaware of my pregnancy until last week. At times, it seemed weird to keep them in the dark, but I also needed the time to think things through. From significant life events to minor triumphs, my family has always been the kind to celebrate everything. To be honest, I adore that quality about them. We've created a ton of wonderful memories together throughout the years, and it adds a special touch to every occasion. But when it comes to going to family gatherings, I've been a little aloof for the last 4 months. Given how emotionally taxing the pregnancy was, I simply needed more time for me. However, my younger sister Elle was ecstatic when she received a promotion at work last week. Last year, Elle's ideal wedding was meant to take place, but at the last minute, everything went wrong. Her ex cheated on her with one of his co-workers at his bachelor party the night before the wedding. The groom didn't even have the grace to show up and speak to Elle on the day of the wedding. Rather, one of his buddies arrived to break the heartbreaking news that he had made the decision to completely cancel his participation in the wedding. The entire scenario was really embarrassing, and our entire family was startled. It was meant to be one of the most joyful days of her life, and we had spent a lot of time getting ready for it. Elle was heartbroken. All of her hopes and excitement for her future with this man had been dashed in such a public and harsh manner. Elle immersed herself into her career after that. She used it as a coping mechanism to keep herself occupied and diverted from the pain. Although she has always been driven and ambitious, her commitment to her work increased significantly following the wedding disaster. Therefore, her recent promotion marked a significant turning point in her career and personal life. She virtually pleaded with me to come since she wanted to celebrate the occasion with a party. I could tell she truly missed having me around when she said she hadn't seen me in a long time. Additionally, I was being urged to attend by my parents, who kept urging me to do so and expressing how much it would mean to her. Given that I hadn't attended the last few family get-togethers, I really didn't want to let her down. I therefore at last consented. However, I didn't want to detract from Elle's accomplishment on her special night by being obviously pregnant and taking away the emphasis. The last thing I wanted was that. I didn't want to detract from her moment. I wanted her to experience it. But it was becoming more and more difficult to conceal as the baby bump grew. For one night though, I believed I could handle it. In order to hide my tummy, I wore a long flowing dress. I even went so far as to apply shapewear to reduce the bump as much as possible. I was determined to keep Elle and her promotion front and center. Everything appeared to be proceeding as planned when I arrived at Elle's party. I felt a little more at ease knowing that my attempts to conceal my pregnancy were successful because no one had any suspicions. When my mother saw that my arms and cheeks appeared somewhat plumper than normal, she did say anything. However, I had already considered how to respond to such circumstances, so I swiftly responded with a joke that I had simply been eating a lot lately. To be honest, I was relieved that they were less likely to detect the truth about my pregnancy and more likely to believe that I was simply putting on weight. For now, that seemed like the safer course of action. As the evening wore on, I became more and more aware of how uncomfortable I was. The celebration seemed to go on forever, and I'm not used to staying up late anymore. Newton, my husband, arrived at the party right from work and was enjoying himself. I was grateful that he continued to periodically check in with me to make sure I was doing okay. Elle and the rest of my family were having a great time in the meantime. They were having a great time dancing in the backyard and doing shots. Seeing Elle so joyful and carefree, especially after everything she's been through, made me glad. However, I began to feel nauseous, most likely due to the heat of the evening and all the greasy food. I slipped inside and found a peaceful seat on the couch after deciding I needed to escape the boisterous dancing and loud music. At that moment, my only true desire was to get home, raise my feet, possibly massage my legs, get into bed and read on my Kindle for a little while. I briefly closed my eyes in an attempt to relax and collect myself. My Aunt Mia sat down beside me at that moment, waking me up. I had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Without providing a reason, I shook my head when she offered me a glass of wine. She went on to say that I looked pregnant and that my face was nearly glowing the entire evening. I froze, unsure of how to respond. Aunt Mia is no fool, so I tried to shrug it off, avoiding eye contact and feeling uncomfortable. She asked me directly, "Are you really pregnant?" as her eyes widened in shock. Despite my inner panic, I made an effort to remain calm. In an attempt to divert her attention, I shook my head, but Aunt Mia put her hands on my stomach and her eyes brightened with total conviction. "Oh my God, darling, you are pregnant," she cried. She chuckled and drew me into an embrace. I was a little alarmed and practically begged her not to tell anyone just yet because I didn't think the time was perfect to make the announcement. However, Aunt Mia dismissed my worries. She reminded me that everyone had been eagerly anticipating this time, hoping that I would become pregnant, and demanded that the family should be informed of this wonderful news. Aunt Mia smiled at me, held my face in her hands, and reminded me that it was a family night even though I told her it was Elle's night. She told me not to overthink it and that because everyone had come together it was the ideal moment to share. Everyone was still dancing and partying when Aunt Mia got up and went outside before I could stop her. As I saw her, my heart fell. Aunt Mia captured everyone's interest with all the zeal in the world. Without wasting a beat, she pointed at me and told everyone that I was pregnant after telling them she had some important news to deliver. There was a moment of stillness while everyone processed Aunt Mia's words. Then everyone in the party burst out. My relatives hurried over to me, around me with congratulations, shouts and hugs. They were ecstatic, giving me a tight hug while crying and expressing their excitement for Newton and me. They were naturally thrilled to hear the news because they were all aware of my past miscarriages. My parents were so emotional that they were crying. In celebration of this new chapter in our lives, many congratulated Newton and gave him hugs as well. I definitely didn't want to reveal my pregnancy in this way. I had imagined a more private, intimate event, something modest and unique, something I could share with my family when I was ready. At a gathering that was supposed to be all about Elle, I had instead been dragged into the spotlight. I saw her standing off to the side at that point, smiling as best she could but obviously feeling uncomfortable. She avoided making eye contact with me and wasn't participating in the festivities. I was overcome with remorse because I had worked so hard to stay out of situations like these. I approached her and apologized for Aunt Mia's disclosure of my pregnancy. Elle inhaled deeply and inquired as to why I hadn't before disclosed my pregnancy. I clarified that I had intended to make the announcement a few weeks later, when I was more at ease and prepared to do so. She pursed her lips, shook her head and murmured, "Whatever. I suppose your request was granted." I was surprised by her response, and her comments hurt. I attempted to reason with her, but Elle didn't seem interested in having a conversation. She moved away after taking a sip of her wine and stopped focusing on me. Overwhelming advice from friends and family on being a first-time parent consumed the remainder of the evening. Everyone appeared excited to share their experiences and advice. Elle, meantime, continued to glare at me from the other side of the room as though I was somehow to blame for everything. I felt much more guilty and uneasy after her response. I had an overwhelming want to go to the bathroom at one point. I stood up and went to the guest bathroom, but it was completely packed. I went upstairs to use the restroom in the main bedroom because I felt like my bladder was going to explode. I went to the bathroom to relieve myself, and when I came out, Elle was waiting for me outside. She appeared inebriated. Sensing the awkwardness between us, I tried to apologize again with an awkward smile. Elle didn't appear to get any softer. Rather, she simply rolled her eyes and inquired, "Are you truly expecting?" There was a hint of suspicion in her voice, and her tone was almost contemptuous. "Of course I am," I said, looking at her while reflexively touching my tummy. Why would I tell a falsehood? Went on to add that everything was extremely strange, particularly since I hadn't even told our mother, with whom I often spoke daily, that I was pregnant. I was becoming annoyed by her incessant interrogation. I attempted to reiterate my justifications in the hopes that she would realize that I had made the decision to keep it a secret. I was shocked by Elle's insensitivity when she said, in a callous tone that pierced my heart, "Maybe this pregnancy will also end in miscarriage, just like your previous ones." How could she have said such a disgusting thing about my child? I screamed at her, my voice shaking with fury and hurt. "How dare you say such a thing? Even though I've apologized multiple times tonight, your remarks were inappropriate." My voice reverberated in exasperation. Elle retorted that she was upset that I had taken away her attention, particularly considering everything that had happened to her the previous year. I made an effort to remind her that I had supported her through her sadness, staying at her house for several nights and assisting her in getting over her groom's abandonment. I assured her that I would never purposefully overshadow her and that she should blame Aunt Mia for outing me without my permission if she was upset about the outcome. But Elle kept pointing the finger at me. I felt it would be better to leave and head back downstairs because I was so exhausted and tired of the debate. In the hopes that Elle would settle down and we could talk about it later, I needed some time and space to think things through. Elle, who was right behind me, kept calling me a selfish person and stating that I should have just given her a night alone. I chose to ignore her, but just as I was about to head downstairs, I felt a strong shove from behind. As I slipped and struggled to regain my footing, my eyes widened in shock. In an attempt to save myself from falling, I was able to grab the railing, but my knees gave way under the combined force of my own weight and speed. I ended myself sliding headfirst down the steps after losing my footing. My instincts took control in an instant. Desperate to protect my baby from the impact, I covered my stomach with my hands. My wrists felt the entire force of my fall as my body crashed down the stairs. It was a nasty fall. A quick, searing pain shot through my hands, and I heard an explosive shatter. The agony was sudden and intense. I lay collapsed on the stairs and screamed in pain. As I struggled with the unbearable pain in my wrists, my surroundings became hazy, but my top priorities were my son and if the fall had hurt him in any way. The rest of the family soon saw the chaos caused by my fall and my calls for assistance. With worried and alarmed expressions on their faces, they hurried over in a frenzy. Chaos broke out in the room as everyone sought to comprehend what had just transpired. Newton, my husband, grabbed me up right away and carried me downstairs. I continued saying that Elle had shoved me down the stairs since I was in so much pain. Everyone appeared astonished. Everyone's attention was drawn to Elle, who stood behind me, silent and with a guilty expression. She was confronted by my husband, who yelled at her for pushing a pregnant woman down the stairs. Clearly upset, my mother hurried up to Elle, shaking her shoulders and asking if she had indeed shoved me. Elle cried and nodded in agreement, her face hot and distraught. My mother was deeply affected by the realization. Elle then started crying excessively while embracing my mother and accusing her of being intoxicated and acting recklessly. I was in so much pain and shock that I was beginning to pass out. I could hear Newton frantically phoning 911 to summon an ambulance through the fog. I could just make out the worried faces around me as my vision became blurry. After then, everything was a haze of sirens, chaos, and frenzied activity. I ended up in a hospital room when I eventually came to. Newton appeared worn out as he slept in a chair next to my bed. My throat was dry and parched, so I gently woke him up and asked for some water. I asked him what had transpired following the fall as he assisted me in drinking the water. Newton described how the pain had caused me to lose consciousness and how I had needed emergency care for wrist fractures. I would have to wear the cast the doctors had put on me for the next 4 to 6 weeks while my bones healed. I then inquired about the baby. Newton told me that our child was safe after the physician's examination. I felt a wave of relief. Knowing that our baby will be all right made me happy. The anarchy that had developed following the disaster was then explained to me by Newton. Elle's family was so upset with her that they attempted to have her arrested. But the cops had only been able to get statements from the witnesses because I was unconscious. Before they could file any charges, they still needed my formal statement. Newton grasped my hands and emphasized the need for me to report my sister's behavior and put aside my feelings for her. He was adamant, saying that, considering my condition, there was no excuse for her to shove me down the steps. Still in shock, I shook my head. It was nearly impossible for me to comprehend how Elle could have done something so damaging. Although my wrists hurt physically, I could not handle the emotional toll of knowing that my own sister was capable of such harmful behavior. I wanted to talk to Elle first, I told Newton. I had to know what had made her do such horrible things. In order to get an explanation or at least an apology, I needed to speak with her directly. Newton gave me his phone and dialed her number. I asked my sister directly why she had done what she had done when she responded. Elle let out a long sigh, as though the words were hard to release, and then he opened up. In a bitter tone she uttered, "To be honest, I'm just so sick of you being the center of attention in our family. You have a husband now. You're pregnant. You get to have everything in your life. But last night was supposed to be my night, only. Yet, as usual, you showed up with your pregnancy announcement and hogged all the attention." After a little silence, she spoke again in a defensive tone. "And pushing you down the stairs, that was just a harmless prank. I didn't even think you were really pregnant at first. I didn't mean for it to be such a big deal." Her remarks were painful and disturbing. It was unbelievable to me that she would put my life in jeopardy by pushing me down the stairs because she didn't want to trust me. Before I could respond, Elle added, "I've been through a lot with my failed engagement, and for you to just show up and rub your happiness in my face was just too much. Next time, I'm sure you'll think twice before trying to overshadow me again." Her answer left me in a state of shock. She was essentially blaming me for her actions and showed no remorse at all. She hadn't even shown regret once. Elle handed the phone to my mother, who had been listening on the other end, and she inquired about my well-being. I was unaware that my sister and my parents were still present. I informed her that I had suffered a fracture to my wrist but that both I and my infant were doing well. After the party, my mom told me that she, Dad and Elle had spent the entire night at Elle's house because they were all concerned about me. I sneered and said that instead of staying with my sister, they might have waited for me at the hospital if they were that concerned. My mom went on to say that she and Dad had been speaking with Elle and that they both thought she hadn't been feeling well since last night. Despite what other people were telling me, she insisted that I not report my sister to the police because it was only a foolish drunken error. I was taken aback by my mother's request. In an attempt to understand the situation, I questioned, "Why are you defending Elle when she hasn't even apologized to me?" With a heavy sigh, my mother said that Elle was currently dealing with a lot of difficulties. She said that Elle had been crying uncontrollably and that I had made her feel ashamed in front of everyone. I reminded my mother that they should first address the fact that Elle had shoved me down the stairs, which was the true problem. My mother began stressing that family is family, and that disputes like these occasionally occurred amongst sisters. Although it was true that Elle had never done anything like this before, She pointed out that this did not justify her current actions. My mother said that it wasn't worth filing a lawsuit for a broken wrist and pledged to work with Dad to ensure that this doesn't happen again. My annoyance peaked. I adamantly said that I had been unsure of what to do before I phoned her. But I had already made up my mind after speaking with Elle. A lesson had to be given to her. My mother, who was becoming more and more agitated, pleaded with me to think again before bringing charges against Elle, warning that doing so may ruin his career. I informed her that right now, I couldn't give a damn about it. My mother made a last-ditch effort to persuade me to bring charges against Elle by threatening to disinherit me if I did. She contended that it would impact Elle for the rest of her life and create a lasting record. I was stunned by her threat, but I refused to back down. I proceeded to pursue a complaint against my sister after the phone call. She hadn't expressed regret for what she had done, but I was torn about perhaps ruining her life. Update 1. I wanted to let you know that my sister was eventually taken into custody. Despite the constant calls from my parents, my spouse and I have turned off our phones. Newton is furious that my parents appear to be giving preference to my sister over me. Newton's family and other family members have contacted him in the interim to show their concern and support. Everyone agrees that it was the correct thing to charge my sister. I'm much more concerned about my baby's safety now that I've read some of your remarks. I'm worried that Elle could endanger my unborn child in the future if she were able to shove me down the stairs. In order to prevent her from ever coming near me or my family again, I want to obtain a restraining order against her. Update 2. Hi there, other Redditors. My sister, who was previously accused of assault, was just sentenced since I provided an update last month. My parents paid for her attorney, who was quite good and made a compelling argument. She was placed on probation because it was her first infraction. The judge mandated that Elle pay for my medical expenses, participate in 6 months of required psychotherapy, and meet with a probation officer on a regular basis. After the criticism they've been getting from the rest of the family, my parents are still very angry with me but are too scared to address me. My parents urged me to protect Elle by not pursuing charges against her, and I have freely acknowledged this to everyone. My parents have received reprimands from relatives on both mine and my husband's sides. No one believes that Elle's mental health issues are a good enough reason for what she did to me, despite my parents' continued insistence on it. In order for Elle to recover, I sincerely hope that my parents will take her to visit a doctor. I've requested a restraining order after the sentencing to make sure she can't ever again come near my family or me. I honestly don't know how to respond to people who question if my sister was always kind to me when we were growing up or if perhaps I missed certain clues. Yes, we occasionally battled and had our typical arguments, but I never thought she would have such a strong grudge against me. I've always loved her dearly as her older sibling, and I never imagined that she could push me down the stairs out of retaliation. Believe me, I'm just as astonished as everyone else. I suppose it's accurate to say that those closest to us are frequently the ones that betray us. Update 3. I haven't posted anything here in 5 months. Neither Newton nor I have seen Elle or communicated with my parents. I gave birth to my baby 5 days ago. After being released from the hospital, Newton and I are now giving our newborn baby the finest care possible. I heard a tap on the door last night, right before we sat down to eat. I was surprised to see my mother standing on my porch when I opened it. I was totally surprised because I had not anticipated seeing her. I said, "What are you doing here?" With caution. My husband was just as perplexed as I was to find her there, so he moved up next to me and stood guard in front of me. My mother burst into tears at once, telling me that she had just had to come over to meet the baby after hearing from some of the relatives that I had given birth to. Considering everything that had lately transpired between us, her excitement didn't seem appropriate. She continued by expressing how happy she and her father were to be grandparents at last. In order for us to rejoice as a family, she said that Dad would be coming soon with some wine and baby presents. Newton and I exchanged a look of incredulity. Did my mother truly act as though nothing had happened in the past few months? As quietly as possible, I told her that we hadn't communicated in the previous 5 months because she had chosen to side with Elle rather than me. She was standing on my porch, however, pretending that we were all on good terms simply because I had given birth, as if we were going to have a happy family reunion. Newton informed my mother that the instant she decided not to be a decent parent to me first, she had given up her right to be a grandma. He reminded her that Elle had treated me cruelly and that he would have beaten her up immediately if she hadn't been my sister, but she had shielded that monster from me because she was a mother. I could tell his remarks struck a chord because they were forceful. My mother's expression changed to one of rage. She attempted to counter by claiming that those were matters of the past and that she had done what she had to do. She maintained that we couldn't simply remove her and her spouse from our child's lives. She emphasized how unjust it was that we prevented her from seeing her grandchild. Newton, however, would have none of it. He told her that we chose who could be engaged in his life because this was our boy. Having her in our lives made neither of us feel at ease. My mother persisted in claiming that the reason she did what she did to me was because Elle had been diagnosed with depression. I shook my head in exasperation as my mother continued to defend Elle's behavior, saying she felt bad about what she had done and was trying to change. She promised that after my son was born, we would all be able to move on from the past and be a single, happy family. I sneered and clarified that I didn't desire such a thing. My mother believed she could simply ignore everything and return to our life, but circumstances had changed. There was no return to the previous state of affairs. I asked my mom to go because I couldn't take any more of it. After everything that had been said thus far, I didn't want to ruin my mood any further. Just then, my father pulled into our driveway. He exited the vehicle with a basket of presents and a large teddy bear. I was too exhausted to argue with my parents any longer, and I couldn't understand their insolence in showing up without warning. Fortunately, Newton intervened and told me to return inside and rest. He promised to deal with them and resolve the issue. I reluctantly allowed him to. I could still hear their words coming through the door as I made my way back inside. Newton's refusal to let them both in almost immediately sparked the uproar. Because he was family, my dad insisted repeatedly that he had every right to see me and the baby. My normally composed hubby lost his temper. If they didn't leave our land right away, he threatened to contact the police. Naturally, my dad persisted in arguing and insisted on leaving the baby presents behind, as though it would somehow make up for everything. Newton, meanwhile, was adamantly against taking anything from them. He made it clear to them that we did not accept their presents and that we would also obtain a restraining order against them if they ever revealed their identities again. His response clearly shook my parents. After everything, especially with a baby now involved, I suppose they thought they could just waltz back into our lives. I was pleased with my husband's handling of the matter. After our conversation today, Newton and I have decided to put cameras throughout the house as a precaution. I wish to never again see my parents. I quietly left after discovering my wife's affair after 3.5 years of marriage. A year later, my ghosted ex-wife tracked me down. After hearing of my wife's adultery, I moved to the hills. I'm not sure why I'm writing this, but perhaps it will be helpful to someone now that the incident is over and I've moved on. After 3.5 years of marriage, I learned of my wife's affair in February 2018. I worked a contract job that occasionally required a lot of travel but also permitted me to work from home when I returned. As a director of a technical sales company, my wife held a very lucrative position. Although things had become a little strained due to her working longer and longer hours and me traveling for work, we still had what I would call a fairly excellent marriage. Background: 5 years ago, at a cookout hosted by a mutual acquaintance, I met my wife, who is now my ex. We immediately clicked after we started talking. To be honest, I felt that being with a woman who was so attractive and articulate was a huge advantage. My rough around the edges demeanor somehow appealed to her. After a few weeks of dating, we found ourselves smitten with one another. When we would meet at each other's apartments, the clothes simply flew off. After 18 months of dating, we eventually got married and moved into a large apartment while saving for a down payment on a home. Things began to change after the first 3 years of marriage. Even though I still had feelings for her, I noticed that she would argue over little matters. When I mentioned all the late hours and the increasingly regular work outings, she would grow irate. Since she had been moving up the corporate ladder, she would claim that it was a necessary component of paying the dues. At least that was her justification. She informed me that since I was also away for weeks at a time, I had no right to challenge her. In reality, I had only been taking vacations for 3 or 4 days every 5 weeks or so I assured her that I could definitely manage cutting back on my travel time. There was never a conclusion to these highly circular arguments. Looking back, I realized that I was unaware that my wife was having an affair. Aside from our declining sexual life and her persistently late work hours, I would never have suspected anything. I simply assumed that she was exhausted from her job. But being rejected so often when I tried to start a sexual relationship had taken a toll on my ego. Although she had a work mobile phone and might have been using it, I didn't witness the covert texting that I had read about in other articles. She used our spare bedroom as a home office and spent a lot of time there. Around September 2017, Kathy began returning home from work and spending the evening at a work engagement instead. This increased from 1 night per week to over 3 nights each week. Although I'm not naturally envious, she would undoubtedly be observed by others, and I'm aware that she would need to repel some of the males at her workplace. Despite working with more male CEOs than female ones, she gave off the impression that she was primarily engaged in her job. The first time I suspected she was cheating was a month prior to D-Day. Before returning home, she had made a brief stop at the supermarket. I was asked to assist her with the grocery shopping. Something pink was glinting from just beneath the front passenger seat of her automobile as I was retrieving a few items from the rear seat. It was a bra that belonged to my wife. She preferred ones from a certain clothing store, so I knew it was hers. Looking back, I can see the bra was a warning sign. She always removes her bra first, from under her clothes, when she's feeling very lustful. I'm not sure why, but when I watched this, I felt sick to my stomach right away. I couldn't understand why her bra was beneath the seat. I didn't say anything more. My heart must have been pounding so hard that I nearly passed out, because when I brought the bags back to the kitchen, Kathy asked me how I was feeling and said that I appeared to have seen a ghost. I simply ignored her remark. It took everything I had to conceal my emotions, but I did my best not to appear upset or deceived. I made the decision to try to find out whether or not she was seeing someone that night and the following day. I began to consider all the hints I could have overlooked. Other than the bra, I had no evidence. She works in an office building downtown, and we live in a reasonably big city. I made the decision to temporarily put the affair idea out of my mind and consider giving her more of my attention. I prepared a delicious meal and arranged the dining table with elegant plates, silverware, and candles one Friday after work. I purchased an arrangement of flowers and a lovely bottle of wine. I pointed out the dinner and everything I had made when she arrived as usual, breezing in after work. She apologized and said she was sorry, but she had to go to a neighborhood hangout to meet up with her coworkers. She mentioned that she needed to take a shower first but that she could have a small snack with me before she left. I guess I went utterly silent because my insides flipped on me. I won't explain the type of anger I was experiencing at the time, but I had had enough. I took my work cell phone and threw it in her back seat while she was taking a shower. I had been considering this as a means of using my own phone to find her. I walked into the kitchen after that and threw the food and flowers in the garbage. After taking a shower, she got ready and looked stunning as always. "All right, let's eat," she said. "Never mind, go out with your friends," I urged her. She asked me if I was angry after giving me a weird look. "I'm sad that you never want to do anything with me," I said. She got upset and sarcastically remarked on my short fuse while telling me to stop acting like a kid. I muttered, "Foolish me," as I stood there allowing everything to settle in. For once, I felt we should spend the evening together. She simply gave me a sly smile and stormed off. I pulled out my second phone and began following my work phone when she departed. About 20 minutes away, at the bar she often visits with her coworkers, I caught her stopping. I made the decision to go find her automobile. Indeed, it was in the parking lot of the bar. I waited to see if I could see her in my car across the street. I felt completely different, like a stalker, but I told myself that I had to calm my fear of her whereabouts. I observed her leaving the bar with a man about an hour after I got there. He had the appearance of an executive from her company. He took hold of her, drew her near, and planted a kiss on her lips. My body was totally numb, and my stomach started to clench up. They went to a different vehicle and climbed in together. When their automobile pulled out, I tried to keep up with them. You guessed it, they drove to a hotel 10 minutes away. As I stopped on the street beside the hotel, I saw them exit, holding hands, and enter. I'd seen enough. I felt foolish. I began pounding the steering wheel with my fist. That was it? Something went totally blank inside of me. I'm not sure if I had an out-of-body experience or blacked out, but as I got better, I felt like I wanted a drink. At this point, my life started on a path I never would have imagined. I simply began to drive out of town, replaying all that I had just seen. I was crying out of anger, as much as I hate to admit it. I located a pleasant little tavern on the outskirts of town, some 30 miles away, and stopped in. I ordered a drink while seated at the bar. The bartender, a lady, said that I looked like someone had taken the wind out of my sails, so I guess I looked like death warmed over. I answered, half smiling. "You could say that." A man sat down beside me and struck up a discussion. Even though I didn't feel like talking, there was something about this guy that put me at ease. We struck up a conversation, and eventually my wife's infidelity came up. I told her that all I wanted to do was get away from her and forget about her. "You're not alone, buddy," he replied, giving me a back pat after giving me a quick glance. I experienced that a few years ago. I think there's a reason why these things occur. Your life can now take a positive or negative turn, I assure you. At this point, everything is totally up to you. His remarks, for some reason, jolted me out of my gloom. Even though I was aware of my pain, I've always been able to see things rationally, and he was absolutely correct. We identified ourselves. Ray was his name. I really liked his salt-of-the-earth vibe, even though he was more of a country guy. "When are you going to move out?" he inquired. I suppose I never thought to look that far ahead. I had a fight-or-flight response going on, and I knew I didn't want to be around this woman any longer. "I have an idea and I feel very sympathetic to your situation," Ray added. "When the time comes, I have a mobile trailer on my land in case you feel the need to go. It might require some work and isn't very good. Why don't you visit and see if you could imagine yourself briefly residing in anything like that? I'll give you a terrific bargain on it, at least. You could even park it on a lovely piece of property I own. I would appreciate it if you could watch it for me. It could be beneficial to escape your predicament, just a thought." I took a moment to comprehend his concept. "Hell, honey, if I could have escaped my crazy ex-husband years ago, I would have jumped at the chance to go live in his trailer or anything just to get my head on straight," added the bartender, who had been listening in on the chat. Perhaps this was just what I needed, but I felt as though I had wandered into the twilight zone. "Yes, I'll think about it and maybe check it out," I said to Ray. After a while, we split up and agreed to get together at his house in a few days. I began to feel as though I had some perspective and an opportunity to escape what I thought was a terrible heartache combined with a nightmare. I knew one thing for sure: I would never, ever want to spend time with my wife again. I find cheating to be so disgusting, and it has always been the one thing I thought I would never put up with. I sat on the couch when I arrived home that evening after Kathy. Kathy asked me where I had been when she came out. "Where have you been?" I questioned, turning to face her. "You know, I went to grab drinks," she said. I directly inquired, "Are you having an affair?" She appeared surprised, but she soon collected herself and responded, "No, why would you ask me that?" I informed her that I had heard she might be seeing someone at work. "Who told you that?" she said. "Someone I know," I said, but I kept the name a secret. After saying, "You're being ridiculous," she accused me of being intoxicated and insane and inquired about my whereabouts. "We're going to a bar to enjoy some drinks with our friends," I remarked. Despite her obvious desire to ask more questions, she returned to our bedroom and went to bed. Now that I had proof that she had been deceiving me for months, I made the decision to sleep on the sofa. I couldn't sleep at all because I kept seeing her in bed with this guy. I felt sorry for myself, disgusted, and hurt. But then I thought about Ray's trailer. The thought of it cheered me up, and it was almost like a revelation. Something must be wrong with me since the fight or flight response automatically activated amid the pain I was experiencing, and I preferred the flight response. We didn't talk much the following morning and carried on with the weekend as if nothing had occurred. I scheduled a meeting with Ray a few days later. I noticed that Ray had a lovely ranch when I got there, and the trailer was actually quite nice, about 26 feet long and fully furnished. It brought back memories of a fun spring break trip I took with pals while I was in college. Ray accepted the money I offered him for the trailer. To be honest, I almost took it from him. I drove over to see his ranch property after he gave me directions. There were hiking and biking paths close by, and the area was lovely, with lots of trees and scrub vegetation. Ray had a little cabin on a hilltop overlooking the property, with electricity and water accessible for the trailer, and it was close to the foothills of some mountains. Ray promised to set up the trailer for me and pull it to the location. I tried to get Kathy to come clean over the course of the following few weeks, but all I got was gaslighting. I even bluntly warned her that there would be no turning back if I discovered she was cheating. As a result, she became even more engrossed in her affair fog, and began to lash out at me with denials. I nearly laughed at how awful the denial was. I scolded myself for not capturing pictures of the two of them, and I had no tangible evidence that she had cheated. I decided that I wanted to leave this marriage after going through this emotional anguish. Instead of communicating my feelings to Kathy, I simply began planning. While she was at work, I started quietly removing my possessions from the apartment and transferring them to the trailer. At least I felt like I was doing something about it. I saw a difference in Kathy during this period. Although she had been behaving more politely toward me, I believed it was too little, too late. I felt I needed a break too, so she kept going on company outings, after work. One night, I got ready too, just as she was leaving. After glancing at me, she inquired about my destination. All I said was, "Meeting up with some friends." "You wouldn't enjoy all the shop talk, and you don't know them?" I interrupted her as she began to ask more questions. She used to say precisely this to me whenever I asked if I might accompany her on office excursions. "All right, have a good time," she added, with a somewhat offended expression. "I definitely will," I replied. I began making new acquaintances while working on the trailer and hanging out with Ray at the bar. I felt better after spending time with Ray's wonderful family and friends. I also made the decision to cut back on my drinking because I didn't want to form any unhealthy habits. I knew better than to drown myself in sympathy, even though it would have been so simple. At this point, Kathy informed me that the next week she would be traveling for work. She stated the executive team and a few department heads were going when I inquired who was going. "I hope you have a great time with your boyfriend," I added, glancing at her. I immediately regretted saying that because it sparked a furious argument. Although, as Ray had informed me, it didn't really matter, I now regret not knowing more about her affair partner, AP. "It doesn't matter who the other guy is," Ray replied. "The fact that she chose to leave you is all that matters. She destroyed the marriage, whether she admits it or not, brother, facts are facts. Ray ought to write a book for the betrayed. Damn it. I had the ideal opportunity to move out entirely during Kathy's work vacation. When she was gone, I collected everything valuable that was mine, including clothes, laptops, and equipment. I didn't take any shared goods or furniture. I left a note before I left. It was a lengthy explanation at first, but I chose to make it brief. I wrote, 'I hope it was worth it,' on a piece of paper. On top of the note on the kitchen table, I set my wedding ring. I felt like a great weight had been lifted as I left. I was liberated. The hurt would take time to heal, and there would be baggage to cope with, but I had started. I needed time to myself and to swiftly and quietly get rid of her. The fact that I hadn't challenged her or coerced a confession didn't make me proud. I hadn't screamed or shouted. She didn't deserve it, in my opinion. She disregarded everything we owned, including our plans for the future, our aspirations for a home and a family, and now it was all gone. There was no turning back. I owed her absolutely nothing. She could handle the consequences. I hadn't planned anything or called a lawyer. I just wanted a new beginning and some clarity. The air from the mountains was just what I needed when I got inside my trailer. I resumed running the next week, and it was wonderful to be alive. Kathy texted things like, "We just landed," "We're having a team dinner," and so on while she was away. "Where are you?" was the question in a few mails. "Why haven't you gotten back to me?" I didn't answer. My phone exploded with calls and texts when she got home. She kept trying to get in touch with me, but I ignored her. Her mother also tried to phone me after the first day, but I didn't pick up. She didn't try to engage my father because we aren't close and he is the only member of my family that I still have. Her messages grew more urgent after she was ignored for a week. "What is this?" was one of the texts she sent. "We must speak. I'm not sure what you believe you know, but nothing is happening. There isn't an affair going on." She finally texted me after a week of not answering, saying, "I'm sorry things got out of hand. It didn't matter that I was involved with someone at work. You were absent a lot while I was preoccupied with my work. I simply made an error. I intended to terminate it." An error? I had been waiting for this confession all along, yet somehow it only made me detest her more. Why was she unable to be truthful? I didn't have any dreams about a future with this woman. Errors don't persist for 6, 8, or a year. Her pleas for me to return and work on the marriage eventually grew pitiful. I refused to respond to her even after she stopped bothering me for a few weeks. I didn't want her to learn where I lived or to snoop around in my life. I didn't want my haven to be destroyed by this woman. She then began sending nasty texts like, "You're a coward one day. You refuse to speak to me. You have no regard for us. Come home, please, so we can discuss. You're where? I am able to visit you. Paul, please let's chat and make things right. Damn it." Although I don't recall all of the texts, they all appeared to be excuses with minimal genuine regret. In one ear, I let them go, and in the other out. After a while, I switched my mobile number. Update: June 2018. I received an email from Kathy informing me that she had hired a lawyer and was going to file for divorce. I just said, "Okay, that sounds good." This led to a barrage of emails requesting that I visit her and other things. She wrote that she would stop bothering me if I consented to an uncontested divorce after realizing this wouldn't work. After I consented, I was genuinely free a few months later. After I moved out of our apartment, I never had to see her again. She seemed to care more about that than I did, even though neither of us had any closure. I would occasionally think of her for a few months, and yes, the grief would suddenly come to me, like when I heard a song we used to enjoy. After a while though, I simply stopped thinking about her. Update 2. Now that I'm officially divorced, things are going great. In actuality, I got to know a wonderful girl. Just down the hill from my house, I was running on the trail. We clicked when I helped her replace a flat tire. Despite being a few years younger than me, she is fantastic and quite adorable. She refers to me as her mountain man, and adores my way of life. Although I'm not in a rush to commit, I also don't intend to give up on women entirely. I have no intention of moving out of the trailer anytime soon. I enjoy being outside and have simplified my life. It made everything easier for me, including the grief and my ex-wife. I am aware that everyone responds to these situations in a unique way. I was fortunate to be in my 3rd year of marriage and not yet a parent. I believe I acted in my own best interests. You don't have to spend your entire life with someone who cheats. If you experience something similar, try not to think about it too much. Continue living your life. As you improve yourself, it will get better. I hope everyone has the finest possible life. I've revised this roughly 5 times to make it readable, and I just wanted to give you an update on my ex-wife's condition. I was worried that my ex-wife was attempting to find me, as I indicated in my earlier post. I left our previous residence, which was around 2 hours away. I ran into her last weekend at a coffee shop I often visit in the town close to my home. It didn't seem like a coincidence to me. Fortunately, I managed to get away before she noticed me. 3rd update, I went into town this past weekend to get groceries and made a stop at my normal coffee establishment. I was utilizing their free internet to work on some paperwork for work. I finished and walked out of the coffee shop. I was on my way to my pickup when I heard someone shout, "Paul!" When I turned to look across the street, I saw Kathy. I was being waved at by my ex-wife. Finally, Armageddon had arrived. She hurried across the street toward me, and I stood there in disbelief. As though anticipating an embrace, she walked over and extended her hand. I stopped her in her tracks by instinctively holding out my arms with my palms up. She appeared to be in severe pain. Then she added, "I've been searching for you, Paul. I've wanted to see you since I heard you moved here. Can we have a conversation?" Guys, I felt like an animal confined in a cage. Yes, I did. "All right, let's find a table or something and we can talk for a minute," I finally gave in. When she asked if we could come to my house, I firmly refused. At the end of the street, she trailed me down to a bench outside a small store. She began by remarking on how much I had changed and how much she liked my new appearance, beard, and level of fitness. She raved about how much my body had changed. Wearing a tank top, small white shorts, and her hair in a ponytail, just like I used to enjoy, she was really putting on the charm. I had my radar set high. She was clearly attempting to activate the sex appeal. I needed to control myself so I could see where this was headed. She began by saying she was sorry about the affair. She claimed that after I left, karma had severely impacted her. When her employer learned of the affair, the situation became so tense that she eventually resigned. Her affair partner AP, who at the time was engaged, received criticism and was transferred to a different department within the organization. She replied by telling his fiancé the truth after he blamed her for everything, which caused them to split up. This is when she bowed her head and began to weep. I didn't say anything, I just sat there and looked around. She stood up straight and looked at me for a while. "What do you want from me?" I asked. She assured me that she had no intention of having an affair. She stated that the company's politics and positioning drew her in, and that her AP used his charm and influence to corrupt her. She acknowledged that she felt she was taking advantage of him as much as he was taking advantage of her. After I accused her of cheating, she stated that she intended to come clean. She drank after work to ease the guilt she felt at the moment because she loathed herself. She claimed that she felt so stupid, so alone, and as like her heart had burst with loss immediately after I departed. She ended her relationship with her AP right away. She believed she had to find me to see if there was any chance of reconciliation because I refused to speak with her or get in touch with her. She desired a fresh start. She hoped we could start afresh even though she knew we were divorced. I simply gazed at her. I then gave it to her. "You have no right to come out here and undo all the harm you have done. Do you think I'll overlook everything you did to destroy our union? As I previously stated, we were done if you cheated. Forgiveness does not exist. This relationship will not be restarted. You murdered it. As soon as you left me, you ruined everything we had. How foolish do you believe me to be? One evening, I watched you enter a hotel with him. Were you aware of that?" I became aware that people were beginning to notice that my voice had been getting louder. She grabbed my arm and started crying. After letting her sob on my shoulder for a while, I pushed her away. "I deserve all this," she replied, glancing up at me. "I am certain that I do. If nothing else, would you allow me to take you out to dinner? I'd rather not go. I would like to speak further. I want to make sure that we are transparent about everything. You need to spend more time with me than you have in the past. Paul, please. I love you so much, even though I know you might not want to hear it. Before you left me, I had no idea how much I loved you. You broke me as much as I broke you. I'm unable to forgive myself, and I don't want to do so till the day I pass away." She began to sob uncontrollably and hyperventilate. I lifted her up and gave her a hug. It seemed like my only option for soothing her. I knew then that I had shattered her heart as severely as she had shattered mine. Walking, we found a peaceful spot to carry on our conversation. I said, "How did you find me?" when she had calmed down. "Have you engaged a private investigator?" After giving it some thought, she responded no with a small giggle. She clarified that she asked how things were going when she ran into Stacy a few weeks prior. Stacy didn't mention that she had noticed me. Kathy forced her to reveal all the information. I had warned Stacy not to tell her, so she was reluctant, but Kathy persisted. Stacy finally gave in, but all she knew was that I lived somewhere close by and was in town. On her days off, she began to come here to check on me. I kind of laughed when she said that, thinking, damn, Stacy can't keep her trap shut. She blushed. We ultimately decided to have dinner at a charming little spot with a patio. I made sure we didn't drink anything since I wasn't going to give her a reason to be kind to me or say she wasn't so inebriated that she couldn't drive back. In fact, we had a good conversation. I then escorted her to her vehicle. She insisted that she hadn't dated anyone else since I left and vowed fervently that I was the only person she wanted, so she pushed me hard to stay longer. "No, it's still way too early for me to go down that road," I informed her. She pleaded with me to come back, but I didn't say yes. After giving her my new email address, I didn't say anything more. My response to her request for my phone number was, "You'll just blow it up with texts and calls." She wept over it, but in the end, she agreed with my choice. She promised to send me an email with information on returning to town the following weekend before she left. I asked her directly, "Would you have forgiven me if I had been the one cheating?" before she got into her car. "Yes, in time, but only if we saw a marriage counselor and worked through the healing process with lots of talking, maybe even a binding agreement," she responded after pausing to reflect. "All right, maybe I could do that. In 5 or 10 years, I answered. "I would wait if that's what it would take," she replied. She then took both of my hands in hers, looked me in the eye and said, "God damn it, Paul, I will always love you and will do anything to prove it." This statement truly caught me off guard. Her remarks continued to upset me even after she left. She had spoken those words so firmly. However, I was still unable to envision us reuniting. Even though I felt better about the incident, I was unable to perceive her as a friend at this time. Perhaps a friend, but even that was a mystery. I returned home, enjoyed a long run, had some beer, and thought about how far I had come. Could someone please assure me that she wouldn't destroy the tranquility I had created for myself? I had no idea. I had the luxury of time to sort through it and get perspective, but it was all still too vivid in my mind. Last update. Most likely, this will be my final update. When I first uploaded my story to Reddit, the moderators kept taking it down. In summary, I ghosted my ex-wife for more than a year before she discovered me. She wanted to make amends and start over with us. You will be deeply disappointed if you thought I would be the typical beta blue pill fool, and forgive her. She expressed her love and regret for the affair in a lengthy email she sent me last week. She offered to come out and stay with me for the weekend once more. My answer? I silenced her. I informed her that I had no plans to make amends with her. I'm totally happy living alone, taking advantage of my secluded position, and keeping things simple. At 32, I'm not in a rush to make changes. I have my own self-determination plan and have enjoyed the company of a few women and friends. I made it clear in my email response that I had no intention of reconciling and declined to provide her with my phone number. I no longer know or trust you because you made your bed. I hope the best for you, and perhaps we might become friends in the future, but not right now. She was annoyed by my evasiveness and responded in a telling way. She acknowledged that she had taken a job offer from a different state. Her true goal had been for me to accompany her, believing that my remote work would make the move simple. She wished we could start over somewhere new. She wanted to visit me in person to attempt to persuade me because she was running out of time before moving. Luckily for me, her time was up because I had a week of business travel scheduled. I'm grateful. I will no longer have her in my life. She will soon recognize that her time with me is over, but I anticipate receiving a few more emails. She'll need to find someone else, and she might even cheat on them. To anyone reading this, make the most of your life. Let go of the past and give yourself the strength to go on. To all of you, good luck. In labor before my Sill's wedding, Mill locked me in a bathroom to avoid stealing the spotlight. I woke in the hospital. 2 weeks ago, Rick, 30 million, and I, 29 feet, had a daughter May. We are certainly thrilled to have our first child. As we get used to being new parents, things have been hectic. We're both having a difficult shift, but we're trying our hardest. Unfortunately, given what transpired on the day of May's birth, we are unable to offer much assistance. I don't think I will ever be able to forget it because it was one of the most painful events in my life. The overwhelming terror I experienced that day hasn't been replaced, not even by the happiness of May's arrival. If it weren't for my husband's prompt action, I genuinely think I would have passed away. I'm conflicted despite the terrible incident. Part of me feels that since it includes family, we need to be kinder to them, particularly as May is the family's eldest child. But because hormones and newborn responsibilities are impairing my judgment, I've turned to Reddit for support. Please be patient with me. There are a lot of characters in this story. The two younger sisters of Rick are Emma, 24F, and Anna, 28F. Both of them and I have always gotten along well, so I don't believe there is any hostility between us. Since each of us is preoccupied with our own lives and occupations, we are not particularly close. Even though Emma lives in a different city, we make an effort to communicate via phone or text whenever possible. My mother-in-law Rachel, 53F, is another significant character in this tale. I get along well with Emma and Anna, but Rachel and I don't get along. We don't agree, and I genuinely believe she has problems with everyone, not just me. Rachel has an obsession with control. Her responses range from criticism and pouting to full-blown tantrums with tears because she wants things to happen her way. Because she reared them alone after their father left them, her children, including Rick, usually abide by her desires. They make an effort to ease their own and her burdens. Rick allows me to keep my distance and handle his mother any way I see fit because he knows she may be challenging. I've always attempted to leave things be, even though Rachel can be somewhat controlling. I avoid her since she doesn't like me. Up until a few days ago, when everything went awry, this arrangement worked. Anna was getting married the day May was born. Her husband, Jonah, 30 million, is actually Rick's friend, and the wedding was lovely. About a year ago, he proposed to her, and I agreed to be a bridesmaid when Anna asked me to. I had to ask Anna to designate someone else as her maid of honor after Rick and I learned I was expecting. I was aware that I couldn't handle the obligations. This was just 6 months before the wedding and roughly 6 months after her proposal. I was 3 months pregnant at the time. Before informing Anna, I was really anxious. I was afraid that our connection would become permanently strained. I was relieved that didn't occur. When I told Anna the news, she was ecstatic. She even briefly forgot about getting married. Obviously, "I'll be taking care of you," she said when I told her that I couldn't perform the duties of maid of honor. She even thought about moving the wedding date so I wouldn't miss it, but that didn't work out in the end. Both sisters continued to work on getting ready for the wedding, with Emma filling in as maid of honor. In spite of this, they found time to help me during my really difficult pregnancy. Anna always stood by me without complaining, but I felt bad for missing her on such a significant day. Rachel, my mother-in-law, was the only one who appeared distressed. The wedding preparations were somewhat disrupted, and I believe she was irritated that I could no longer serve as the maid of honor. Rachel began to act hostilely toward me, while Anna was totally cool with my pregnancy and my absence from bridal chores. It was subtly persistent. I chose to dismiss it, assuming it was just her wedding stress or my hormones. The wedding day came 2 weeks ago. By that time, my feet were swollen, my abdomen was enormous, and I was severely pregnant. Anna wanted me there, so even though I was tired and felt like I could faint, I wanted to go. In order to avoid detracting from her special day, I had asked her in advance if my presence would pose any problems. I even had the thought that she was offended. Anna informed me that she only wanted her family to be there to support her and that she didn't care about fame or attention. She urged me to go and not be concerned about any drama. I trusted Anna because I knew how direct she was, and I felt obligated to support her despite my physical discomfort. I won't lie, there were a lot of whispers and murmurs regarding my presence on Anna's wedding day. I knew Anna was glad I was there, so I tried my best to ignore them. That was all I cared about at the time. But Rachel didn't talk to me very often. The whole time she scowled at me. I was too uneasy to pay any attention. I left her alone because I lacked the energy to confront her or figure out why she was acting in such a passive-aggressive manner. I wasn't going to react, so she could glare all she wanted. Then came the major incident, which really startled me and everyone else. I began to feel nervous just before the ceremony started. After meeting Anna, I went upstairs in the hopes of feeling better before going back. I had no idea that Rachel had been following me. I went to the bathroom because I felt weird and sweaty. My water suddenly burst. It was a real deluge. Immediately, panic struck. My baby had arrived at the worst possible time, despite the fact that I love her more than anything. I was attempting to think clearly while crouched in agony when Rachel suddenly materialized in front of me. We had to get to the hospital, So I ordered her to grab my phone and call Rick right away. Rachel escorted me to the restroom and took a seat for me. I trusted her to act appropriately, so I gave her my phone. She lost it at that point. Because she didn't want me to steal Anna's spotlight, Rachel said she would make sure Rick arrived after the ceremony. Shocked, I questioned if she was crazy and told her that I couldn't endure this for an hour. She took the phone with her and locked me in the bathroom when I tried to get it back. There I was, sitting on a toilet in a restroom, in labor, very pregnant, without a spouse or phone. I managed to avoid having a full-blown panic attack. What might have happened if I had is unknown to me. I stood up and walked to the door, yelling for assistance and hammering on it. However, nobody heard me because everyone was sitting for the wedding and the restroom was on the first level. I yelled until I could no longer be heard, but nobody arrived. At that point, I genuinely believed that I would pass away and that my child would follow me in death. I finally passed asleep, exhausted, sweating profusely, and without a voice. I don't recall anything else after that. Hours later, I awoke in the hospital. Rick was crying beside me. It took me a moment to figure out where I was and what was going on. I expected the worst when I saw Rick crying, and everything that had happened to me before, Rachel locking me in the bathroom and my calls for assistance, came flooding back. I believed May had not arrived. When Rick saw I was awake, he let out a breath of relief and began sobbing in my arms. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach and felt overpowered. The nurse then entered carrying a baby girl. I let out a sigh of comfort. There will never be a better moment than the first time I held my baby. Since I didn't have the energy to digest everything at that point, I was thankful that Rick didn't give me any details. I could hear some noise outside the hospital room, though. Rick explained that his mother was outside and wanted to come in to see her granddaughter when I asked him what was happening. I filled him in on everything, including Rachel's actions and how she needlessly put our daughter in risk. Furthermore, I made it plain that I would never permit her to get close to my daughter. She was dead to me. Rick said he already knew everything and nodded. Rachel had sobbed and told him everything when he discovered me in that way. I informed him that I would not forgive her because of her breakdown. Rick chuckled and declared that Rachel was dead to him as well from this moment on. He declared that he would go to court to make sure she was punished and that he intended to prosecute her with endangering her life. I felt as though a burden had been removed when I heard that. Rick and his brothers all love his mother, so I know that he does, but I wasn't in the mood to forgive her after what she had done, which might have cost me and May our lives. Our marriage would have been finished if Rick had sided with his mother instead of me. After that, there would have been no turning back. Given everything she had given up to raise them, I secretly feared he might support her. However, Rick defended me, and I am very appreciative. If it's possible, it increased my love for him. I inquired about Rick's wedding experience. "It's okay," he answered, adding that Anna and Emma were waiting for his call to come see us. He laughed and assured me not to worry when I inquired if Anna was upset. When Anna said that May's birth was the greatest present she could have gotten on her wedding day, she was ecstatic and beaming with pride. I cried when I heard that, and I told Rick to call them right away. Jonah, Emma, and Anna arrived to the hospital in a matter of minutes. The finest aspect? Jonah and Anna were still dressed for their wedding. There was no way Anna was going to miss the opportunity to take a wedding photo with her niece. I began to cry. It was a very touching moment. I apologized to Anna for spoiling her day after the photo. She gave me a big hug and told me that I was mistaken and that I had brightened her day. After that, I informed Anna about Rachel's actions since we made the pregnancy public. The only thing I did wrong, according to Anna, was not notifying them sooner. She was enraged. She thought that Rachel's drama could have been avoided. Emma added that any amount of trouble was okay as long as I was safe after I clarified that I didn't want to start any. My eyes still well up with tears as I type this. I realized then that they actually loved me as a member of their family, not simply Rick's wife. One of the most amazing people I've ever met is Anna. She's safe, kind, and incredibly happy. Understandably, she has achieved great success in life. How Rachel becomes so different from her kids is beyond me. It seems as though they chose to act in the exact opposite way after witnessing her actions. It's strange, but I no longer give a damn. The moment was lovely. Rachel, meanwhile, remained outside. On the walk-in, Anna assured her that she would personally see to it that Rick and I filed charges. I didn't want Rachel close to me, but she still wanted to come in to meet May. According to Anna, we must protect ourselves from Rachel. She also expressed regret, believing she had not done enough to clarify that she had no issue with my pregnancy or to allay her mother's overly protective tendencies. Anna thought that perhaps the incident could have been prevented if she had been more outspoken. I informed Anna that she was not at fault and that she had made me feel protected. Rick was outside conversing with Rachel the entire time. Rick shared his conversation with Rachel with me after I was released from the hospital and brought May home a few days later. He told her that nothing would alter his decision and that he would be filing charges. He also informed her that she was not regarded as May's grandma in any way and would never be permitted to be a part of her life. For a perceived offense that didn't even bother her, Rachel's actions had put our unborn kid and my life in risk. Additionally, Rick stated that he would drastically cut back on the financial assistance that Rachel had been receiving from him and Emma. Rachel broke down in tears at that time, saying she didn't deserve this treatment because she had slaved away her whole life for her kids. Rick strongly asserted that her acts did not provide her authority over their life, even though he respected the sacrifices she had made. He acknowledged that he had been overlooking or justifying her actions for years, but that was no longer the case with May and me. Given that Anna had never objected to my attending her wedding, Rachel had gone too far and demonstrated that she was dangerous to be around. After that, Rachel attempted to defend her behavior by claiming that she was attempting to keep Anna safe and didn't want me stealing the spotlight. However, Anna heard this and scolded Rachel, stating unequivocally that she had never felt that way. We are moving on with the lawsuit, but Rick is taking care of it because I can't handle the extra stress of caring for a newborn. Rick has stated unequivocally that none of the siblings are interested in continuing to be friends with Rachel. Emma only talks to her when it's absolutely necessary, and Anna has shut her off totally. Naturally, Rick and I are also no contact. Rachel probably didn't expect this backlash. As perverse as that seems, it's possible that she truly believed she was defending Anna. I'm not justifying her in the slightest, but I feel sorry for her since things went so wrong. I'm wondering now if we ought to discuss it with her. I feel awful and wrong about it, but perhaps I'm not thinking straight. I'm aware that Rick will become irate if I bring this up to him. He can't even look at Rachel at the moment since he is so angry with her. I didn't think this rift would be this deep, but here we are. First update, well, there is no possibility of reconciliation, never again. Being a new mother has kept me quite busy, which is why I haven't posted in a while. I haven't had much time for anything else because I've been so busy taking care of myself and my daughter. The good news is that we are all very enthusiastic about May's impending 8-week birthday. Rick and I have benefited much from the assistance of Anna and Jonah. Emma contacts us nearly every day, but she had to go back to work. Everyone's life are brightened by May, and her photos are all over our group chat. Rachel has not been contacted. Since we already have too much on our plate and filing charges would be pointless, I persuaded Rick not to do so. Since none of us has the energy to handle the matter at this time, Rick reluctantly consented. Rachel seemed appreciative when we informed her of this choice last week. I use the word appeared, because the woman is genuinely insane, and she soon revealed her true nature to everyone. Rick and I got up at around 1 a.m. last week. To a booming knock on the door. Rick went to open the door, but I fled and hid with May because I assumed it was a robbery. Although I could hear shouting, I was afraid to venture out for fear of waking May. My mother-in-law, Rachel, was the one who did it. According to Rick, she was acting irrationally, yelling that we couldn't keep her away and that she needed to see May. She finally backed off after Rick threatened to call the police. She had been attempting to enter the residence by force. We thought that something might be wrong with her and that everyone needed to know, so we contacted Emma and Anna right once. But our worry didn't last long. Rachel texted us unsettlingly the following day. She began by saying that we were punishing her for being a mother by denying her access to May, calling us nasty and horrid. The text soon became erratic and theatrical. She discussed the challenges of parenting 3 children and how she had to put one child's needs ahead of another at all times. She used the excuse that she didn't want May to ruin Anna's wedding to defend her actions on May's birthday. Rachel deliberately disregarded the fact that Anna had constantly emphasized that she had no issue with the pregnancy and wedding taking place at the same time, and that May was actually a fetus at the time. I initially made an effort to comprehend her viewpoint. Then, though, her text became more sinister. Rachel said that she was concerned that her children would no longer value her as much now that May was in our lives. She said that she had thought Anna would be angry about the pregnancy because, as she put it, that's what a normal woman would feel. However, she didn't like it when she saw us all thrilled about the wedding and the pregnancy. She wanted us to be envious and competitive instead of pleased that we were happy for each other. Rachel continued by saying that she felt devalued because May had replaced her as her children's unifying factor. She also said that she had anticipated Anna would snap at her for drawing attention away from the wedding because of May's birth. Rachel felt supplanted when it didn't occur and May was the only topic of conversation. I was no longer able to read by this time. Telling Rick that she was insane and dangerous for all of us, I requested him to ban her number. Since reading those texts, I've been suffering from a persistent headache. How a 50-year-old woman could compete with a 7-week-old infant is beyond me. I don't get it, and to be honest, I'm done attempting to figure out why she does it. Both Emma and Anna were similarly horrified when we shared Rachel's mails to them. They hypothesized that she might be experiencing a manic episode. Emma even volunteered to fly down and have a facility evaluate Rachel. I acknowledged that it was a smart concept, but I made it plain that I no longer wanted to interact with Rachel. Her actions were too risky and unpredictable. Second update, Rachel is currently the subject of a restraining order. We are exercising caution even though she hasn't tried anything since the late-night event. Emma carried out her plan, consulted a psychologist and a psychiatrist, and had Rachel tested. Although Rachel's behavior had no underlying medical cause, she was diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. The next course of action recommended by the specialists was therapy. Emma made the decision to cut all communication with Rachel following this disclosure. She stated that she would be happy to assist if Rachel had a medical condition, but Emma can no longer put up with her now that it is obvious that her acts are motivated by hatred. I share this sentiment and fully comprehend it. If Rachel's behavior had been the result of a real mental illness, I might have felt some pity for her. But we can't make amends with her now that we know this is just who she is. The purpose of the restraining order is to protect Rick, May, and myself. Rachel has shown herself to be unsafe on 2 occasions, and her particular animosity against May makes her much more hazardous. We cannot compromise on keeping her away from our family. This, I believe, will be my last update. I hope I never have to talk about this whole experience again. I refused my aunt's outrageous request, but she manipulated my husband into leaving me. I later found out he had been having an affair with her. I, 28F, have been married to my spouse, Adam, 30M, for 3 years. We had our ups and downs, as any marriage does, but I thought we were relatively stable. That is why the entire situation has taken me entirely by surprise, and I am now wondering whether I am somehow responsible for this catastrophe. My aunt, let us call her Natalie, has always been strange, to say the least. Growing up, she was the type of person who would perform a favor for you just to hold it over your head for the rest of your life. As a child, I remember her as an overbearing presence, always talking about how much she had done for everyone and how much they owed her. It was simply her method of retaining control. She is known in the family for being manipulative, but I never expected to get caught up in her games, especially not like this. Years ago, when I was younger, about 18 or 19, I was going through a difficult financial period. My parents were not present at the time, and I had recently moved out on my own, scraping by on part-time jobs and figuring things out. It was a terrible moment, and Natalie came through for me in ways that I sincerely appreciated at the time. She lent me some money, not a lot, but enough to get me through a couple of months until I could get back on my feet. I thanked her politely and eventually paid her back in full. I assumed that was the end of it, and for years it appeared to be. She never brought it up or stated that I owed her anything, so I believed that was all in the past. Fast forward to now, and Natalie has a daughter. Let's call her Grace. Grace and I were never close growing up. She is a few years younger than me, but we have always been in separate social circles. The reality is that we've never really liked each other. She has always been the spoiled, entitled type, getting everything she wants because Natalie always puts her first. Grace commands the spotlight at family gatherings. During the holidays, Grace receives the greatest gifts, the most praise, everything. I've learned to overlook it over time because that's how Natalie operates. She adores her daughter as if she were a princess, and the rest of us are expected to be grateful simply to be in their company. So Grace's birthday is coming up. Natalie has been hinting for weeks that her daughter's birthday should be exceptional and that she wants to offer her everything. At first, I didn't think much of it because Grace's birthday isn't exactly on my radar. When Natalie suggested it, I was nice and replied something like, "Oh, that sounds great," but I wasn't really paying attention. Then, out of nowhere, Natalie phones me one evening and says she has to speak with me about something serious. I assumed it was for Grace's birthday or a family event, so I agreed to meet up with her. When we met, Natalie made the most odd and absurd request I've ever heard. She told me straight out that the only thing Grace wants for her birthday is for me to leave my husband, Adam. I was stunned. Like, what? Why? Why would she even think about that? Natalie went on to say that Grace has had a crush on Adam for years, something I had no idea about, and that she believes he is her soulmate or something. According to Natalie, Grace has been longing for him since the day they met, and now that she is about to turn 26, she believes this is her final chance to be with him. She truly believes Adam belongs with her and that I am preventing them from being happy together. At first, I assumed this was a joke. Natalie couldn't possibly expect me to leave my spouse as a birthday present for her daughter. But as she continued speaking, I understood she was dead serious. She even brought up the money she lent me years ago, claiming that I owed her and that this was the best way to repay her. According to Natalie, if I were truly grateful for her assistance when I was struggling, I would do this for her daughter. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't believe what I heard. Of course, I said no. I was not going to end my marriage over an absurd demand from my aunt. I informed Natalie that this was preposterous, that I would never abandon Adam, and that I owed her nothing. I had reimbursed her for the money, and whatever favor she believed she had done for me gave her no right to demand this. She didn't take it well. Natalie got angry and accused me of being ungrateful and self-centered. She went on and on about how Grace deserved happiness, how she had made many sacrifices for me over the years, and how I was ruining everything by refusing to see reason. I walked out of that conversation exhausted but convinced that I had done the right thing. I was not going to allow her to influence me like that. I didn't give it much thought after that, but a few days later, things started to change between me and Adam. He grew aloof and colder than normal. When I asked him what was wrong, he just brushed me off. I assumed he was upset at work or something, but then he sat me down and announced that he was leaving me. He didn't go into great detail, just expressing that things weren't going well and that he thought it was time for us to part ways. I was devastated. This came out of nowhere, and I had no idea what had happened so fast. It wasn't until a mutual buddy contacted me that I learned what had transpired. Natalie allegedly went behind my back after our talk and told Adam everything, but she twisted the tale so that it appeared I was to blame. She informed Adam that I had been ungrateful for everything she had done for me, that I had no regard for family, and that I had been keeping secrets from him. She even made up stories about how distant and cold I had been with Adam, twisting the situation to make it look that I was the problem in our marriage. According to what I've heard, she convinced him that I wasn't telling him the truth, which pushed him over the line. So now I'm attempting to pick up the pieces of my life after my spouse abandoned me due to my manipulative aunt. Part of me wonders whether there was already something wrong with our marriage, and this was the final straw. Maybe I missed some signs. Maybe I wasn't as good a wife as I thought. But another part of me is outraged. How could Natalie have done this to me? How could she go behind my back and destroy my marriage simply because I refused to give her what she wanted? And why did Adam believe her so quickly? Shouldn't he have trusted me enough to at least discuss it with me before making such a big decision? I'm so confused and hurt right now, and I don't know what to do. My family is divided on the issue, with some saying I should have simply let it go and others agreeing Natalie is out of line. But the reality is, I don't think this is just about Natalie anymore. I believe there is a greater issue at play, such as Adam searching for an out and seeing this as the perfect reason. I'm not sure whether I'm overreacting, but I can't shake the sensation that this entire thing is somehow my responsibility. Perhaps if I had handled things differently with Natalie and paid more attention to Adam's needs, none of this would have occurred. But, at the same time, I feel as if I was backed into a corner and would have lost regardless of what I did. So I die for refusing my aunt's foolish request to leave my husband as a birthday present for her daughter. Am I to blame for my husband leaving because of what she told him? I just need some feedback on this because everything seems to be spiraling out of control right now, and I'm not sure where to turn. Update 1. Hello everyone, it's been a few weeks since my life totally crumbled, and I'm still trying to figure out how to go on from what occurred with my aunt, Natalie, and my husband Adam. Things have been difficult to process. I never thought I'd be providing an update, yet here I am, trying to make sense of it all. At first, I assumed it was all due to Natalie's intervention, but considering everything that has transpired since, I'm beginning to wonder if there was something else going on between Adam and me, something I missed. I've been trying to piece it all together, and I keep coming back to the same question. Was this previously broken, and I simply didn't realize it? When Adam told me he was leaving, he didn't give me much detail. He merely told me that things were not going well and that he thought it was time to part ways. There was no big struggle or explosion, it was just over. I was heartbroken and puzzled. I assumed we were secure, or as secure as any marriage with ups and downs. Everything felt like it happened out of nowhere. After sitting with my thoughts and feelings for a few days, I decided to contact Adam. I wasn't willing to give up without at least discussing it. I texted him, asking if we could meet up and discuss what had transpired. I didn't get an answer straight away, and I spent the following 3 days in limbo, waiting for a response. Finally, Adam responded back, indicating he was not interested in chatting and that he had made his decision. I was devastated. It was as if he had closed the door on everything without thinking. However, this was not the worst part. He also told me he was already seeing someone else. Mind you, it hadn't even been a month since he left me when I discovered how quickly he had moved on. My world came apart. Was this someone he had been seeing before our breakup? Was I so blind that I didn't notice him drifting away sooner? I didn't ask him any of these questions because, frankly, I didn't want to know the answers. It felt like everything we had was erased in the blink of an eye. It's impossible to convey the range of emotions I've been feeling: anger, betrayal, confusion. It's all coming together. How did he manage to move on so quickly? How could he be so willing to let go of what we've accomplished? I'm wondering if this new relationship started before he left, or if there were issues in our marriage that I simply overlooked. I've been looking over every discussion we've had in the last few months to see if there were any red signals I overlooked. Nothing stands out. We had our regular fights, nothing major, and I never anticipated things to fall apart so quickly. Maybe I was too preoccupied with my own life and missed the signs that he was drifting away, but I also wonder if Adam had been looking for an escape all along and Natalie's manipulation was just the excuse he needed. My family is divided on the whole issue. Some people say I should have let it go to prevent the conflict with Natalie. Others agree that Natalie was completely out of line, and that I made the perfect decision by refusing her. However, in the end, none of this matters. The damage is done. Adam is gone and I'm forced to figure out how to restart my life now that he's moved on with someone else. I haven't spoken with Natalie or Grace since everything went down. They are no longer a part of my life, and I am grateful not to be exposed to their toxic energy. The thought that Natalie could go behind my back, influence Adam, and essentially ruin my marriage still baffles me, but I've recognized that there's no sense in attempting to undo what happened. What's done is done, and I need to go on. I'm going to be honest. I believe Adam is seeing Grace. I mean, it just makes sense that Natalie wanted me to end my marriage so Grace and Adam could be together. So, perhaps that is what is happening. I don't know, but I want to find out. Regarding Adam, I wish I could say I'm over it, but I am not. I still love him, and I probably always will. But I know our marriage is over. He has moved on, and it is now my turn to do the same. It will take time for me to recover from this, and there are days when the pain is terrible. But I want to get past it someday. Update 2. Hello everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much for all of your support, guidance, and kind words on my last post. I never anticipated so many people to care about my predicament, and it has meant everything to me. Before I begin the update, I'd like to address something that many of you mentioned. Many people suspected Adam was seeing Grace, and to be honest, I was beginning to believe it as well. Natalie had pushed me so hard to leave Adam for Grace's sake, and the way things turned out convinced me that there was something between them. Why would she make such a foolish request? I couldn't believe my aunt would ask me to leave my husband as a birthday present for her daughter if Adam and Grace weren't already dating. That's when things took an unexpected and really distressing turn. About 2 weeks ago, I got a message from Stephen, my Aunt Natalie's husband and Grace's father. I hadn't spoken to him in a long time, especially after things had gone bad, but he pleaded to meet in person, claiming he had something vital to tell me. Given how crazy things had already become, I was doubtful at first. I didn't want to get engaged in any more family drama, especially after what happened to Natalie and Grace. But something about Stephen's tone made me want to hear him out, so I agreed to meet up. When we met, Stephen appeared tired, as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. I knew straight away that whatever he had to say would not be easy. He began by apologizing for Natalie, Grace, and all that had occurred. I had no idea where he was going with this, but then he revealed something unexpected. Adam was not seeing Grace. He was seeing Natalie. Yes, it's my aunt. Natalie, my manipulative and toxic aunt, is 50 years old. I was speechless. My mind went blank as I tried to figure out what he was saying. For a brief moment, I believed I had misheard him, but Stephen went on to recount everything in horrific detail. Natalie and Adam appeared to have been having an affair for some months. Stephen discovered it when he returned home early from a business trip one weekend. He walked into their house, into his bedroom, and found Natalie and Adam in bed together. My spouse and aunt, in their bed. Stephen admitted he had no idea how long it had been going on, but based on some of the texts and messages he discovered, it had been at least a few months, if not more. Natalie had been seeing Adam behind my back as she pressed me to leave him for Grace. The whole birthday present foolishness was just a distraction, a ruse to deceive me and everyone else while she secretly had an affair with my husband. I felt as if the ground had been pulled out from beneath me. I thought I was prepared for anything, but this exceeded my expectations. I was having trouble understanding what Stephen was saying. Natalie, among other persons. I knew she was manipulative, but I didn't expect her to do this. And Adam, the man I thought I knew and had built a life with, Had he been sneaking around with my aunt the entire time? But it didn't end there. Stephen went on to inform me that Natalie had decided to leave him. Natalie intended to leave Stephen on Grace's birthday, and she and Adam were apparently planning to blow everything up. Yes, you have read right. She planned to devastate her own family on her daughter's birthday before fleeing with my husband. Grace was completely oblivious of all of this, which was just another layer of deception. Natalie had used her daughter as a pawn in this horrible, twisted game, fooling everyone into believing Grace had affections for Adam while, in reality, she was sleeping with him. Stephen informed me about it, and I sat there startled. I was unsure how to react. I had been concentrating all of my efforts on determining whether Adam was seeing Grace when, in fact, Natalie, my own aunt, had misled me in the worst conceivable way. After Stephen finished telling me everything, he handed me his phone and showed me some of the messages between Natalie and Adam. I couldn't look at them for long because it was too painful, the way they talked about me, their plans, and how they were going to start over after the dust had fallen. It made me physically ill. I still can't believe it. I spent weeks trying to believe that Adam could have feelings for Grace, but now, this was beyond anything I could have anticipated. Natalie had planned the entire affair from the beginning. She misled me and her own spouse while secretly having an affair with my husband. I've been trying to figure out where I should go next, but I'm still in shock. I thought I was dealing with a husband who left me for another woman, but now I'm having to accept the fact that he left me for my aunt, whom I considered family. I'm not sure if they're still seeing each other or if their little scheme failed when Stephen caught them. Part of me doesn't care at this point. What is done, and regardless of what happens to them, the harm has already been done to me. I wish I could say there is a silver lining, but for the time being, all I can do is attempt to get through it. I'll keep you all updated if anything changes, but for the time being, I'm just figuring out how to move ahead after everything that's happened. Thank you for your continued support. It has been a lifeline during this horror. Update 3. Hello everyone, it's been a while since the last update, and a few things have happened in the interim, so perhaps this is the final update to the horror I've been experiencing. I faced Adam, and while the outcome was not what I had hoped for, it did provide some closure. I suppose I always knew I'd have to address him personally. I simply didn't expect it to be that dramatic, or for him to beg me to take him back after discovering Natalie wasn't who he thought she was. It's tough to understand how I felt leading up to that moment, but I knew I couldn't move on with my life unless I confronted Adam. I needed to express my feelings and get the complete truth from him, no more running or second guessing. So I finally reached out to him and told him we needed to meet and chat. We met in a park, somewhere neutral, where I felt I could keep my emotions under control. I did not want the confrontation to take place in our home, which had so many memories, both good and bad. I got to the park and finally saw him after so many days. It felt odd. He looked fatigued, as if he hadn't slept in days, but I didn't care enough to ask him what had occurred or why he was so tired. I just went right to it. I assured him I knew everything. I informed him that I knew about Natalie and that she was the lady he had been fooling around with while I sat at home, trusting and loving him. The shock on his expression was not the same as when someone is apprehended. It felt more like shame. He couldn't look me in the eye for a time. He did not defend himself, which shocked me because I had expected excuses or an attempt to cover up. Instead, he simply nodded and confessed it. He verified everything. In some ways, it felt underwhelming. There was no rage or screaming, just a pitiful admission that he had damaged our marriage by having an affair. I had a lot I wanted to say. I had spent hours rehearsing this in my thoughts, but when the moment arrived, all I could say was, why? I needed to know what was wrong with us, or with me, that he would cheat on me like this. Adam began discussing how he was no longer pleased and how our marriage had become a routine. He mumbled something about being stuck, and Natalie helped him feel alive again. It felt like a punch in the belly. I couldn't believe he was using boredom as an excuse to wreck our lives. I stood there feeling disgusted. I informed him immediately that his selfishness had cost him everything. There were many other methods for him to deal with his feelings of being stranded. We could have sought therapy, taken a break, and communicated, but he decided to cheat on me, lie to me, and end our marriage. And that's when I informed him. I informed him that I was filing for divorce. I shouted it clearly and without hesitation, and a strange sense of power came over me. For the first time, I felt in control. I wasn't pleading with him to stay, nor was I forgiving him for his horrible decisions. I was finished. That is when the unexpected happened. Adam, who had been so casual about the affair up until this point, suddenly broke down. I'd never seen him like this. He genuinely began crying. I'm not talking about a few tears. He sobbed. He grabbed my hands and begged me not to forward with the divorce. He explained that everything with Natalie had come apart, that she was not who he thought she was, and that he had made the biggest mistake of his life. He stated that once the excitement of their affair faded, her actual personality emerged. Apparently, she is manipulative and domineering, often starting conflicts and even threatening to reveal their affair if he did not do things her way. He claimed she had made his life a terrible nightmare, and he regretted everything. It was strange to stand there and see this man, who had before appeared unaffected, break down in front of me. He told me he felt adrift without me and couldn't believe he'd given up our life together for someone like Natalie. He stated that he still loved me and would do anything to make things right. But honestly, I didn't feel anything. I had no sympathy for him, no desire to reclaim him, and no pity for him because of Natalie's conduct. I felt numb. The trust was gone. He had damaged it, and no amount of tears or apologies would fix it. I informed him that it was too late. I informed him that there was no way to restore what he had done, and I was not interested in attempting to heal the damage to our marriage. I believe that's when he understood I was serious. I was not going to forgive him, and there was no way to make things right or get back together. He kept begging, attempting to persuade me that we could work this out, that he was willing to do whatever it needed. But I'd already made a decision. I informed him that I deserved better, that I was moving on with my life, and that we had no future together. I believe part of me was expecting him to become defensive or lash out, as he had done in the past when we battled. But this did not happen. Instead, he broke down even more, realizing he'd lost me forever. I departed after that. I walked away without looking back. I've already filed for divorce, and it feels like a great weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I'm not claiming it's been easy. I still find it difficult to breathe at times because I am so heartbroken and deceived. But I know I made the correct decision. I know this is what I need to do to improve myself and start a new life. According to what I've heard, Natalie is furious with Adam for attempting to reconnect with me. Apparently, things between them worsened not long after the truth was revealed, and they are now both unhappy. Adam is paying the price for his decisions, and while I would never wish such chaos on anyone, I am no longer concerned. I don't care what happens between them. I'm just happy to be free of it. I've cut Natalie out of my life permanently. There is no forgiveness, no opportunity for reconciliation. I have no room in my heart for folks who betray me like way. She has left, and I am now focusing on myself. This has been the most difficult experience I have ever had, but it has taught me a lot about my own strength. I've discovered that I don't need someone who disrespects, lies, or cheats on me. I deserve a partner who appreciates me and our relationship, and I will never settle for anything less again. So that's it. I'm taking each day as it comes. It will take time to heal, but I am confident that I am on the correct path. Thank you to everyone who has offered me advice and support along the process. It mattered more than you could ever realize. I'm now ready to be done with this drama and move on with my life.